All right, welcome everyone to the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event final table. I am here with my brother from another mother, Mr. Josh Monk. Monkey, how are we?
Berkey, how are you, champ? You good?
Oh, mate, I am loving life here.
Beautiful, love it. Look at this, day 4. Down to 7 after an absolutely outrageous last hand last night. A triple elimination. 2 on one table, 1 on the other on the feature table. And we're going to be seeing this one out to conclusion today. The finale of the main event. This is day 4, live at the Playlive Melbourne Millions. We are live on a 20-minute delay on both YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live. Have a look at the prize pool here, Berkey. 1,014,122 with 170 lacquer up top.
How good was it? Mate, the prize pool was massive. And, like, we were playing down to a final hand of 9 yesterday, like you said, and then had a triple elimination on the last hand.
Couldn't make it up.
You can't make that up if you tried.
Absolutely, as the action goes around. So we might get Manny Marshall there just for the YouTube chat, just to be adjusted slightly to the left of our screen. It's like blocking out the players' names and numbers and stuff, if you wouldn't mind. As it's got folded around to Shane here on the button, picks up the Jack 7 of spades. Welcome all of you in the chat. We're going to bring this one home for you for the conclusion of the main event here at Playlive. Got any questions, concerns, comments? Leave them in the as the door goes slam behind us from Terry. Got any questions, comments, or concerns, just put them straight into the chat. Let's try and keep the chat vibes up and firing. This is the biggest one they've got. $1 million in the prize pool. 170 up top. 104,000 for second. Raised here by Shane Mann. Called by David White. Flop comes down ace 9-6 rainbow. Shane Mann with 5 outs. Shane's the guy wearing that light blue shirt you can see.
He fires out and he gets a call too.
Great call, Berkey.
We've got a 3 of clubs on the turn, so we've got a Badoogie on the board. Pair of deuces out in front. He's going to get the check. Is Shane going to fire a second bullet here right off the bat? I think he is. He's here to play. And he gets the fold. Well played, Shane, right off the bat. Now let's go around and let's see who's on our feature table. We got baby-faced Alan in seat 1. Shane Mann, who's got here by satelliting in.
Yeah, full moneymaker story there.
Full moneymaker story going on the win. We got Mr. Tim Tam in seat 3.
Double coated today. He's got the double coated, the chocolate double coat.
Absolutely.
Got the Teflon on today with a ding shirt.
Mr. Dave White in seat 4. We got Daniel Francis. Out there we've got, of course, the chip leader, Nathaniel Hutton, and Mr. Damon Damon in the... we had a chat with him yesterday. You know, he's never actually heard that before.
The old Matt joke.
Yeah.
There you
Which
go.
is surprising.
And
those guys in the chat, who are we cheering for? Who are we going for? Everyone, give us what you got. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Keep up the vibes today. We are going to go all the way till the end here with my man Monk. And we are going to get under the gun. Hutton here with the big chip lead. Straight into ace-king, second hand, raising it up to 600,000. Blinds are 150, 300, 300, so it's just a stock standard pop. All the way around to Shane Mann. Monkey?
Mate, I'm telling you, have a look at the chats popping off here on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook Live. Like I said, we are on a 20-minute delay. Monkey and Berkey going to see this one out with you guys, so we want you to stick by us all day long if you've got the time. Maybe just have it on the background at work if you're at work. Got a couple of the traditional railbirds in chat today. Spiritual Tradie Podcast, shout out to you who's in there. MSP, on the Facebook Live. She's logged in first. I think she might have been first best dressed, I should say.
She is every time.
As there's a race to 600, just really quickly, background to David White, I should say, who's called from the small blind with ace jack. And here comes the flop. It comes 6, king, queen, 2 hearts down. David White does pick up that straight draw and 4 outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner. And Nathaniel's picked up top. Nathaniel with 72 bigs, 22 million after a double elimination on the outer feature table last night.
It was wild. Queens versus Jacks versus 4s on the final table, hand for hand. Just, if you don't mind. So Nathaniel's going to lead this one out. So we've got the check, bet from Nathaniel, and the call. We're going to see a turn. We've got the 5 of hearts, which completes the flush. Neither of them helps neither of them. We're going to get a quick check from David here. Nate Hutton obviously just going to check if he's got the heart. Sees the bad news, but still good news at the same time. Some
support in the chat for Nathaniel Hutton. We did speak to him earlier today, Berkey. Gave him a bit of props for that Queen 10 bluff he put on yesterday. If you haven't seen that, check that hand out. It's probably about in the last hour's worth of play. He made an unbelievably good bet at the river, an all-in jam with just Queen High, and showed the bluff. He also went on to do a double elimination on the outer feature table. I believe the hand was pocket queens versus pocket jacks versus pocket 4s. Essentially, the action went like this. They were playing 5-handed, fold under the gun, all in with the pocket 4s who had 5.6 bigs. And all of a sudden, Nathaniel picks up queens in the small blind, jams for protection, and Isaac in the big blind found jacks and decided to go along. Queens held up double elimination whilst on the feature table. Jared Graham picked up the ace-queen against Damon Damon, who had the 10-8 natural 8, I should say, in the back row, and found a 10 on the flop, and it was showers for Jared Graham. So, as we know, the short stack on the outer feature table came 10th, and then 9th and 8th positions, which was Jared and Isaac, ended up chopping the money. So they take both prize money for 8th and 9th, and then they chop it straight down the middle. As we get back to the action here, if you haven't had a chance to have a look at that, have a look at yesterday's feed on YouTube. It was an absolute blinder, Berkey.
Oh, mate, I couldn't believe what was happening. Like, we were sitting there on hand for hand at 10th for a while, and then suddenly, like, 3 eliminations at the same time. That's incredible. Like, usually you go to a final table of 9. We're starting at a final table of 7. So, I don't look, I've been watching poker a long time. I don't think I've ever actually seen that. For those in the chat, please send us a message. The chat's already going off its head, which is great. We are at the Melbourne Millions main event, final table. This is the $1,500 buy-in, 797 entries. We are down to our final 7 with over $1 million in the prize pool. 170 up top. Looking forward to seeing how this action plays out.
Good shout from Berkey there. Is there some support in the chat from Lost Cabbage? 4276. Shane Mann for the win. Surely a cooler not far off. With the big man sitting in the hot seat, no doubt some coolers will be there. Anyway, round to Shane Mann, who actually picks up the ace-queen here. He's under the gun +1. He's going to raise it up by the structure to 600K. It's been folded around to Damon Damon. He's got the 7-2 of clubs in the big blind. Doesn't decide to compete with that hand. Puts it straight in the muck.
Yeah, we were having a chat with Damon Damon before as well. And if you watched the last, I'd say 45 minutes to half an hour of last night's stream, he started going on a bit tilt and started trying to donk off the chips, which, you know, everyone noticed in the chat. He even said so himself. He's like, I can't believe what I was doing, and somehow escaped with coming into the final table with second in chips.
Yeah, there we go. Cruzy Poker showing up in the Twitch chat. Appreciate that. Like I said before, we are live on a 20-minute delay on 3 different platforms: Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. As Cruzy Poker just comes straight into
Have you seen
Twitch.
all the ones he's put? Spiritual podcast. Berkey Monkey, like cheese and cheese. Like, there's a few he's put in here. Berkey Monkey, iconic like Woodford and Woodridge.
Yeah.
Like Roy and HG, like Richie and Greg.
Appreciate the shout-outs there.
Oh, that's great.
Spiritual podcast. Good to have you join us for
Hutton
this
again.
afternoon.
Hutton again with the Ace King.
And he's just picked up the ace-king again. I mean, he's got the chip lead, 80 bigs, 24 million. Picking up hands, too, it does help as it comes around to Baby Al and Pham. He's picked up the Nintendo 64 here. 25 bigs with 7.4. He's going to fold it from the big blind. So, as you can see, the players just feeling each other out at the moment. Nathaniel Hutton, as you can see, 82 bigs. He's got twice as much as Shane Mann, who's coming second at the moment, followed very closely behind by David White, Berkey.
Yep. So we've got in the chat, we've got Patrick and Bonnie going for Tim Tam. Love Tim Tam. Nick Poker, good luck to all. No choice but to go for the underdog Damon Damon. And first time, we're Cruisy Poker. Let's go Shane. So a lot of support around for different people. It's good to see. So if you're tuning in, this is the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event final table. We are down to 7.
A Diamond 0413 says, any history behind Baby Allen's nickname? I think it's just he's a baby-faced assassin. He's like he's always had that kind of baby face. I believe he's a few years older than me. Don't quote me on that, but I think he might be sort of late 30s, if not sort of anywhere between like your 38 to 43 range. He's just an absolute crusher. And he doesn't look like he's aged in the last 15 years, hence the nickname Baby Allen.
Well, first it was Babyface, and then like true Australians, we kind of short it first.
Yeah.
Further, then became Babyface. And then soon it'll become Baby, and what did you say before? Then it'll become B.
Yeah, exactly. We just keep shortening it down.
Shortening it down.
But we'll call him Baby Allen. That's his nickname. That's what he goes by. Double check that at the break if he wants to be called that, but I'm pretty sure he does, as he brought in the Ding merchandise from Frenchie and Foddy just quietly. Frenchie's new merchandise out there called Ding.
Obviously, is that from Frenchie, is it?
That is Frenchie's merch. Yeah, 100%.
I need to get me a Ding shirt.
The Hugo DF coming in clutch as it's A6 versus 10-4. Raised by A6 pre-flop, called by Shane Mann, the 10-4. Flop comes down Jack 5-7. Complete Badoogie on the board. Complete rainbow. Alan Pham out with the lead at the moment. 66% equity. Ace high. Shane Mann's out to top right-hand corner as the king of clubs peels off on the turn. No help to neither player. However, Baby Allen still miles out in front. 83% equity. You can see the equities just below the cards graphics in the bottom left-hand corner if you're interested in finding out what the equities are for each of the hands. Blinds in the top left-hand corner. Amount of players and total entries top right-hand corner, and then obviously the hand number is just underneath the blinds there as the 10 of clubs peels off at the river, and Shane Mann just spikes it to take this one away from Baby Allen. But
he'd love to go check here. Wouldn't want to face a bet.
No doubt.
I still think he could call though. Like, there's been no aggression from Baby Allen at all. So even if he throws in a bet, but I think he'd just rather get the check here.
Allen's going to just check it. Shane's going to realise his equity here. Most likely check this one behind. The backdoor flush and the straight get in, so I'm not sure if he's going to go for a bet here. I'd imagine he's probably just going to check this behind, just take his 10, but
now if he didn't,
you never know.
If he didn't hit anything, I'd recommend betting here, trying to take down the pot. But
all right, there we go. Goes for a bet.
Yeah.
And I'm 0 from 1 straight off the bat.
I was right there beside you, man. I got that one wrong as well.
As Berkey just cracks open a Red Bull here at 12:45 p.m. local time. Jake Cope in the Facebook chat saying, let's, I shouldn't say that word, but LFG, Thanos Hutton. I was about to say it. You almost got me there. The LFG's in the chat. The Spiritual Trading Podcast says, how much sleep you reckon he got last night?
About as much as we did, I think, Monkey.
Yeah, it took me a while to get to sleep last night. I was pretty excited about coming back here after last night's transgressions with the triple elimination. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Triple elimination on a hand for hand.
I've never seen that. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I did see it once on a hand for hand. It was on a bubble. It was the opening event here in the second series they ran. And would you believe, guess who was dealing?
Oh, Tuna.
Yeah.
Of course he was.
We were on the bubble of an opener, and there was a 5-way all in. On the bubble.
Well, you definitely can't make that up, Berkey. Talking about you can't make it up, Berkey, maybe it's a good time to be able to plug whilst the dealer is counting out the remainder of the stub, making sure we've got 52 cards in the deck, and they have been confirmed right now. Berkey, talk about the You Can't Make It Up podcast to those people who don't know about us.
Oh, man, I can't wait to talk about that. We have a You Can't Make It Up podcast. We love getting people on. It's not just gambling stories, it's life stories. You know, we get people on there with such unbelievable stories that are so true that, you know, you can't make it up. And it's just sort of became a passion of ours.
Yep.
You know, we talk to people all the time, and the amount of people that come up to us as a team and go, you know what, you wouldn't believe this story. And we're like, why don't we just start tuning in, telling people about it? And that's how You Can't Make It Up just started.
Yeah, 100%, Burke. We've got some big guests coming up over the next couple of weeks. We've got to make up a few episodes. We are a couple of weeks behind. We usually release an episode every Monday. We started about 10 weeks ago as Nathaniel now picks up aces. Sure, why not? He's gone ace, king, aces. I mean, you can't make that up. As Sam says in the chat there, Nathaniel's name is spelt wrong. Maybe Matty Marshall downstairs can double check the spelling of Nathaniel's name. I believe that is incorrect. So I will get Matty Marshall downstairs to update that. It will come into play probably in the next 20 minutes, obviously, because we are on a delay. As Nathaniel just picks up aces. So he's
Get no action around, though. No one's picked up a hand.
yeah,
The only action he may get here is from Tim Tam with the 10 deuce. The old Doyle in the big blind.
no, he's going to put that in the bin. Now, Nathaniel picking up hands, like I said before, ace, king, aces. In the matter of how many hands have we played up in the top left-hand corner here, Berkey? Like less than 6, maybe?
Yeah, I think that'd be 7. I think that makes 7.
Right,
Or 6
sure.
or something like that.
So picking up cards and has the chip lead. So very dangerous player with chips and obviously getting cards too. That helps. Great shout from you. This is hand number 7. Everybody's too scared of the big dog Hutton. Great shout. John back in the chat. He's been there all week too, John, in the YouTube chat. So shout outs to you, man. Really appreciate you following all the action and tuning in to listen to a couple of larrikins here in the commentary box. Hopefully bringing you some good material.
Oh, surprising Nathaniel hasn't picked up a hand. Everyone else stands a chance this one. Con in the chat. Good commentary. We appreciate it, Con. I'm glad everyone is enjoying what we got. Once again, let us know who you're going for, who we're going to win. I like taking the underdogs. So Damon, Mr. Shane, man, you know, these other guys, they're doing well for themselves. I like to see the underdogs get through.
Matty Marshall, if you don't mind downstairs, if you wouldn't mind telling the dealer to make sure that Damon is putting his cards over the RFID reader, if you don't mind. He's just whiffed it a couple of hands in a row, so we can't quite see his hand, but might be a good one for those people playing at home. The mystery hand here, so it's Damon raising to 600k in the hijack, and David White's decided to call as the flop comes down, Queen, Deuce, Jack. Top pair for David White. Damon, as you can see, we don't see his whole cards because he's just whiffed the RFID reader, which is slightly to the right of his card. His right card, I should say. Just needs to put it over the reader for us as the 7 of hearts peels off.
It's actually interesting to guess this one now. We've got the mystery card he's let out and he's being called. So we had the check bet, check call, and now we've gone check.
As
Got
the
the 5 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, prop card for Berkey as the backdoor hearts hit. Let's see what David White decides to do here. He's going to bet 700k, and it's going to take it down. Damon's obviously got no part of it. So, Matty, if you're down there in the studio, obviously following the action, you do us a favour and make sure you put those cards onto the RFID reader. That would be ideal. As Matty from downstairs says, he's trying his best with Matt to make sure he can do that. Matt obviously being Damon, just a play on words and play on name. He likes it. He thought it was quite funny. We also call him Damon Squared.
Con's asking if it's near the Schnitzop. It is actually right across the road from the Schnitzop. We've been there a couple of times, haven't we? You actually get a 5% discount if you play here and go eat across the road there at the Schnitz. Good little incentives for playing here as well. Not only do they provide good food here, but they allow you to eat discounted food in the area.
Yeah, it's right near that Schnitz store, I should say, just in South Melbourne, where the Woolworths is. 129 York Street, South Melbourne, if that's what you were trying to get us to say, Con. But yes, just around the corner is Ali's coming into the chat too. Anyway, folded around to the button. Tam here picks up the natural. He loves playing baccarat too, Tam. So he squeezed it up. Picture 3-side. Jack 8 of diamonds. He's on the button. 300k to call. Blinds are in the top left-hand corner. This is hand number 9. And he's just going to jam it. Yeah, okay, that'll work. He's going to get fold from the small blind and round to Daniel Francis. Apologies, I did call him Dean Francis about 1,000 times yesterday, but I'll get it right today as Daniel Francis puts it in the bin. Have a look at the chip counts here.
Geez, Hutton just out with a commanding lead, 25.4 million.
To be fair, though, anyone's got a chance here. Even Tam with the 16 bigs, and he's lethal as a short stack. So don't give it away too. You know, there's no winner that can be determined at this stage for sure, no matter how many chips Nathaniel has. So anybody's got a big chance of taking this bad boy down.
Chris in the chat, Tim Tam not crumbling.
Well played.
Well played.
Très bien. Anyway, this is the $1,500 buy-in. This is day 4, final table, down to 7.
Damon Damon still missing the RFID reader. Trying his best down there, he is.
It's his first time ever playing on a feature table from what I understand. So he's a bit nervous. We did speak to him this morning and told him there's a big contingency of support out there in the chat for him. So he's hoping to take this down. He got a little bit excited last night with the 10-8 of clubs.
Excited is not what I'd actually call it.
Jammed it straight into the ace-queen of Jared Graham, but found the 10 on the flop, and that was all she wrote. Hit the showers for Jared Graham.
David White here on the button.
And another ace-king as David White picks up the ace-king of spades, like he said, Berkey. Take it away.
Take it away. Daniel picking up king 10 suited in the small blind, but just allowing to let it go. Wow. That's an interesting one. And Nate Hutton picking up the pocket fives.
Now, just the way he's been running all day, I wouldn't be surprised if he just like picks up the 5-5 ace flop or some sort of monster like that as he decides to come along from the big blind. So it's ace-king versus pocket fives, standard race situation. And Nathaniel out with the pocket fives as the king 4-6 peels off, 2 clubs down. David White takes the lead. Top pair, top kicker. Yep.
So we're just reading some information we're getting.
Picked up the pocket Berkeys, Nathaniel. David White's continuing his line of betting. He's going to see bet the flop to 300. Turn card brings in the 7, brings in the straight draw. He's now up and down, Nathaniel. So it's top pair, top kicker versus the up and down now, Berkey.
The way he's running, man, I wouldn't be surprised if the 3 or the 8 came off here.
Anyway, back round to Nathaniel, who's in the big blind, first to act here.
Now, we did ask last night if we could turn up the table mics. So if we end up getting any chatter today, we'll be able to hear it clearer.
Yep.
There's nothing at the moment. I was expecting a bit more words back and forth. We have a bet here from Nate Hutton, 750. If you're sitting here with Dave White, you're not going anywhere. Question is, do I raise or do I flat? It looks like he's getting flatting chips out here. Oh, we're going to go see a river here.
Here comes the river down and dirty. Brings in the ace of clubs. So now the flush hits. But David White's picked up top 2 pair. Nathaniel, in a world of hurt, cannot win the hand unless he tries to bluff it through. I doubt that David can find a fold, however, with top 2 pair. Action on Nathaniel. First to act in the big blind before David on the button. Shoot it back to the table. Might be able to get a little bit of table talk here, Berkey, if we can.
I think that's the outer table having a chat, not the inner table. Now, I've seen positions here where Nate Hutton decides to get super aggressive with his bluffs and show them like he did yesterday. Now, he's definitely bet out here. Now, if you're in this position facing a bet...
He's bet 3 million too, almost the size of the pot, about 80%. David White shaking his head for a second. He has got top 2 pair. I can't imagine he's going to find a fold. Near never. And the chips are almost certainly going to be put in there. He does call. Nathaniel's going to show pocket fives. Daniel White's going to show him top 2 pair and say cop that as he picks up
that's a huge
few more
swing,
chips
isn't
there.
it?
Daniel White taking that bad boy down.
Now, while we're in between hands, we'll have a chat about what's coming on tonight here at Playlive. Have you got your little roster there, do you, Monkey?
I do have the roster right here.
Beautiful. What's left? Because we ain't done yet with the series here. We may be on the final table here at the main event, but there is still a couple events left to go today.
What I'm going to do is there's 2 lots of events going on today, so we'll talk about a couple of them as Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince himself, is in town. His series basically I should say kicks off today. So we'll talk a bit about what's going on for Playlive for the 2-card monsters, and then we'll talk about the people who are playing the mixed game throughout this particular week as it gets folded around to Shane Mann under the gun +1. Picks up the 9-2. He's going to put that in the bin. Round to double-coated Tim Tam, who picks up my favourite hand here, Jack 10 of hearts.
He loves these hands. He loves these middling suited connectors. We were having a chat with him the other day about it. He's not afraid to get in. He's not afraid to mix it up, and he loves these things that can really put a hurt on people if they flop well.
Tam Trung is his name. He's the loveliest guy too. Just a quiet, got a good laugh about him, got a good sense of humour, lovely down-to-earth guy. Just going to raise it up, make it 600K with a Jack 10, I should say, of hearts. David White sitting right next to him with the Under Armour cap on. He's going to put that in the bin, the 8-6 of hearts. Round to Daniel Francis.
On the button. It's a very interesting hand, this ace-9 on the button. I was talking about this with Josh Abadi the other day. It just seems to be picking up a bit more in popularity for some reason, the ace-9. I find the aces with the middling kickers just always get me into a world of trouble. Even if you flop top pair, you sit there and question whether you got a good enough hand. And look at this, right as I call it, the ace-9 coming in popularity. It gets 3-bet to 1.5 million.
Now, I don't know if you noticed that, but Nathaniel there also folding the Jack 10 off. So a couple of outs gone for Tam. Damon still having a difficulty finding the RFID reader on the feature table. He has been told, so in approximately 15 minutes, we might be able to see his cards because there is a 20-minute delay. So when I tell the studio downstairs, you're going to see it in 20 minutes, not instantaneously. Come back round to Tam in the hijack here. He's facing a raise to 1.5 million, 900 to call. He's got 14 bigs. Does he want to punt it off here with the Jack 10 of hearts? It'd be a slight dog, 60-40.
That's never worried Tim Tam before.
Mr. Johnson _1. Did any of these guys shower? Looks like they were wearing the same clothes from last night. You never know. Maybe that it's their lucky clothes. But I have no doubts that they have showered and refreshed up for today. But if it's their lucky clothes, as Tam puts that in the bin. Good fold from Tam, to be fair. Anyway, we'll get back to what's going on today, Berkey. So obviously the main event kicked off today at midday with the coverage starting here at about 12:25 local. The closer, day 2, starts at 6 p.m. today. That's for everybody who qualified
just
yesterday.
quality. They got like 180-something runners last night.
Sure. That'll work.
Just a little $600 end of series tournament, getting 180 runners.
And then we've got the Berserker. It's like the closer. The closer,
Yeah,
I guess you could call it.
It's
the Berserker satellite. That starts at 6 o'clock. It's a $100 entry fee. 10K starting stack, 10-minute levels, and 10 seats guaranteed to the Berserker, which actually starts at 7 p.m. today. That is action upon action upon action. So,
but what about a satellite right before it having 10 seats guaranteed?
yeah, outrageous. But the Berserker. So if you've got nothing to do tonight, Tuesday the 3rd of Feb, 7 p.m, come down to 129 York Street, South Melbourne for the Berserker. That's a $400 buy-in, 50K starting stack. The blind levels actually go up incrementally. So it's 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 24 minutes, 30 minutes with a 50K guarantee, which I have no doubts the guys at Playlive will be able to hit. That's at 7 o'clock tonight, and that's just action galore. So if you're like trying to get out of the hole, if you've buried yourself in one during the Playlive Melbourne Millions, that is the get-out stakes.
Hold on 1 second. So we've got Hutton on the button, making the raise with Jack 4 suited, and Damon, Matt picking up in the small blind, the Ace King, and he's going to 3-bet to 1.65 million. Back to Hutton after the baby face decides to fold the big blind. Now this is one of those hands where, you know, you're raising in position, but you get 3-bet out of the small blind. You just put it straight in the bin. The old, I know I'm raising, folding, but, you know, balance everything out, as they say.
I like that from Nathaniel. I don't know if anybody caught that at home, but he folded and Damon tapped the table and said, good fold, mate. And Nathaniel gave him respect for his hand there. Now, in terms of, that's the Playlive Melbourne Millions schedule for today that I just listed. Now, for those people who like more than 2 cards,
Oh, now,
Shannon,
1 second.
Go ahead, please.
TLO Matty is asking, will we be streaming the mixed games this week? Now, we just got word, this is what we were reading just before, that Matty has picked up some new software today.
Matty being Matty Marshall.
Matty
downstairs.
Marshall, sorry. Matty Marshall has picked up some new software today to test, to see if we can actually get the cards on stream for the mixed game stuff. So stick with us for that. We will actually know more tonight. And I can't wait to see if, that'd be... What a dream spot to be able to stream all the mixed game stuff.
Well, just a little bit more on that, Berkey. I actually did speak to Matty Marshall earlier this morning, who said that the update did come in from the Poker GFX guys that do the card reading and the RFID, they sent him the update this morning. It did get updated, and I believe that we're going to be testing that software straight after this final and feature table is concluded to see if we can bring you some mixed game action for the rest of the week, which should be just absolutely outrageous. I haven't seen mixed games actually streamed in Australia before. I might be wrong, but I haven't seen it. I don't know about you, Berkey.
Oh, look, it may have, but I've never caught it. I don't know.
Yeah, good shout.
The only time I've ever remember seeing it is over the World Series, and they've got the...
Yeah, I mean, but they've got a $50 million setup.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we can manage to pull this off this week, this would be huge.
Damon Damon here raises it up on the button. Again, can't find the RFID reader to save his life. Hence why we can't see his cards. But it looks as though
he's got the juices running.
Hold on a second. The dealer's actually telling him to put his cards over the reader, so we might be able to pick these up now as Shane Mann decides to call from the big blind with the King 9 of hearts. And off to the flop we go. It comes deuce, 3-6, 2 diamonds. And let's see what happens here. Shane Mann is going to check it. Back around to Damon Damon with the unknown cards.
Paranormal Palace in the chat saying it's rarely streamed anywhere.
Watched the stream yesterday? I did.
Well, I'm going to go back to the table here for a second. They're having a little chat. Kind of see if we can pick up anything.
You watched all of them, okay?
Let's go and check on the flop from Shane Mann on this particular board with
Do you know what's funny?
overcards.
It's Damon Damon and Shane Mann, the two in the hand, asking if they saw the stream yesterday while they're playing each other heads up.
Great shout,
great.
Becky.
It's actually great.
It goes Chet back fold on the flop. And Damon's going to pick that bad boy up. Now, we do have a couple of questions coming in on the chats, especially one from Twitch, but we'll get to that in just a half a second if that's okay. The Mixed Game Academy, which just kicked off today, 12 o'clock is the horse event. It's a milestone satellite. The buy-in's $1,150. That's horse, which is Hold'em, Omar 8 or better, stud, and stud 8, which is stud high low. The buy-in's $11.50, blinds are 20 minutes. And that kicked off at midday today, so late registration is probably going to go to... Need to probably double check on the Playlive.Melbourne website, actually. Yeah. We'll get some details about that. And then at 6:15 this evening is the Octagon, as the phone here in my hand decides to just go dim on me out of nowhere. The Octagon, which is at 6:15 p.m. It's a $650. Just follow the action for me, Berkey, if you don't mind.
I'm just waiting to see if there's anything first. Here we go. We do get the raise. Is it the raise or the call? Yeah, we do get the raise from Dave White under the gun with Queen 10 suited. Folds all the way around to Alan Pham. Shane Mann in the small blind with Jack 9 off. I dare say... I actually don't know. Look, the amount of times I get in trouble with Jack 9 out of the small blind out of position, I've become attuned to folding it, but I understand what a pretty hand it looks like, especially someone like you, Monkey. It's natural 9. We are going to get the call round Mr. Tim Tam here with the King 5 off. I dare say he'll be chucking in a one big blind to go 3 ways to a flop. But he will not do it in haste. These guys in the chat, I love all this coming through, guys. Look at this. Mr. Johnson, 100% Damon doesn't even tap his my key card.
Well played.
Yes, guys, we are live on a 20-minute delay here at Playlive Melbourne at 129 York Street in South Melbourne. This is currently happening live. If you've clicked on it live, we are live. 20-minute delay. We will bring you the action as we can. Waiting for Tam to figure out what he's going to do here in the big blind. We had the raise under the gun from Dave White and the call out of the small blind from Shane Mann. Tam, he's going to let that go. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Jack 9, Shane Mann out of position to Dave White, Queen 10 suited. We will see what we've got. The flop comes out. 9, 3, 6, all hearts. Neither of these guys having a heart. Shane Mann taking top pair. David White out there in absolutely no man's land. But having position, so he's going to use that and throw in the C bet. One would assume. Throws the 600 out. I don't think Shane's going to be... I'd like to say he's not going to be going anywhere with the top pair. But... Okay, cool.
So check from Shane Mann here with top pair and fourth best kicker, I should say. David Mann is continuing his story with his raise pre-flop. Bets out 525. Shane's decided to call.
Ooh.
Turn brings in the 10 of spades. Now all of a sudden, David's taken the lead away from Shane. So they've both got top and second top pair. Shane Mann looking at 2 outs and 2 outs only, as you can see. Great out in the top right-hand corner. That's right, 3 outs, I should say. I apologise. As the 4 of clubs comes in, doesn't help Shane. Makes it actually more difficult for Shane to fold here if David White decides to come out with a bet, which I have no doubts he will if Shane checks from the small blind. And Shane's going to go for a bet here instead. Second best pair.
Definitely going to get the call here.
Gets a snap call from David. He's going to show him the natural, and that's no good. The Queen 10 hits on the turn. Shane throws his head up to the sky, loses essentially the minimum. But still can't believe that the 10 peeled off on the turn regardless.
Oh, we've got Mr. McGann in the chat. Natural 9 monkey. Welcome, McGann. Morgan, McGann. He's got 1,000 nicknames, I reckon.
Anyway, let's get back to today with those people who like to play mixed games. So at 6:15 this evening, I should say, the Octagon. It's deuce to 7 triple draw. Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better. Stud, Raz, stud 8 or... stud high-low, I should say, 8 or better. No limit holder and PLO. That's a $650 buy-in. 20-minute levels. That starts at 6:15 today with your man, the Prince of Poker, Shannon Vandenberg. Right here at Playlive, as we get back to the action on the feature table, there is a question from Bam CHZ in the Twitch chat. Question for the commentary team. Who is your dream player you would want to go heads up with? Mine's an absolute no-brainer, because he's been my favourite poker player since I got into the game more than, geez, long time ago. How old am I now? Geez, I've got very old now.
You're 41, monkey.
41, yeah, sure. So probably since I was about 14, I started watching online poker. There was a poker player called Prahlad Friedman. And he was this young gun making plays that Tom Dwan made more popular on high-stakes poker and so on and so forth, over betting the pot and stuff like that. He was doing that years before Tom Dwan showed up with it on the TV screens, and so he would be my number one for sure.
Now the question here, I'm gonna take it a step further. Does it have to be a pro, or is it someone we know who just plays?
Oh, well, if it can be anyone, I'll take Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Left, right, and center. Number one. Forget about it. Anyway, let's get back to the action real quickly here. So it's been raised here to 600K by Nathaniel Hutton, who picks up the King 10. Call from Shane Mann, who's got him dominated with the King Jack. Round to Tam in the small blind. He's got to fold the Queen 10 off. David White's going to put the King 3 in the bin. So it's King 10 versus King Jack. Shane out with the lead at this point, 72% equity versus 28. And the flop comes 3-3-4. No help to neither of them. Let's have a look at how Nathaniel will choose to play this. He's obviously first to act here. He's the guy with the Duke Nukem 3D sunglasses on. He's got the ginger hair with the actual jumper that says ginger on it too. I like the way that he plays that. That's that black Unibomber type hoodie. He's going to bet out, I believe, but we haven't quite got the numbers yet coming in.
There you go, 650.
Bet's going to be 650, and Shane's just going to throw away the best hand. Nathaniel picks up a few more chips here.
Show you 9.
As Uncle SSBM, which I'm hoping is Super Smash Brothers Melee, because if it is, I will give you a tick of approval right there, Uncle.
Except for what he's put in the chat, I'm assuming. Have you read it yet?
Yeah, I have read it. And look, if he's a Super Smash Brothers Melee player, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let the comment about LeBron Jordan slide. Most people who know me know that I only and almost every single day wear something related to Michael Jordan, because he is the GOAT, no doubts about it. I would put LeBron in my 3 spot. Jordan, Kobe, LeBron in that particular order. And
You actually called that with the SSBM, man.
but have a look at Uncle. Yeah, he does say, yeah, melee is the bomb. I'm not going to use that word, but yeah, melee is the bomb. I've been playing that game for 25 years too with the same boys. So
Here we go. Tam on the button with the King Jack. Now, Tam hasn't been super active so far in this hand. There's been 16 hands. He hasn't got involved in much. And we know Tam, he likes to get involved in a lot of it. So I assume he's going to be getting here, getting this jam on, and he does. Jams of 3.475 mil. We're going to get round to the blinds. David not having any part of it, and I assume Daniel isn't either.
Tam's going to pick up some more chips there. Back up to 14 bigs. Playing pretty solid, Tam, to be fair. Has found the right spots to fold and found the right spots to jam. I'm not going to get into the Michael Jordan LeBron debate, otherwise I'll go on tilt. Which wouldn't be good for the commentary box on this final table. This is day 4 of the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. Just over $1 million in the prize pool. Eat your heart out poker. 170 lacquers up top, and I believe it's 100 and change for second. So they've done an amazing job here at Playlive. We are down to the final 797 runners in this event. Payouts, as Lynchy Quad 8 says in the YouTube chat, you can see at the bottom in the event ribbon, the main event final table live at Playlive Melbourne, $1,500 buy, and here comes the prize pool plus the payout. So that's going to be streaming across the bottom of this stream all day long for those people who are interested in the payouts. And obviously, if there is a deal made at this feature table, we will let you know as it gets folded around to the button. David White here picks up the Ace-7 off.
My assumption is with Nate Hutton in the chip lead and still in the tournament, there won't be any deals to be made. That would be my assumption.
As MSP in the chat on Facebook Live says, the Octagon event sounds epic. If I get an opportunity, I might play that event. So if you're in and around the area, you want to come and play with me, bust me out. Which is an absolute certainty. I've been running pretty poorly as the flop comes down. Ace-9-2, bomb pot next hand, all diamonds. Nathaniel picking up no part of it. David White picks up top pair. He now picks up 2 pair on the turn when the 7 of hearts peels off. And Nathaniel Hutton's actually picked up the gut shot to the 8. So let's see what happens here as the action's back on Nathaniel Hutton. He's going to check it. David White absolutely licking his chops when the 7 of hearts peels on the turn. He's now got all aces beat, essentially, with the exception of Ace-9. Certain he knows that he's miles out in front. As you can see, bottom left-hand corner, 88% equity in this particular hand with top and second best pair. Braden Jinx talking about lacquers. Where does it come from? Braden Jinx knows exactly where lacquers comes from. We actually spoke about this the other night when we were out on the Turpentine, but I'll tell you where it comes from. Ash Gupta, who most people know in the Melbourne poker scene, is from India, and I believe the word derives from the word for 1,000 in Indian dollars. They call it lakas. It also might have a play on the lacquer band that goes around a bundle of $100 notes. I might get confirmation from Ash Gupta. I might even just send him a message and find out where the lacquer actually derives from, but I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with that.
And the rubber band that goes around is the lacquer.
Sure. But I also believe that Ash has told me before it's got something to do with what they call $1,000 over in India.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that. I just assumed it was the rubber band that went around $1,000.
Either way, we'll get that information for you. Hey, where can I learn to play poker, dudes? Honestly, there is so much material out there. Just jump onto YouTube if you want to do a basic or beginner's lesson on it. You'll be able to find a ton of videos there. As Logic says, I thought it comes from the rubber band. It may not. I'll double check with Ash. He kind of knows a little bit more because he's the guy who uses it most in our poker friends group. It probably is the rubber band the more I think about it, Berkey, but I can always ask the big man himself, as it's King 5 versus the worst hand, Damon Damon with the 7 deuce offsuit. Nathaniel picking up the King Eye flush draw. And have a look at this flop. It comes 8, 9, 10, all diamonds.
Damon picking up the open ender with the flush draw, which is no good. We can see here. We're going to get a turn here, which is a king. Massive help for Damon. Sorry, not Damon. Nate Hutton. I'm getting it the wrong way around. He gets top pair with the second nut flush draw. He's going to bet out.
Damon does have the up and down here. He can win with a jack or a 6, no diamond.
Makes the
And
call.
he does call. So he's going to try and spike this 6 or jack at the river with his 7 deuce. And here comes the river card down to dirty. Brings in the 8 of spades. No help to Damon. Absolutely got nothing.
Absolutely
no
playing
part
the
of it.
board. He's playing the board now.
Great call from Berkey. Good shout. Playing the board. Nate Hutton first to act here. Peels off the king on the turn. He was in front the entire way. Let's see what he decides to do. He's going to come out for a bet. Right, okay, so here's some information coming in clutch for Matty Marshall downstairs as Damon, I can't imagine, is thinking about calling here with playing the board. I'd imagine he's going to tank and fold. But some details here. Approximate value as of February 2026, 1,000 USD is about 91,522 Indian rupiah. The context is it's just shy of 1 lakh, spelled L-A-K-H, which is 100,000, which is the standard Indian term for 100K. So 1 lakh is basically the equivalent of $1,000, spelled L-A-K-H. So I believe that I am correct with this lacquer comment. I've obviously spelt it incorrectly the entire time, but it is L-A-K-H. So that is where the term is derived from, not the rubber band. A Spiritual Tradie podcast actually chucks it into the chat there on YouTube for those people wondering where that term was derived from. Good question there from Braden Jinx, I should say.
Logic for all. I've heard others say it too. It does sound like Aussie slang, but I think that's just we put the twang on everything, don't we?
As Mr. Johnson _1 says, how much is 1 malacca? That's actually quite funny. Well played. I'm happy to use that word on stream.
MSP, imagine potentially running a Saturday ticket into 170K as
totally
Mr.
good.
Shane Mann's trying to do himself.
As Daniel Francis here picks up the ace queen of spades. Sure, in the cutoff. 28 bigs, 8.4 in his stack. He's going to raise it up, make it 600K to go. Nathaniel's going to fold a couple of spades there. Jack 4 of spades. Damon still can't find the RFID reader. Baby Pham is going to fold the 9-3 in the big blind. And a few more chips going over to Daniel as Lachlan Crilly absolutely railing his mate Nathaniel Hutton, as you can see.
He's also got the suitcase next to him, ready to go to the airport as soon as it goes down.
He actually does have the suitcase, as you can see, little bag tag under the Playlive Melbourne rail there.
I'm very surprised we haven't actually lost anyone yet. 19 hands in. I thought we were gonna have a bit more action here in the start of the day's play, but a lot of people who we thought were going to be hyper aggressive are very conservative so far today. I think everyone's just filling out the table. Tam here with a pocket deuces under the gun. he wants to get involved.
Yeah, so
14 bigs. Do you reckon he's just going to jam this?
not sure. It's got no post-flop playability. The only way you can play this hand is basically jam it all in pre. He decides to lay it down, which is the other option to play that hand, as David White actually had one of those deuces. So good for Tam there, folding the deuces under the gun. Folded around to the cutoff. Nathaniel's picked up the natural 10-8 spades, I should say. And Damon's picked up the natural as well. One better, King 9 off. As Nathaniel put in the raise in the cutoff. Damon on the button with King 9. What are you doing to me? He says to Nathaniel, sitting right next to him as he folds the King 9. Baby Allen's going to fold the 8-5. Ran to Shane Mann, picked up the Queen 9. Right, so here we go. I'd imagine that Shane's going to come along here with the Queen 9.
Well, Nate's definitely not going to take his foot off the pedal, so Damon's got to learn how to navigate the person to his right. Absolute nutload draw for Damon having the chip leader and him on your right. Oh, we're going to get a flop of 10-5 queen here. Shane flopping top pair, Nate flopping second pair. I'm going to see a few chips get into this pot, I reckon. Shane also with the backdoors. They both actually got backdoors.
Shane's going to check his top pair, let Nathaniel continue with his story and bet out. He's going to bet 425, second pair. Action back round to Shane in the big blind. He's going to raise it up I believe he's made it 1,025,000, which is correct. So 600K to call for Nathaniel Hutton here with his second best pair. As you can see, he's got 3 outs, top right-hand side of your screen, just above the dealer's head. Blinds, top left-hand corner. Hand number also up there. Equities underneath the cards. Bottom left-hand corner. As I believe Nathaniel has made the call. Here comes the turn. It brings in the Queen of Clubs, and Shane's gone miles out to the lead. Obviously, check mark next to his name. Nathaniel cannot win.
But Nathaniel, if he thought he was good there, is going to think he's good on the turn here. Usually a paired board is actually really good for it, but he doesn't have the club, so look, it may slow him down.
Might shut the action down a little bit. I agree with you, Berkey. Let's see what Shane decides to do. Does he lead the turn here after check raising the flop? And he is going to find some chips here. This could get it done. He's bet 1250. So 1,250,000 is the bet from Shane. Straight into Nathaniel, who has got second pair on a paired board. Queens and tens, his kicker is playing at the moment, but as you can see at home, cannot win the hand regardless of what happens at the river, unless, of course, he decides to trick it up and try and put a bluff into play, as it looks like he's going to come along here. Bringing out some chips. He calls. Here comes the river down and dirty. Brings the jack of spades in. So now the straight gets there, but I don't think that Shane's too worried about that particular card. He could be considering that Nathaniel could be playing King 9, Ace King, 9, 8. And also the clubs are down. So let's see what Shane decides to do here. He's going to check it and put the option back on Nathaniel to have a bluff at it. We know it's a bluff. Shane obviously doesn't. And he's just going to go check, check. And Shane's going to show him the Queen 9, and that's going to get the job done as Nathaniel loses a few chips there, but still with 61 bigs, not in danger at this point.
A bit of relief there from Shane, man, it looks like. Wait a second.
With Luca coaching Damon squared as Nebo comes into the chat, there can only be one winner. Look, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of players who showed up today to see Damon Damon, as you can see, having a conversation with Luca.
The goat Luca.
The goat Luca. Talking about goat, as you can see, Pham, CHZ, in the chat says, unpopular opinion, there is no such thing as the GOAT in sport. Their sports and sports science have changed over time, and you can't compare players of different generations. It is probably an unpopular opinion there. I don't think I can totally agree, although I can understand the sort of the meaning behind what you're saying. In my opinion, I think you could probably find goats in sports, regardless of times and sports science.
I mean, it's hard to argue with, like, say, golf and Tiger Woods.
Well, obviously, there's the argument there for Jack Nicklaus, but I think in sports where there's just a standout, absolute elite player like your Ronnie O'Sullivan of snooker, I don't think there's a player that has ever played that game better than him, and I think every other player who's ever played the game before will contest to that. He's completely ambidextrous. He's just an absolute crusher. If you watch any snooker, he's the guy to watch.
Oh, look at this. Damon Damon. Finally getting his cards over the thing. We've got him with ace 5 diamonds. You get to see what he's actually doing now. Raises to 600 in the cutoff. Tam in the big blind. 5-7 clubs. He will not be letting this go. I can almost guarantee it.
He's heavily dominated. Needs to find some clubs if he decides to call from the big blind here for 300K.
I think he'll want to see a flop here.
Well, he's got 12 bigs, so he's going to have to start making a move soon. Double-coated Tim Tam. Nebo, what a comment there. At least we know who the goats of poker commentary are. If you're talking about Nick Schulman and David Tuckman...
Yeah, then I agree with you as well.
Totally agree with you. Maybe for the Playlive Melbourne Millions commentary team, maybe we might be able to take out that number one spot.
I definitely knew
we appreciate
Tam
the comment.
I definitely know Tam was getting away from that. So we've got ace 5 diamonds with Damon versus 5-7 of clubs. Flop comes out Jack 9-4. Rainbow. Damon ahead with his ace high. Tam getting absolutely none of that, but a couple of back doors.
Back doors for Damon as well, just quietly. He's got the back door not flush draw, as Tam's got 2 clean outs at the moment behind, as Berkey was alluding to. And Tam's just going to lay it down to a C-bet from Damon. But we might be able to, you know, there's a couple of other goats. I mean, we can get into the goat conversation a little bit with the chat here if you're interested, as the
Well, I mean, I'm going to go with Luca for the go to Playlive players.
That's a good little panning of the camera straight into the bollard. Can't see what's going on there. That's the mixed game stuff going on in the back there. Maybe we might be able to see Shannon Vandenberg at some stage, the Prince of Poker himself.
Did you see Dom coming down for specialty for the mixed game stuff? There's Dom.
Yep, flown in from interstate to deal the cards for the Mixed Game Academy.
Yep, straight into the bollard. Good on you, Matty.
Matty just showing. Have a look at the camera. I think he's done a zoom in on the cameras for the feature table as we get back to Daniel Francis. He's picked up the 7-5 off. He's got to fold it under the gun. Nathaniel Hutton, who's been a crusher all week long. He's going to fold the A6. 10 deuce goes in the bin. Pham's going to fold the 9-6 of diamonds, I believe it was. Round to Shane Mann on the button. King 9 of spades here.
He's got a decent stack here, Shane. 38 bigs, 11 mil. Plenty of damage to be done. On the button, King 9 raises it up. 600,000. He's got 2 behind the blinds. 10 with the Queen 8 off. He's sitting there with 11 bigs. He's going to be picking a position here soon, Tam. I don't know if this is the one, but he will definitely be picking a position soon to try and get that double up. That much needed double up from him.
Mr. Johnson's coming in pretty clutch with some pretty funny comments. Can I get a medical certificate with Poker Live letterhead? Poker Live, I should say Play Live letterhead. He did say Poker Live, but I know what he meant. Play Live letterhead, so I don't have to go back to work, question mark. See what we can do downstairs. Josh Abadi and Bridges are down there. I'm pretty sure they've got a printer here, so I don't know if it's a legitimate medical certificate, but you might be able to bluff your
It just says
employer.
Play Live, must watch poker.
Too funny. For those guys just logging in to watch us, this is day 4 of the main event here. Final table down to the 7 players with a triple elimination last night. If you haven't seen that video, I would strongly suggest watching the last, say, 35 minutes of that feed. You'll see a triple elimination when we were hand for hand for the final table that ended up with us coming back today with 7 players out of 797. The payouts at the bottom of the screen there on the event ribbon. We've had discussions about goats. We've had discussions about lacquer. Lacquer being 100,000 Indian rupees, which is the equivalent of $1,000 US, as they were trying to figure out where lacquer derived from.
I just love the term.
Yeah, it sounds great,
You
isn't
can
it?
really throw a really like lacquer.
Yeah, you can throw it off the tongue, yeah? And we've got some big names in the chat, the Railbirds, all day.
Give me a second. We're going to go back to this action really quick. We've got an under-the-gun raise from Nate Hutton and a call in the small blind from Dave White with Queen Jack off. I'm going to go see a flop here. Wow. Ace, Queen 5, all spades. Nate Hutton flopping the absolute nutter butters with Dave actually getting a piece at this with second pair. Nate's going to come out and bet.
What a dream flop for Nathaniel, who does have the chip lead. Now flopped it absolutely motherless on the flop. As you can see, David White, only 3%. He's going to fold anyway, so Nathaniel's going to pick that up. Now, I can see a comment here on the Facebook Live, Berkey. Sorry to cut you off. It's pronounced lark, like Phil Lark, not lacquer.
It's not lacquer.
So, might get Ash on the phone, maybe get him on the commentary, straight down the phone. He's always called it to me lacquer, so now we've got a contentious contender in the in the chat between lark and lacquer.
Yeah, but I think we kind of adapted it the Australian way by we call them lacquer bands.
Hey, Camilla comes in there and she says, we called elastic bands lacquers back in my day. Yes, I am old. You can't be that old because I still call them lacquers now.
I still call them lacquers now
And
as well.
so there you go. A lacquer band, sure.
Damon not getting the job done, putting the cards on the reader again. I think on our next break, we might have to go down and give him a little bit of a spiel here. Tim Tam with the Queen Jack suited in the cutoff. I dare say we're going to see some action here from Mr. Tim Tam. Now, is he going to jam or is he going to raise? At this point, he's only got two decisions to make. Folding is definitely not one of them here with a premium hand like this. 7-handed.
Hold that thought, Berkey. Got to grab the TV remote.
Yep, solidly. Oh, yep. I don't know what's happening, but guys, give me 2 seconds. Someone is messing with our TV here. I don't know who's doing it, but we're the only ones sitting in the room and the TV is going off its head here. So we do have a jam all in from Tam. David White picks up pocket 8s. on the dealer button. Now Dave's put in a little bit of position here. He's got a massive stack, 64 bigs.
I think David's probably going to call this off. So
I think we may see the action here.
Tam's jammed with the Queen Jack of Diamonds, as you can see in the cutoff for 3 point. What does it say?
175.
175. Sorry, Berkey. Eyes are a little bit watery after having that banh mi earlier with some chili. David White's actually going to fold the pocket eights round to Daniel Francis, who picks up the pocket fives, the Berkeys. He's going to put them in the bin. Nathaniel Hutton in the big blind's going to fold the 7-4. So Tam's got the 8s and 5s to fold there.
That's a big fold from these guys.
Bit of respect for Tam Trung there. 13 bigs. He's now up to close to 4 million, just 75K short.
We've got little B6Z50 in the chat. Can you see my comments? Yes, we can see your comments. We try to get around to as many as we can, but there is so many comments on all 3 platforms. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So we'll try to get as many of the comments as we can, but we also do need to get back to the action when it happens.
Unbelievable. A fold from 8s there and a fold from 5s. How's the respect for Tam?
Here's MD in the background. Look at these. Look at this food. Is that a... That looks like a massive chicken burger with an onion ring on top. Wow. Look at that for food.
As Jimmy Haycroft comes into the chat on Facebook Live.
Camilla, come in the chat. Any chance of a food cam?
Well, there it is right there. If you want to get a...
Oh, right on cue there with the food cam.
Chicken burger, it looks like, with the fried onion ring on top on a bed of fries. Yeah, sure.
So we've got Alan here under the gun. The king queen off, raising to 600, coming around to Shane Mann, who's actually thinking about this with the 10-3. I don't know if this is Hollywooding or not, but...
He's going to put that in the bin. I think he was looking at the chicken burger.
Chicken burger.
This comes around to Tam here with the King 7 off. In the hijack, the food here at Playlive has been off the chain all series, just quietly, Berkey. We had a good feed yesterday here in the combox. It was some Hawaiian, what was it? Haiwanese chicken or something?
A Haiwanese chicken.
Haiwanese.
Oh, how good was that?
Yeah, it was off the chain. Fold from the King 7, fold from the Queen 2. Round to Daniel Francis, picks up the Ace 7. He's going to put that in the bin. That's Daniel Francis there with a, looks like a golf polo on.
Nate Hutton here.
Nate Hutton picking up the Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, I should say. So he's got the Spades covered for Alan Pham if it comes out another dream flop for Nathaniel with all Spades. So it's Ace Jack versus King Queen. Nathaniel in the small blind, so Damon to act after him. Damon's found the RFID reader, thank God. As Mr. Johnson says in the chat, Matt is so good that the reader can't get a read on him. Great call from him. As the flop comes down, King 3-9. Alan Pham takes the lead with top pair, second best kicker. And let's see what Baby Alan does here. He has got those ear mufflers in his ear, the earplugs, I should say, in his ear. He did that yesterday. He wants to block out all the excess sound just to really focus on his game. He is playing for huge amounts of money up top, 170 lacquers or larks, depending on which part of town you're from, as the 8 of hearts peels off on the turn. No help to Nathaniel. Baby Alan out in front, 94% equity. Nathaniel's going to check it from the small blind. Background to Alan in position. Must be very happy with his hand at the moment. Top pair, second best kicker. Nathaniel looking at 2 outs and 2 outs only. Needs one of those 2 remaining aces in the deck to take this one away from Baby. The currency they are playing for is Australian dollars. Alan Pham is going to bet and Nathaniel's going to fold. And it looks like we're going on a short intermission here.
We got a 15-minute break, it looks like, guys. So 15 minutes. Stick with us. If you like the comments, if you like the commentary, let us know in the chat. We'll be back in 15 minutes. This is myself, Adam Burke, and my co-pilot, Mr. Josh Monkey. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
You're gonna need the oranges afterwards? was thinking,
All right, welcome back. We are at the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event final table. We are down to our final 7 of 797. I am here with my co-pilot, Mr. Josh Monk. Monkey, how are we feeling after the break?
Feeling good, man. Went outside, had a bit of a chat, saw Luca actually, and saw Lachlan Crilly. During that break, gave him a bit of a handshake. I wanted to say hello. Didn't get an opportunity to see Crilly pre-game, nor Luca for that matter. So you might see my ugly mug pop up on the screen there for a few short seconds. Obviously, didn't get to see any of your hands. Don't look at the table when I'm going down there to shake hands and, well, as you like to say, shake babies and kiss hands. Anyway, we're back here. Shout outs to Monkey and Berkey in the booth. Appreciate that. From the guys at Playlive too. Coming in clutch, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. That's where the action is as we get back to Shane Mann under the gun. Picks up the second worst hand in poker, the 8-3 off. Round to Tam. He's got the Queen 6 of clubs. 9.8 bigs. As you can see, the blinds have now gone up. This is hand number 26. Blinds are 200, 400, 400. And as my co-pilot here, Berkey, in the combox said, we are down to 7 players. We haven't lost any yet after that initial break.
We did get a lot of premium hands, but nothing that
Transpired.
nothing that transpired, nothing that opposed it. Like there was some big hands being dealt, but there was no coolers from Gabe.
Well,
I expect better from him during this session.
Yeah, and if not, we'll be bringing Tuna straight into the hot seat if we can. Might have to talk to the boss, Josh Abatey, who has come into the combox here to the right of us. He's following. He says a big hello to the chat and everybody. He's hoping everybody at home is enjoying the Playlive Melbourne Millions just as much as we are.
Ooh.
As the flop comes down, Jack 4, 2 diamonds. Damon Damon, also known as Matt, flopping 3 of a kind jacks here.
And leading out to it.
And baby Alan Pham does not have any part of it apart from backdoor hearts. There's a bit of hair from my head goes straight into my mouth. And Alan's got to come along. He's got to float here. Here comes the turn. It brings in the Queen of Diamonds. Bit of a brutal card, to be fair, for Alan Pham.
Matt just leading out again.
And look how quickly he plays too. I love the way that Damon plays. He just fire. Let's go. Alan, as you can see, got 1 out. Just the case queen. The Queen of Spades remaining in the deck that he can hit on the river.
This is a really bad turn card for you, Alan. He floated to hopefully get the backdoor hearts. Ended up hitting a queen, which gives him top 2 pair. And not realising Mr. Matt has absolutely smashed this flop with the jacks. He's going to make the call. We're going to get the 5 of hearts on the river, which is absolutely no help to Alan.
Right, okay, and have a look at how Damon's decided to play this here. He's going to check the 3 of a kind jacks and let Baby just bluff into him. Now, we do realise that a flush is down. Let's see if Alan decides just to check back his top pair of queens here, or if he's going to go for a bet. He's going to bet, and I would imagine Damon's just going to snap call, and he does too. Damon just snaps it off. Damon's going to show him the jack 10. That's going to get the job done. Alan Pham just drops a few chips there, down to 10 bigs.
Getting the fist bumps from the Luca in the background, the absolute go to play live. Now, if you've got Luca in the background giving you coaching, man, you've got to be a great chance to be going on to win this. Now, look, I'm a true underdog believer. I hope to see Shane Mann and Mr. Damon get up there, but that's just that's just the underdog in me. Loving seeing people like this. Your everyday people with 9 to 5 jobs out here, grinding in these big tournaments, positions they've never been in before. Now, a lot of these players, like Nate Hutton, Babyface Allen, Tim Tam, Dave White, they've all been in positions where they're on final tables playing for big money. These guys, I believe last time I checked, this is their first time at a big cash. So, you can see the nerves coming, you can see the quick betting. And look, I really, really hope for their sake that they really go on to, really enjoy what they're doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Tam, under the gun, picks up the King Jack of clubs. He just jams it. David White's going to fold the Ace-3. Daniel Francis here with the Queen-4. He's going to put that in the bin. Nathaniel Hutton's picked up the pocket 9s. Four-side, the natural for the guys who like playing Baccarat. In the cutoff, it's going to cost him $4 million to call here, just shy of it. $3,925,000 in the cutoff with pocket 9s against Tam's King Jack. So Tam would be all in at risk here, as you can see. But Nathaniel in the cutoff, he does have 3 more players to act after him. Decides to make the call. Damon's going to fold the Jack 6 of spades. No help. And Babyface has picked up the queens. All right, so Alan's going to jam over the top. So all of a sudden it's Tam with the king jack of clubs.
Shane hoping he doesn't pick up a hand.
Alan Pham picking up the queens in the small blind, and Nathaniel got the nines. So it looks like we're going to have three-way action here. We will. So it's queens versus nines versus king jack.
So Alan Pham and Tam both at risk here against Nate Hutton's pocket nines.
Big hand straight after the break here, Berkey.
I told you Gabe's about to come and clutch, man.
Well played.
All right, I'll let you call the flop here, Monkey.
No problems. So here's the flop down and dirty. It comes to 4 of hearts, the 8, and the king. Tam out in front here with a pair of kings has faded the queen and the nines. The 10 of hearts on the turn doesn't help anybody. He needs a queen or a 9 at the river. The ace brings it in, and Tam's going to take that bad boy down. He's now up to 31 bigs.
That's a huge pickup for Tam.
Baby Allen also wins the side pot for some cheesels, I believe.
Yep.
250,000. 250,000. 0.6 of a big blind.
If you don't mind.
And Baby, in a world of hurt at the moment, only 0.6 big blinds left in play. Nathaniel takes a little hit to his stack there, 4 million, give or take. I don't think he worries too much about it. He's still got 35 bigs. He's been playing solid all Playlive Melbourne Millions series, to be fair, not just in this particular event. He's got 13,850,000.
Look at Tam quietly. Look at Tam quietly just sitting there.
But that is, I'm telling you, that is a big triple through, I should say, almost for Tam, I should say. Pardon me. Get my words mixed up here. I can't believe he's just spiked the king on the flop and got the job done. And all of a sudden, Tam with 31 bigs. Sure. He's coming third now in chips from being the short stack all day long.
Wild.
There's Damon speaking to Luca. As you can see. What a hand there.
We still, CK in the chat, 3-way all in, but still no bust. We are still sitting at 7. Now, that's not saying that Mr. Babyface is highly crippled.
As Isaac in the chat says, nice bluff, Alan Pham, who ended up having the queens there in the small blind and jamming it. And unfortunately, the king flops for him. As Tam, all of a sudden, like I said, up to 12.5 mil. It's going to go fold. Tam now a real force to be reckoned with. He's got chips. He's coming third now in chips in play. This is hand number 28. This is the Playlive Melbourne Millions. Brought to you by the Playlive owners and some of the new owners too. Eric Baldwin, Jeremy Osmus, the Foxons.
Abby? Yeah. Oh, look. Alan decides to get it in with ace-3.
And Tam up the kings.
Tam just wakes up with the kings next hand.
You got to feel a little bit sorry for Alan, who got it in good. Just the hand before with the queens. Gets outdrawn by Tam, and now Tam's decided to pick up the kings. And it could be showers for Alan if Tam's kings can hold. With an outstanding performance, Baby Alan, but unfortunately cards did not go his way.
We've got Shane Mann here, who actually flattered in the small blind with 9-6 off. Round to Tam, who's got the kings. I dare say we're going to see a raise here from Tam.
We have to see a raise.
But just how much is the question?
He's going to raise an extra $1 million.
We're going to get the
Shane's going to fold, so it's kings versus ace-3, Berkey. Alan Pham, all in at risk. He needs to find an ace. I don't think any of them were folded pre-flop, so he still has 3 outs here and or the wheel draw.
Well, they do say the kings are the ace draw.
The king of the door.
Just king of the window.
Just see you later.
What is it, backdoor straight
that's
draws?
GG's
and
right there.
absolute showers now.
And the insolent 3 of clubs at the river. The kings will get that job done. Tam goes back-to-back on Babyface. Gets him with the king jack, then gets him with the kings. And that showers for Alan Pham in 7th. Picks up 26,500. That is some big cheese for 7th. Shout outs to the guys at Playlive for putting on such a top-heavy event here. This is exactly what the players asked for, and that's exactly what the Playlive owners gave them.
So we've just got
Big
a
prize
5K jump there for 7 to 6. 5.3K. So all these guys sitting at the table, Babyface is gone, but they all get an extra 5K on top of that. And Tam going back-to-back. Tam gets the 3-way all in and then takes whatever little he left Babyface with.
Yeah, 0.6 of a big blind, 250K. And you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Babyface here, who's played the hand perfectly. And unfortunately for him, has been outdrawn on both of those, or at least on the Queen's hand. Obviously, Tam with the Kings is miles out in front, but couldn't find an ace to save his tournament life. And like he said, Babyface out in 7th for 26,500. We had down to 6 all of a sudden. As Daniel Francis under the gun picks up the 8-4 off. He's going to fold. Nathaniel picks up the Queen 10 of clubs. He did play the Queen 10 of diamonds yesterday. Absolutely outrageously good. Putting in a bluff at the river and showing it. It was probably in the last 45 minutes of yesterday's play. So if you want to check out that hand, that was magnificently played by Nathaniel.
That stream went off its head yesterday. Oh, look at Tam.
Raised to 800,000 from Nathaniel. And Tam's picked up the same suit and bigger cards for that matter. King Jack of clubs. And Tam's in the small blind here. He might decide to limp in and come along. He does have David White to act after him in the big blind, but Tam most likely with the best hand here. Six-way poker, or six-handed poker, I should say. Big shout-outs to Josh sitting right next to me, the boss himself. Josh Abatey in the commentary box with us at the moment. He's got a bit of a dance going on. He's ecstatic with how well the Playlive Melbourne Millions series has gone, and hats off to him and Bridges and the rest of the ownership group.
How can you not be though? Like, look at the guarantees. Like, putting on a 2 million guarantee series is stressful enough as it is. You're just hoping you're going to hit these guarantees. And I'm telling you
and
right
here
now,
comes a re-raise. Sorry, Berkey, to cut you off. Tam has put in the re-raise against Nathaniel. David White gets out of the way with the ace of clubs, deuce of spades. Back round to Nathaniel. It's going to cost him $2,200,000 to call. Now, Nathaniel has been getting a bit beaten up here at the featured table to start with, but he's really not in too much danger as he's got plenty of chips to and play 35 bigs. 13.85 million in chips, and he's a force to be reckoned with. He gets rid of that Queen 10. Now, on top of the Playlive Melbourne Millions sort of two-card events, beasts that have been going on, believe it or not, guys, we have an absolute monster to bring you tomorrow, and we are looking at, with Matty Marshall downstairs, streaming, believe it or not,
attempting to. We've got to see if the new software can handle it first.
Yep, great shout.
It is a 50-50, but after this is done today, Matty Marshall's going to get down there and see if the software can hold. Whoa, what is that?
That's my phone coming straight through there. Apologise. I was trying to bring up the Mixed Game Academy stuff straight into the microphone. Apologies. But I'm just going to let you know right now, for the Mixed Game Academy stuff, that is on at the moment. Berkey, just check out a couple of hands on the stream whilst I sort of call this out from my phone.
I've got this for you.
Today at midday was the horse, the milestone satellite. We've got, I think, 3 tables downstairs of the horse milestone satellite, so we're looking at probably 2 or 3 seats.
Ooh, hold on a second.
No problem.
1 second. Tam has picked up on the button, ace jack. Now, Tam, keep in mind, this is his 4th big hand in a row. And he's going to, once again, play this hard and fast, I'm assuming here. He's not slowing down. Tam loves to get amongst the action. He's definitely going to raise it up to 800,000. I'm going to get through the blinds here. We've got Dave White, who's folding, and Daniel Francis in the big blind with ace 4 off. It's going to cost him 1 big blind here to call and see a flop. It's definitely worth a
Fold?
big blind, I think. But I was
Definitely at the fold.
I saw him picking it up, and I was like, I've got to finish my train of thought here.
So let's get back to the Mixed Game Academy real quickly. So today at midday, the horse milestone started. It's $11.50 buy-in, 20-minute blind levels. That's Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, stud, Raz, and stud high-low. It's $11.50. That will get you a ticket or an entry into tomorrow's. Believe this or not, as Josh Abatey is just nodding his head. He can't believe how big this event's going to be tomorrow. Wednesday, the 4th of Feb at midday, a 10K horse championship. You heard that correctly, a 10K horse. That is a $10,500 first entry. The second re-entry is $10,250, so you're getting a 50% discount on the hospitality package for your second bullet if you choose to play that. Now, I have confirmed with Shannon Vandenberg, downstairs, the Prince of Poker himself, we have got runners for that 10K horse. That is definitely getting up tomorrow, so if you've got a spare 10K sitting in the old back pocket and you want to come down and play the horse, that game will get up tomorrow at midday. We've got some interstaters and some big names coming in. I know that Gary Benson's coming in. James Obst from Adelaide, I believe, is coming over. Mm-hmm. And there are some players out in the field. Simon Shaheen might even have a go at that after picking up.
Yeah, picking up a few bucks last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Daniel Francis here in the small blind after Tam raising the 3-4 suited. He's picked up the ace queen off here. Now Tam's been active the last 5 or 6 hands, and it's not gonna slow down yet. Picks up the 3-4 suited, likes to see it. I like to get that.
Nathaniel's picked up the 9s again here in the big blind. Sure.
Daniel Francis has jammed here with ace queen, and Nate Hutton seems to be in a bit of world. He's taken a bit of a hit in his stack. Started the day with 22 million, currently down to 13 million. Still got 33 bigs, but these nines could be in trouble here against the jam. And he correctly gets rid of it. And I'm assuming Tam's just going to fold as well. Daniel Francis picking up a few big blinds there. Little jam.
Little B6, I think it is, in the chat there. Are they racing horses on stream tomorrow? Not horses. It's actually the horse event, which is an acronym for the following.
Hold'em Omaha Raz stud and 8 game.
That is
high or low.
That's it. Hold'em Omaha 8 or better. Raz stud high and stud high low. That is a 10K buy-in. Eat your heart out, poker lovers. And we're going to see if we can bring that onto stream tomorrow. We'll be talking about that in the chat probably a bit later on when Matty Marshall, after this event has finished, is going to be testing out the system to put that 10K horse on tomorrow. I can't wait to be there for that. If Josh allows me to come in and maybe do a bit of the commentary on that, the nod of approval from Josh in the com box. So hopefully I can bring you some of the horse stuff. That is right up my Kirsty alley as it goes round to the hijack Tam here with the ace-5 off. Dearie me. We've seen ace-5 a few times, so hopefully keeping the vibes in the chat and on the commentary here up 5 and interesting for you guys who are logging in to watch us.
Once again, if you want to chat with us, we are on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Please jump in the chat. Let us know how you're doing. We are down to our final 6 here in the main event, the big one, the $1,500, the 797 runners. This is an exciting time, and we've got just a fun field here. Do you know what? Usually these guys are pretty chatty, but it's gotten down to the nitty gritty here. I think some of us starting to feel the pinch of the pay jumps that are coming up here. So, like Damon Damon, he's usually right in there having a nice little chat. So is Mr. Mann over there. But we got a raise and a call here.
Well, have a look at this flop here, Berkey, just real quickly. So it's been raised and called from the big blind. Damon's picked up the flush draw, and David White here picking up top pair. Kicker not in play at the moment. As you can see, Damon's got 9 clean outs here to turn a flush or river the flush for that matter with his 6-2 of hearts. He's going to check it. Round to David White. In position in the cutoff, decides to put out a bet of 700K.
Now, I don't imagine Damon Damon is going anywhere.
Just coming in, the YouTube subs, 717. So shout out to everybody in YouTube for subscribing to... So that's just stumped me. That's the hard pills. So much action. I've just been stumped here in the commentary box. I'll lead it over to you, Berkey.
I'll take it over for a second.
Please.
Damon calling the bet on the flop, hitting the flush on the turn, but it decides to go check. Now, Damon's going to be out of position here. I think he might have to lead out to try and get some value here from some hands. Everything gets in there. The gut shot straight draw gets in there. The flush gets there, which he's holding.
And the 4 liners down too. So
he's bet straight out with 2 million here. Now, you're not very comfortable here as Dave White with your top pair of aces when the jack comes in and everything gets there. But it'd be interesting to see if he thinks Damon or Matt, as he likes to be called now, is just snap betting out here 2 million. Now, he's super hard to play at this point because he does all these actions real quick, whether they're bluffs or whether they're nuts. He's really right on it.
He's just an action play to let everybody know. Damon Damon, that is actually his real name, just in case you were wondering. First name and surname the same. He's an amateur poker player. He's just a guy who loves playing poker. He's up against a very tough field. He has made it down to the final 6 here, playing for Big Cheese up top. 170 lacquers up top, like I said, 170,000 for first. Prize pool of 1,014,122. Eat your heart out for the guys here at Playlive and all your poker lovers out there. That is a huge prize pool. We haven't seen a prize pool over $1 million outside of some other events north of us in Brisbane, but we won't name them at the moment. But don't worry about that. Playlive is putting on the show down here in Melbourne.
Now you've got to remember, this is Playlive's first million series. This is the first one they put on.
Yeah.
They put on a $2 million series.
Yeah.
They've over doubled that, and I'm going to say double and a half by the time we're done.
Yeah, no doubt.
Roughly, that's a definite rough estimate. But a $4 to $5 million guaranteed series is just like it was unthinkable 6 months ago.
Now, I think before we were just talking about as Tam picks up, I can't even get that comment out. I've been trying to get it out for 2.5 minutes. As Tam picks up the ace king, big slick under the gun, not only as he ran absolutely pure, the king jack and then the kings, he's now picked up the ace king And he has 38 bigs. I think he's coming second in chips, Berkey. Picks up the big slick. Under the gun. He's going to raise it up, make it 800K to go. Daniel Francis folds. Nathaniel's going to fold. Round to Damon Damon in the small blind. Picks up the 10-6. Small tiger. There's Playlive Melbourne in the chat on Twitch saying sending Aussie love to Rock Damage, who's watching from Vegas, baby.
Vegas. Wow. Watching all the way from Vegas. That's great. Good to see we're getting the stream around the world. We've had people from many places.
Yeah,
now,
Japan, China.
Once again, I've asked this before and I'll ask it again. Those in the chat that are overseas, let us know where you're watching from. I want to see who's got the furthest. I think Vegas has got it at the moment. But if anyone is watching from further or other countries, please let us know in the chat. St. Louis, baby. St. Louis. Oh, we got St. Louis in the chat.
That's where Nelly's from, the rapper.
Oh, is it?
I have met the guy before. He came down to Crown and put on a show and saw him up in the high rollers playing some blackjack. Nelly was in town with the St. Louis Lunatics, I think they might be called.
Oh, man. Oh, man, I was just about to tell you a story, but it's definitely not for screen.
Don't worry about it. As JB says in the thing, did Tam slip some money to the dealer during the break? He definitely didn't. No bribing here at the Play Live. They've got the best dealers in the world here.
Damon Damon with the ace-queen suited on the button. He's going to get active.
He's got 35 big blinds. Have a look at Damon Damon, the amateur in the field. Slick back hair with the undercut going on. My haircut from when I was about 7 or 8, but he's running it late into his 40s, I could imagine, as Tam picks up the natural ace-8 off. He's in the big blind. He might come along. Pab in the chat saying, watching from South Yarra, China. Oh, that's hilarious. Well played.
Andrew Diamond, watching it from my work toilet seat.
We're happy for you guys to log in from wherever, toilet be it may. That's fine with us, as long as you're logging in, watching it. This is, like we said, day 4 of the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. Million and change in the prize pool here. 170,000 up top.
Tam gonna get involved here.
Tam looking like he's going to come in for a raise
not
here.
Not just getting involved, but massively. What's this? 2.5 million. Damon just licking his chops here.
And have a look at Damon. This is what I love about amateur poker players. Yeah, doesn't even think about it for half a second. Just jams it straight in his face, and the action back on Tam instantaneously. As Tam's now asking for a count, Damon knew exactly what he wanted to do with his hand. He was like, "I'm going to play this with a raise pre-flop, and if I get jammed on, or if I get raised on, I'm just going to jam it straight in the face." As he does that instantly, doesn't take more than a quarter of a second to make a decision. And Camilla in the chat there, question of the players left, who is a pro/semi-pro and who has just got a regular job, casual poker player? We can get to that information after we call this hand, if that's okay with you, Camilla. Very much appreciate those comments coming in. Henry Wu, Thailand with sunshine, but no poker. Haha, watching. And Ali Mustafa, mate, I'm watching from Wallart. That's miles away from Vegas. Have a look at Jack. He's watching from the crane. So he might be putting up some sort of multi-plaza or multiplex type of building there in the crane with his phone going. That's pretty clutch there from Jack. Appreciate that.
Keto in the chat. Come on, moi.
As Tam folds. Back to the question here, Camilla. Look, let's talk about a few of these players.
Okay. So from what I understand, what we've talked about, we've got our amateur players as Shane Mann and Damon Damon. That would be my absolute guess. As Damon Damon gets into the chip lead here, just quietly.
She's unbelievable. The amateur guy who's just like the fan favourite. Huge support in the chat. Taking the chip lead, like Berkey said.
If I was going to say regs, I'd say absolute Nate Hutton is around the circuit reg. David White around the circuit reg.
Yep, he had a cash, I believe, for 135,000 USD back in 2007. Yep. Shout outs to whoever put that into chat last night. I remember
Francis, that. And he apparently had a big gap in between not playing. So he's a reg that hasn't played in a while, but looks like he's getting back around the circuit. David White, I'd say is definitely reggy.
Yep.
And Tam. Look, Tam is just he's a reg that likes to play unconventionally.
Tam Trung, he's been around for a long time. He usually plays the cash games whenever he gets an opportunity, but he loves playing some tournament poker. You can see him throughout Australia playing all around the country. He makes an effort to go everywhere and anywhere for that matter as he decides to call out of the small blind with King 2 of hearts. Here comes the flop. It comes Jack 10-9, 2 diamonds. David White, I should say, picks up a pair and a flush draw and a gut shot to the actual straight flush. If the 8 of diamonds comes down, Tam's picked up the gut shot. Nothing else working for him. As you can see, 4 outs in the top right-hand corner.
Heisenberg, the Walter White, absolutely slapping this flop.
Great call. As Tam comes out for a better 400, out of position in the small blind. David's going absolutely nowhere with a pair and a gut shot to the straight flush. 8 of diamonds on the turn will give him gin. The turn card brings in the ace of clubs.
That's David smashed the flop, but that's a little uncomfortable turn for him.
Yeah, great shout from Berkey there. Does put down the 3-liner to the straight. Any king queen has now got there. And any ace weak that Tam could be calling out of the small blind obviously also hits as another ace peels off on the river. So can Tam try and bluff David White out of this as David picked up an absolute monster on the flop and the too many out syndrome hits Berkey as he whiffs the entire lot. Tam's going to check it. David White's got to check it behind, and David White's going to take that bad boy down. It's just a blind versus blind battle there. Tam, as you can see, pre-flop raise percentage there, 31%. He loves a pre-flop raise.
That's pretty much where we're sitting with Tam. Now, it's good to see that Gabe in the first thing didn't bring out any coolers, and we made the shout out. Gabe's got to do better than that, and he started bringing out the ice cold deck straight out of the freezer here for some coolers.
Dean Stacey in the chat saying the shoey should be done with a winner's shoe. A bit gross, but
no,
I don't know who's doing it. Is it Joshy doing the shoe?
Yeah, he
the
owes
shoey?
one. But if we can get to how many likes and followers, 1,000.
1,000 likes and follows. You know what? We might even be. I tell you what, we might even be able to see if we can put that up on the stream. It's going to be absolutely disgusting. But if we can get the big man Josh Abatey here to do a shoey, I might see if Matty Marshall can capture it on the feature table for a good piece of content. What do you reckon, Joshy?
What if we did it during one of the breaks?
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
I've got the thumbs up over here. If we can get a shoey during the break and get this on live stream, would you guys want to see that? Because he owes one for us getting to the prize pool to $1 million here.
If you're a bit queasy with some shoeys, I probably would suggest not watching that. But if you're into the shoey and seeing the big man himself, Josh Abatey, taking a shoey, and maybe Berkey, he's taking the shoes off right now, Josh, just in case it does come into play. As Tam picks up the ace-10 of clubs here on the button, he's going to raise it up, make it 800K to go. Fold from the small blind, back round to Daniel Francis, picks up the natural 9, decides to put that in the bin. Anyway, let's get back a little bit to the mixed game stuff for tomorrow, Wednesday, the 4th of Feb. At midday, like I said, the 10K Horse Championship Day 1. Shout-outs to the guys at Playlive and big shout-out to Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker himself, putting on a 10K Horse Championship. Eat your heart out. That event is definitely getting up tomorrow. They've got runners. They've got almost 3 seats, Josh, guaranteed downstairs. Pretty close to it. 3 tables going, roughly speaking. 3 seats or 3 people will qualify to play that tomorrow. That starts at midday. If you've got some deep pockets and want to play some mixed game stuff, that is tomorrow at midday, the 10K Horse. Remember, the initial buy-in is $10,500. If you decide to re-enter into that event, if you unfortunately get busted, the re-entry price is $10,250 as Berkey. Take it away with the action here with Tam.
I was about to say, Tam here picks up ace-king.
Again.
Big slick suited in the cutoff. Man, he is just getting some hands, which is nice. It's no wonder he's getting the pre-flop raises of a third of his hands. He's picking up premiums like this. And remember, we're only 6-handed.
Okay, Matt in the chat saying, I'm down for the shoey.
Okay, so in the chat, we got Hold'em, Omar, Rad, Stud. What is E? E is 8 or better. That is high-low.
So that would be stud high-low. So Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, which is 8 qualifying for the low or better, so also known as Omaha high-low. Raz, which is just the stud, but the low side of it. Stud high, which obviously goes without saying, just the high cards. And then stud 8 or better, also known as stud high-low, is the variance of that particular horse. That is what the acronym stands for. Just in case you're wondering. And then tomorrow in the afternoon at 6:15 p.m, the Shetland Pony, also known as the mini horse. I love the name of this. This $650 buy-in for those people who don't have the deep $10,000 to put up for the horse championship. They can play the exact same format. $650 buy-in, 20-minute levels, not 40 minutes like they do in the 10K horse. And it's the same games like we said before. Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Raz, Stud, and Stud 8 or better, also known as Stud High-Low. That starts tomorrow at 6:15 p.m. as the action gets folded round to the hijack. Tam picks up the Queen 7 of spades. Berkey, take it away.
Yes. Tam back again, putting in the raise. Straight up to 800,000. Dave White folding that. Daniel Francis here on the button with ace-6 suited. Puts that in the bin. That's an interesting fold there. Six-handed. Full ring might be different, but ace-6 suited on the button. But what do I know? Here we are sitting. Mr. Damon, natural 8 in the big blind. 10-8. I would assume that Damon's going to come here for a call, defend his big blind, which this is a prime candidate for doing so against Tam's Queen 7. Now, Tam has raised almost every hand. They might start to think he might be getting a bit out of line here. So, who knows? Damon might actually try sniff something out here.
Have a look at the chat from in the Twitch there from Bam. He says, can we check Tam's sleeves? Getting a lot of big hands. Guarantee you there's nothing up his sleeve except for just his sheer will, power, and fight. He loves playing poker. He's a very dominant poker player.
We are going to get the call here from Damon, so we're going to go see a flop.
Just quietly, he did pick up the 10-8 last night to bust Jared Graham, so he might like this hand, the 10-8. So as he said, raise from Tam, call, as he picks up almost the identical flop to last night, just quietly. The only difference is...
3 Jack. Tam's got the flush draw with the backdoor straight draw. Damon picked up second pair here. I don't imagine either of these guys are going anywhere. Tam's going to lead out there after getting the check.
Almost the identical flop from yesterday, just quietly. I might have to go back and have a look, but
Was
it's
this
Jack
a check
10-3.
raise? A check min click from Damon Damon.
Damon just clicking it back. Old school internet poker style. It's just...
Check min click after the bet.
It's just click.
Like, Tam's not going anywhere here, but he's definitely got to be careful figuring out what he's doing here.
I like this
What
from
is
Tam.
that?
I like this from Tam here just really quickly as the 9 brings in even more outs for Tam. And Damon's
Outs
also...
for both of them.
Sure. Damon, as you can see, out in front at the moment, he's now picked up an up and down. But as you can see, the 7
So
is going to be a clean out as long as it's not the spade, which is not. And the spade comes in for Tam. He picks up the flush, queen high. Damon's going to come up for a bet. He's going to bet 400K, it looks like, just a min bet. 500K, I should say. Tam's now picked up the flush. I'd imagine Tam's going to put in the raise here, obviously. And it really comes back to Damon whether or not he's going to call off a decent-sized raise here, or if Tam's just going to try and extract some value here with his made flush at the river. I'd imagine Tam's going to probably raise this up and make it somewhere in the vicinity of 2.5 plus million and try and get Damon to call off here the pair of 10s, but I can't imagine he's going to call. He does have second best pair, but there is a straight and a flush down, and Damon needs to be wary of that as packet of Tim Tams double coated looks up to the sky, figuring out how he can extract maximum value with his made flush here at the river against Damon Damon.
Just an interesting dynamic here from Tam. He's trying to replay the hand in his head, seeing what he can have and if he has enough of it to where he can get max value.
Yeah, good call. Jimmy Haycroft in the chat saying, hard to do a shoey if Damon Damon wins. Man wasn't wearing any shoes before. I believe that Josh Abadi will be doing the shoey out of his own shoe. And Berkey, that there too. As here comes the raise, he's going to make it 3.8. So I was correct that he's going to raise it more than 2.5 million. Background to Damon Damon. Like I said, he's got second best pair on the board, but the flush and straights are down. Can he decipher this one and put this into the muck for those people at home who are big supporters of the Damon Damon Berkey?
We've had huge support for the Damon Damon, which is great. It's good to see the amateur players who, you know, are nice around the scene actually getting a chance to have a big win here. Now, what are the chip denominations? While he's having to think about this, I'm just going to run over this. The orange chips are 25,000, the green chips are 100,000, and those pink chips are $500,000 chips. So if anyone needs, that's what we're going to do. 25,000, 100,000, $500,000, 500K chips in play. Those pink ones being the big boys.
And have a look at this from Damon. He's thinking about making a call. He's cutting down some chips here.
It looks like he's trying to make a raise.
Now, here's the funny thing. He does have chips to be able to call. I don't think he's going to raise. Look, I've got a funny feeling Damon's going to sit back in the chair, contemplate this one for a little bit. So he might be in a little bit of a time bank situation here. at Playlive as Damon Damon is just absolutely eyeing down Tam. As you can see, look at his stack, also looking straight at Tam. He's probably going to make a couple of comments here, so he might throw to the table chat just in case he says something.
He does find the fold. As soon as Monkey turned over the table, he looks at him and goes, why 3.8? Like, just absolutely right on time.
On cue, yeah, on cue.
Well played, Monkey. Couldn't have played that one any better.
Thank you very much. It was like the cue for that guy to bring in, as Eugene Portland Party Tricks is on the rail here next to Terry. The
Tam telling him it's a bluff as well.
Tam saying it's a bluff.
Just to get the needle in there.
I don't think, to be honest with you, Damon cares too much. He's got 36 bigs, 14.5. He's here for a bit of fun. He's the big man sitting in seat 9. Just the big teddy bear of a human being too. If you get an opportunity to see him in the Playlive Melbourne Millions room here at the headquarters, 129 York Street, South Melbourne, say hello to the big man. He's got to be one of the nicest guys in the poker scene. No doubts about it. Get the nod of approval from Josh Abatey to the right of me, who totally agrees with that comment. As the cards come out for hand number 38, blinds are 200, 400, 400, down to 6 players, 797 runners. If you don't mind, prize pool of $1,014,122. First prize is $170,000, Berkey. 104 for second, 64.5 for third, 45.8 for fourth. Fifth will get 38,200, and sixth player, the next person to bust, will pick up 31,800. A pretty good day's work, Berkey. Yeah, or 4 days' work, I should say.
Now, for those in the chat wondering why it ends in 122, because we get this question all the time, why does it end in a really odd number? The reason is we do what's called an ICM payout. So if you play, it's a cool thing the Playlive does. I haven't actually seen it anywhere else. If it is, I haven't actually known about it yet. If you play multiple flights, actually, Monkey, call this for a second.
I will call this action. So it's been called from the small blind from Damon Damon. Shane Mann had the 9-2 of clubs in the big blind. Decides to check it back. The flop comes down 3-5-9. Shane Mann picks up top pair. Damon doesn't have any part of it. I can imagine this is going to go check, bet, fold, which is exactly what happens. Anyway, go back to that for a second, Berkey.
Right, so we do this cool thing in multi-flight events. If you play and bag, and then you end up playing another flight, whatever your biggest stack is goes through, and whatever your smaller stacks is, it actually gets an ICM payout. So it allows people to play multiple flights. So if you bag something, you actually can play a secondary flight, which a lot of people do if they don't bag huge in some of these events. But it allows you to actually get some money back for your smaller bags. So it allows you to fly multiple bullets into big events.
As you can see, big man Josh Abatey coming in on the YouTube chat there, telling what the chip denominations are. Orange, like Berkey said, 25K, green 100K, pink a 500, and the whites are now 1 million. You can see a white in play there at the moment on, I believe it is.
Wow, I didn't even see those in.
Yeah,
okay,
Shane Mann's stack. You can see it, just the white sitting on top of those 500K. So
there
they're coming into play. Nathaniel's got 1 too. As David White picks up the ace jack under the gun, he's going to raise it up. And Shane Mann picks up the Ash Guptas, as we like to call them.
The ...
The three-side, ... also known as pocket eights. Made that hand very famous when he was playing in the $1,500 event in Vegas this year. If you haven't checked that out, check that out on YouTube. Ash Gupta, the big man down from Melbourne, played in that event, made the final table. Got jammed on as Tam picks up three-side, 6-6.
Little fireworks on this one, I reckon.
Now, can Tam find the fold here? As you can see, he is behind, but he does have 41 bigs. And he could elect just to limp in here and see if he can flop, or as a lot of the pros like to call, set mine with his pocket sixes.
Off to the mines.
Off to the mines. Agreed.
He's going to get.
And he's going to come along, I believe. Here it is.
It's going to be a very interesting flop here. Sixes versus eights versus ace jack. We're going to go see a flop here. We are going to get ace 9-4. Ace actually drilling the flop here with backdoor flush draw as well.
Shane's going to check. Tam's most likely going to check here. David White's going to continue with his story and put out a C bet. The pot is 2.8 mil. Like I said before, you're watching on a 20-minute delay the main event, I should say, final table live at the Playlive Melbourne Millions on a 20-minute delay. This is day number 4. They came back today at midday local time. Stream started at approximately 12:25 p.m. local. It's a $1,500 buy-in price pool of just over $1 million. as David White decides to continue with his story. Continue with his story as Berkey shows me a pretty funny picture. We'll get to that in a second. He's going to bet 1.5 million, David White. Shane, I think, can't float here, but he's put his little chip protector, card protector, I should say, over his cards. And off it goes, straight in the bin. And I imagine Tam's going to fold as well, considering he has an underpair, essentially, to the board with the exception of the 4. He's also looking at just 1 out, so 6 was folded pre-flop.
All right, just while we're on it, I just got a photo from Grace. Now, Grace is a lovely lady that roams around, and Grace Brooke, she showed me, she's like, I have to do my shopping. So
hilarious.
She's got the tablet inside the shopping bag, walking around the shops with the stream on it.
Headphones in, listening to us.
Headphones in.
Oh, that's gold.
That's a great shout out to Grace. We appreciate the.
Might see if we can send that picture over to Josh, and maybe we can put that up on the socials through Terry. That's an absolute pisser. Good on you, Grace. I like that. Have a look at that, Josh, when you get a chance.
Send it directly to Josh.
Sorry, what was that? All right. So tell her to make a story on Instagram and tag Playlive, and they will share it as well.
Can we actually do that with the whole chat? Take a photo of where you are watching us at, around the world, anywhere, with a beer in the hand, sitting outside, on a cruise. We've seen a few people. Tag us at Playlive. Show us where you're actually watching it from. So tag us at Playlive on Instagram. That'd be great.
And we'll be more than happy to reshare some of the best of them as Damon in the cutoff,
you know
picks
what?
up Ace King. Sorry, Berkey, just to cut you off. Raised to 900K from the cutoff from the big man himself, Damon Damon. Round to Shane Mann. He's picked up the 9-8 of diamonds on the button. He's going to elect a call with that 1 million chip. As you can see, the white one that Joshua Beatty was alluding to in the chat there on YouTube. We'll get to a few more comments coming in on Facebook Live, Twitch, and YouTube shortly, as we're just going to call the action. Tam picked up the natural. He loves playing back row. He's going to put that in the bin from the small blind. And have a look at David White's picked up the aces.
Oh,
sure.
Damon.
Oh, my God. This could be fireworks here. What a spot for David White. What a cooler for Damon Damon. I don't think Damon, as the amateur, can get away from this hand, believe it or not, if David White decides to put in, which is almost certainly going to be a pretty big 3-bet.
This is spelling disaster.
And this
is
could
going
be
to
a
be
disaster.
a huge pot too. Like, Damon's sitting there with 13 million. Dave's got him covered with 18 million.
What a cooler for Damon. I know how Damon likes to play his ace-king. Here comes the raise.
I have a feeling we're going to get the snap jam here.
I think you might be right, Berkey. I kind of hope he doesn't, but Damon's like a very fast-acting player. Here comes the raise. Background to Damon Damon, who picks up the ace-king. What a horrific... And here it is. Seat 9's moved it all in. Damon has snapped it all in.
Snapped.
Oh, David's going to lick his chops here as he pulls over the aces. And Damon can't believe it. Damon could be out here. He's all in at risk.
This is a 29.7 million pot.
Jeez, what a spot for David White in the big blind, picking up the aces. So it's aces versus ace-king. Damon all in at risk. He could be out in 6th here for 26 and change. Here comes the flop. The flop comes 8, king 7. He picks up a king.
Like,
so he needs a king, 2 outs. Here comes the turn card. 4 of diamonds, no help. King and king only. Otherwise, it's hitting the shower. The jack, the paint does not help. And unfortunately, Damon Damon is out in 6 with an absolute cooler, picking up 31,800 for his efforts. GG's in the chat.
Mate,
across all 3 platforms. Good on him. Look at him. He's shaking the hands.
Damon. Well played, mate.
Good game.
Picking up 31 large, that's nothing to shy away from. That is a huge payday.
Hugs all around. You can see the big man getting lots of love from all the players. Everybody loves playing with Damon Damon. Pulls up his shorts, and he's going to pick up 30,000 plus a bit of change there for his efforts here at the Playlive Melbourne Millions coming 6th. We are all of a sudden down to 5, Berkey, with an absolutely monster-sized pot for David White, picking up the aces in the big blind. What a dream spot for him against the ace-king of Damon Damon. As hugs all round. And Luca going to bring him outside for a little bit of a chat. So good on you, Damon Damon. Been a pleasure calling your game throughout this week, and especially last night and today. Berkey?
Has been an absolute pleasure. Now, I'm going to look over Josh Abadi here for a second. Is there any chance I can give away a T-shirt here on stream? Yep, he's giving me the thumbs up. Okay, I want everyone to send me their photos. Tag us on Instagram. The best photo is going to get a Play Live T-shirt. I want to see max tags. seen out there. I want some funny thing. I'll tell you what, this Grace one that I see in the shopping cart is definitely out ahead so far, but I actually want to see what everyone's got.
I'll tell you what, JB in the chat, they're saying, send one to America. I'll tell you what, if you can show us where you are watching this on a tablet, on your phone, through the TV, maybe a beer in the hand if it's beer o'clock where you live, we will be giving away a shirt. Josh Abatey giving the nod of approval to a shirt there, clutching up to the people in the chat who have been with us all Playlive Melbourne Millions series. We do appreciate every viewer that we have on here and the comments coming in, and we'll be giving out a shirt as a giveaway. Just let us know what size when we pick the winner, and we'll be sending that to you anywhere in the world, Josh. Is that correct? Yeah, as he puts their hands up. Does the emoticon sort of look at me?
So I
sure, why not?
We'll get a vote going on. We'll get all the tags in. We'll get the votes going on. Show us your funny picture. Show us where you're watching it. Show if it's a beer o'clock. And we're going to pick a photo and we're going to send out a T-shirt to someone.
Beautiful. As Tam here picks up the King Queen, he's on the button in position, 39 bigs. He was the short stack for the majority of this morning's play, or I should say early afternoon's play. He's going to raise it up and make it 800K to go. David White now out with 34 million after that bust out of Damon Damon. He's a big chip leader with 86 bigs in play. Comes around to Daniel Francis, pardon me, just swallowing a bit of excess saliva there. Picks up the Nintendo 64 in the big blind. He's going to put that in the bin. And as you can see, here's the chip counts there. 86 bigs for David White, 34,200. Jeez. And Tam, who started off at the short stack at this feature table and the final sevens, now into second spot with 16,625K. And we are down to 5 here for the main event. I'll take it. You can't make it up cap when they're ready. My picture is, we can't use that word on chat, unfortunately. I think the big man sitting next to me can say it, but I prefer not to. Sitting at work desk and home working, lol. I'll tell you what, we do have some merchandise for the You Can't Make It Up coming out relatively soon. We'll bring you some updates there. So if you like and subscribe to our YouTube, You Can't Make It Up, and on Spotify, we'll be doing some merchandise drops as the website is currently being built by my mate in Adelaide, who, believe it or not, shout outs to Sam Grantham, who does the website for me. He turns 40 today for another Can't Make It Up story of all days.
Happy birthday.
Have that in chat. Daniel Francis picking up the King 8 off here.
Grace in the chat. What have I started?
I love it though, Grace. Good on you.
It's good stuff. Now, while we're just waiting for this action to happen, someone's just put in the chat who won the deep freeze last night. Now, remember the deep freeze got 180 runners at 11.50.
That was outrageous, that deep freeze.
So we're just going to give you the top three. Manoj got 17.5 for third, and Simon Shaheen and Maduka Pereira actually did a deal for first and second. Maduka coming out with the trophy, 37,070, and Simon Wahesh coming out with $36,750.
And Wahesh, if you want to pick up some of that money, he is downstairs at the moment playing in that 10K satellite event that the big man Prince of Poker, Shannon Vandenberg, has on for the Mixed Game Academy. So if you want to come and take some of that prize money away from Shaheen, he is downstairs here at 129 York Street, the Playlive headquarters, during this Playlive Melbourne Millions event series that they have on. They do have an upcoming event series coming up, I believe, on March 6th until the 15th of March, the Grand Prix event series coming up in a couple of months' time, or next month, I should say, approximately 5-6 weeks from today. And they'll be dropping a schedule on that, I believe, sometime next week, Josh, with a thumbs up in the corner. So if you're not liked and subscribed to Playlive on Facebook, then I strongly suggest you do that, because they will be doing a dropping of their schedule in the next week or so, and you'll be getting an alert when that drops. So like and subscribe to that particular page, and we'll keep you abreast of all the events coming up for the Grand Prix event that they have here on at Playlive during, obviously, the Aussie Grand Prix.
Interesting here. Under the gun, Tam raises with the ace-2 suited and Queen 9 suited. Same suit, Dave White in the cutoff. 3 bets to 2.2 million.
As Lachlan Grelly comes into chat, Simon cashed up, handing out $100 bills downstairs. What a guy. Any chance of sending a couple of those hundreds up here to the commentary box would be much appreciated. I'd love to see a Benjamin. I haven't seen a Benjamin for a good part of 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
We're working with 20s up here in the com box.
Lobsters only.
As David White puts in the 3 bet to 2.2 million. with Queen 9 of spades. Back round to Tam. He's got the spades covered with the ace 2 of spades and the best hand. 40 bigs he has. 16 million. It's going to cost him 1.4 to call. He did make the initial raise under the gun with the ace 2. He's going to put that in the bin. And that's party over.
Now, I've got Bam in the chat here. It says, did you two play tournament? If you did...
Play this tournament, I should say, yeah.
What hand did you go out on?
Well, I can tell you this much for free, Bam. I did not play this particular tournament as much as I wanted to. I couldn't actually find some time to play it, not because of anything more than I had extracurricular things that I had to attend to. But Berkey, the big man sitting next to me, what happened with you, Berkey?
I fired 2 bullets this tournament. The second one I got knocked out was 10-7 of hearts versus jacks, but I was definitely short stack at that point. I hit a pair on the flop and then went with it and ran into jacks. But the hand before, I had aces versus ace queen going to the flop. There was queen on the flop, so the guy had top. We got it all in, and drawing to a 3-outer he was, and nailed it on the turn.
As Nathaniel Hutton now picks up the aces just quietly. Sorry, Berkey. He picks up the aces.
Hand that I just got knocked out on.
You can't make that up.
I just said it. I got knocked out on aces versus ace queen.
You dead set can't make it up as he picks up aces on the button. Now, can anybody in the small and big blind find a hand to contend with as Tam picks up the ace 10 on the in the big blind, I should say. In a world of hurt, as you can see, only 8% equity here. He needs to flop a Broadway like a king, queen, jack type of board, or find a couple of tens.
Couple of tens.
As he's absolutely heavily dominated against Nathaniel Hutton's pocket aces. And just quietly, JB says his money's on Hutton. Good shout out there. He put that comment in before Nathaniel picked up the aces here. And off to the flop we go. It comes 10, king 8. Have a look at this flop. So Tam's picked up second best pair. It is a bomb pot next hand, obviously, with the 3 clubs down, the king 10, 8, all clubs, obviously no bomb pots for next hand. And Nathaniel's picked up the nut flush draw and the overpair. So Tam in a world of hurt here does pick up the 10, so he does have 2 outs working for him. Needs to find one of those 2, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. One of those 10s is obviously on the board, so there's only 2 left remaining, the 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds. And Nathaniel's going to bet 550. Tam's going to come along. The club comes in on the turn, giving Nathaniel the check mark. He has picked up the nut flush. Obviously, there is a straight flush possibility out there, but none of the players have them. Nathaniel with the check mark next to his name. He's probably got too much of this board for Tam to want to continue, and I can't imagine Tam is going to put any more chips into this pot, considering the 4-liner straight and the 4 flush is down. Let's see what Nathaniel decides to do. He might go a little bit heavier here. He's going to bet 2.1. Tam, obviously, with no clubs in his hand. Unless he wants to get himself caught with his hand in the cookie jar here, trying to bluff at this. I can imagine that Tam's most likely going to put this in the bin. As like I said before, the 4 flush is down, plus the 4-liner to the straight. Both ends, 6-7 gets there, jack 7, queen jack. So, doesn't have much equity, obviously. Tam's one of these guys who likes to kind of float the flop here, see a club and try and take it away on the turn. So for his sake, we hope that he doesn't do that, because he's going to be walking straight into the nuts of Nathaniel, who has the aces pre-flop and the ace of clubs in his hand, Berkey. Just absolutely caught my co-pilot off guard here as he's looking through his phone.
No, I'm trying to get some information through. So I was just actually trying to see how many streams we've been getting and how many we've actually got live at the time, and the numbers are actually really good at the moment. Now, I'm going to switch the chat really quick. Don John has jumped in and said, that was me, Berkey, ace queen suited. Absolutely beautiful. Done me cold with the aces.
Good on you, Donnie.
He's 2.5x the flop and put me in the absolute blender, and I called with the aces. It was 3 diamonds on the flop with the queen. I thought ace queen with the ace of diamonds, but I think actually it might have been hearts. Either way, it was a suited flop. I've called with the offsuit. Absolutely had him dominated. Gets the love heart next to it from the guys downstairs in the studio. That's Matty Marshall clutching up and putting the love heart on. Maybe Matty Marshall, you can tell us how many viewers we've got across all platforms. As Steve Hansey says, is the Berserker one-night event? That is absolutely a one-night event. And that is kicking off tonight. Like we said before, the Berserker, if you want to play the satellite for the Berserker, like we said before, comes on tonight at 6 p.m.
It's a $100 buy-in, 10K starting stack, 10-minute levels, and 10 seats guaranteed. Eat your heart out.
Shane Mann on the button has picked up the pocket jiggities.
And the Berserker, if you don't want to play that satellite, does kick off tonight at 7 o'clock. That's a $400 buy-in, 50K starting stack. The blind levels go up incrementally, 15, 20, 24, 30, 50K guarantee, which I guarantee you is not at risk. And it is a one-day event for you, Steve Hansi, in the chat on Facebook Live.
Matty Marshall sending us downstairs going, side note, Matty Marshall's run the deepest.
Shane's going to jam that, get no action. He's going to pick up the blinds there.
Well, I still can't believe that the only comment that's been liked for Matty Marshall downstairs is the hand from Don John, who's just busted me in the main event cold.
Have a look at this from Cod in the chat here. He comes up and said, did you know that Nathaniel is known for his love of red apples? Okay. One time after a study session, everyone decided to go out for see more. We need Matty Marshall to click on the see more so we can actually see that comment or read out the rest of it for you guys at home as Nathaniel picks up the ace-5 of clubs. He's under the gun, most likely going to come in for a raise here, which he does.
We've got Paddy 8758 in New Zealand, off for a beer soon to watch the stream as well.
Nice hand.
Well, join us from New Zealand.
There it is, so we can now see the rest of COD's comments. We'll get to that just in a moment as Tam on the button picks up the 8-2 off, I should say. I was about to say ace, but he's got the 8-2 off. Round to D White. He's got the Motown, Jackson 5. He's going to put that in the bin, off suit. And around to Daniel Francis, picked up the natural 9, King 9. He might decide to come across here, but he doesn't. He folds from the from the big blind, and Nathaniel's going to take that up. So let's go back to COD here for a second. One time after a study session, everybody decided to go out for dinner. When it was his turn to order, Nathaniel waved off the waiter and instead pulled out a bag of 12 apples. Right, okay. His friends asked what he was doing, and Nathaniel simply replied, apple time. What is it?
I
apple
think it's
time?
supposed to be apple time.
Apple time. It does say apple lime, but I'm pretty sure it's apple time.
And then ate 12 apples with a knife and fork.
And then ate all 12 apples with a knife and fork. So coming in with a cutlery there on the apples. Haven't seen that play being made very often. So there you have it for Nathaniel. A little bit of side information about Nathaniel. Some funny stuff coming in from Josh Abatey to Berkey in the commentary box.
He's gone. I said, are we getting any action on IG? He goes, yeah, I got a few. A lot of semi-nudities.
Oh,
jeez.
Thank God. We've got control over the content that's coming through. Anyway, get back to the action. It's been raised on the dealer button from D White. He's got the Under Armour golf cap on. You can see in that kind of army green. He's raised it to 800K. Daniel Francis finds the pocket Berkeys, 5-5, prop cards.
He's jammed.
And he's jammed it. Back around to David White, who can call this off for 5.6 million. He does have the chips. He's got 34 million or 86 bigs. And this would be a pay jump for, I wouldn't say a pay jump, but it would exactly give David White here if he was to bust a better shot at that $170,000 top prize here. He does have the chip lead, but busting out more players gets him closer and closer to that top prize money, Berkey.
Oh, mate, that top prize money. Do you know how much I'd be sweating down there with 5 left, knowing you're playing for 170K up top? It's just... I'd love to be able to get myself in a position here. Oh, he makes the call. We're going to go to the races here. We've got the 5s versus ace-10. Monkey, you know which hand I'm taking. So, unfortunately, you've been relegated to the ace-10.
Sure, why not? JB makes a very funny comment in chat. We'll get to that in a second on YouTube. Ace-10 versus pocket 5s. The 10 in the window, if you don't mind. Way out in front. Daniel at risk. He needs one of the 5s. Can't find it on the turn.
Or a club.
Or a club now. And the river card brings in the 3 of hearts. Unfortunately, the 5s go down in flames. Daniel out in 5th position. Picks up 38,200. Handshakes all round.
Pay jump for these guys now. But well played, Daniel. We had him in a few times on the stream. He played very well, very solid. And I mean, you got to be happy with the 5th place.
Now,
it's the bit of disappointment of it, isn't it? You get to this close, you get a good payout, but you know you were just short of that large payout.
Sure. Now, JB, I'm going to go to your comment here on YouTube. I thought that was quite funny. The man is trying to keep 12 doctors away. I know exactly what you mean by that. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. If he's had 12 of them, he's going to be keeping 12 doctors away. I like that. GG's there for you. Well played. WP for the JB coming in there with the man who's trying to keep 12 doctors away. An apple a day keeps a doctor away.
Now,
What about 12
quietly,
of them?
Dave White here, now sitting with 42 million.
Andrew
which
Peng
is
now in the chat too.
106 big blinds. Now, the next closest stack is 13 million. So he's got over half the chips in play.
Sure,
This
that'll
is
work.
This is a huge chip lead for Dave White here. I didn't realise it was going to be that much, but the more I'm looking at 106 big blinds, the next closest is 35 big blinds, which is Tam. So he's got triple the next stack.
Now, what we want to hear from you guys in the comments across Facebook Live, YouTube, and the Twitch is now we're down to 4. Give us your picks on who you think might take this bad boy out. Obviously, David White, with, like Berkey said, more than 50% of the chips in play, has a very commanding chip lead here on the feature table and the final table for that matter. But let's see who the chat is supporting. So if you can, on any of the 3 platforms, put down who your pick of the yard is. There's Shane Mann, Tam, David White, Nathaniel Hutton, all absolute crushers of poker. Probably the most inexperienced, but one of the loveliest guys is Shane Mann. He does have 22 bigs. It's anyone's game. Anybody who plays poker knows as a hat gets produced for
Now
Shane
remember,
Mann here.
we've got locked up 45,800 now. Still playing for 170.
What's the rules around here?
In comes a bit of a studio note from Matty Marshall downstairs. The boys got red caps because in the past 2 main events, winners picks, they're wearing a red cap. So they're trying to get that extra EV out of the cap there. Every winner's photo has had a red Playlive cap on it. So Shane Mann and Nathaniel Hutton clutching up and getting a red cap, thinking it might give them a little bit more EV to take down this event.
Oh, they've looked at the winners' photos in the back corner.
I know.
They've seen them both wearing red caps.
And COD coming into the chat here, I'm 100% dead serious when I say that there is at least a 50% chance that Nathaniel is genetically modified human being. Well said.
Oh, Zena in the chat, bring back Zakos.
As JB's saying, he's going to stick with his Hutton pick to take this one down. As you can see, this is day 4 of the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. We are down to 4 players. We started with 7 after an outrageous triple elimination last hand of the night when we were hand for hand. 2 players busted in the outer table by Nathaniel himself. He picked up the queens, got them all in against jacks and 4s, busted 2 players on the outer table, and Jared Graham going down with his ace-queen versus the 10-8 of Matt, Damon, who probably went on a little bit of tilt. We did talk to him about that earlier. He went on a bit of tilt. He jammed from the small blind.
He very much said so, because we saw his last half an hour last night. He was just jamming hands that he should not have been in that position after he had a little bit of a tilt loss on one of the hands, and just, the inexperience of a tournament like this comes into it. But, well played on it. He got 6, I believe. Going on the field of 797 as someone who's just coming in to enjoy the game for what it is a huge, huge achievement for him.
And to be honest, that's exactly what you want to see in these fields.
Oh,
you don't want to, no offense obviously to the elite poker players out there, but it's always good to see the underdog story. Everybody roots for that. As Queen Jack 2 comes on the board and Tam picks up top 2 pair, 2 clubs down. Nathaniel doesn't have any part of those clubs there. He's only got king high. Tam's going to check his top 2 pair for a bit of deception. Background to Nathaniel Hutton here with the king 7 off. He's in position. I'd imagine he's going to continue with his story here. He does have 24 bigs. He's going to bet 700k. Background to Tam. He's flopped absolutely gin. Basically the best he can flop here with top 2 pair. Outside of obviously flopping quads or full house for that matter. Top 2 pair way out in front, as you can see. 94% equity. And Tam's going to come along. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 4 of diamonds. No help to Nathaniel. Checkmark goes to Tam's name, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. He's going to check it again and see what Nathaniel can come up with on the turn. Does Nathaniel check this back or go with one more barrel on the turn, Berkey?
Oh, look, I definitely expect him to be having another barrel here. The 4 of diamonds does not change anything. If he's telling a story that he had something on the flop, he's probably going to tell the story that he has something on the turn. as I get that absolutely categorically wrong, and we go check, and we see a river with the ace of spades.
Well, this is a great card for Tam to be able to check back, which he does. Tam checks it back for a bit more deception, knowing that Nathaniel most likely is going to bet this ace here as the straight comes in, obviously, and the ace ball. And Nathaniel's been repping that, I should say, pre-flop. So I'd imagine Nathaniel's probably going to come out with a bet here to try and take this one away from Tam. Tam going obviously nowhere. But can Nathaniel sniff this one out and just check back? I reckon he's going to find a bullet here, to be honest, with this ace of spades at the river. And here he goes for some chips. So I've got the last two streets correct here, Berkey.
As I messed up the one in the middle. Well played.
No doubts about it.
But you know what we call that? We call that strong and wrong.
That's it. You're the yin to my yang, mate. As he bets 1.4 million, background to Tam, who is absolutely certain he's got the best hand here. The 3-5 wheel gets in. The King 10 straight gets in.
I don't see a raise here. I definitely see a flat. I don't see a raise.
The club's missed, so Tam got a very easy decision just to call here with his equity, the top two pair on the flop.
Then again, I could probably go 0-2 in this situation of calling this correctly.
Tam's too good of a player here to put a raise in, so I'd imagine that Tam's just going to flat here, show down his equity and pick up the pot, which at the moment is 5.55. All the fives there too for you, Berkey, for the pot.
If you don't mind.
Props for you. Like we said a couple of times, we are live on a 20-minute delay. This is the Playlive Melbourne Millions at 129 York Street, South Melbourne.
$1 million prize pool for this main event. The first Melbourne Millions that we've had, and we've got $1 million in the main event. How good is that? Such a good event for Playlive.
And hold on a second. Lost Cabbage says never raise here.
Yes.
As you can see, Tim Tam double coated is going to put in a raise. So I actually agree with just calling here.
Oh, we just can't get it right.
Tam's going to put in the raise, and obviously he's not going to get called off here by Nathaniel with King High.
We've got the raise to $5 million. 3.5 million for Hutton to call. I definitely don't see this happening.
I agree with just flatting here, just personally. I know that Tam's going for value with Queen Jack, but if he was to put in this raise and Nathaniel came over the top, what happens then? Just easier to make the call, in my opinion. But raise to 5 million. Nathaniel looking at a 3.6 million chip call if he decides to call with King High. As Andrew Pegg says the exact same thing that I just said, only going to get called by better. Totally agree.
Or get raised by better and then be put in the absolute blender.
Yeah, good call. The NutriBullet, as Nathaniel puts that in the bin. The King 7 goes away. Tam takes that down.
It's much easier when we can sit here and see the cards, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt.
When you're sitting down there on the table playing for the 170 up top, I guess you see it a lot differently. It's much easier in the chat here when we see both cards on both sides and we can make decisions based on seeing both cards. But people got to remember in the chat, we are seeing what they perceive. And maybe he's thinking, he's got a weaker queen or a weaker jack and he's trying to go for value, try to get called, try to make it look like a bluff. I don't know. These are so many things going on here. Now, we can call it as we see it, knowing that he's not going to get called by a raise. So it's easy for us to say, you know what, why don't you just make the call, realise your equity.
Good call. Dean Stacey in the chat, he's a big fan of the Nathaniel Hutton. Let's go to him. So shout-outs there as Michael Parker puts in the comment that Shane's put the hoodie up. So he's going for the extra equity of the Unabomber look with the red cap. Probably going up an extra 2% worth of EV there. Absolutely coming in clutches. The red cap is on with the hoodie on as well. So
a couple of deuce threes here in this end. Already saw one deuce three folded. Now we're in the blinds here. Tam sees a deuce three suited. I definitely see he might be coming along with this. Yeah, we're going to see the call here. Dave White, although in the big blind, if you don't mind, waking up with ace king offsuit. Now Dave's got an absolutely commanding chip lead. He's going to put max pressure here on Tam. He's going to put the raise up. Now remember, blinds are 250, 500, 500. Tam just flatted here to try go to see a flop with deuce 3 suited, but he gets 4x here in the big blind to 2 million. Just see he's going to take it down again. Dave put maximum pressure on here.
Tell you what, Dave has picked up a few hands just quietly. As you can see, Jazzmaster 84. Let's go, Dave. As CK comes in clutch with some food in the thank you reusable bag here. Why not? I don't know what that is. What is that? Dumplings?
Dumplings and pork buns.
Dumplings and pork buns. Shout out to CK walking into the commentary booth to drop off a bit of food for yours truly and Adam Burke. who are going to bring the conclusion of this Playlive Melbourne Millions main event to you all afternoon until it gets done. Cards coming out for hand number 51. The blinds have gone up 250k, 500, 500.
Now look at this. Tommy in the chat. Hi team, can't make it up. What a beautiful table. And we will talk about this table. It is a gorgeous table.
Andre coming in on the Facebook live chat saying, wait, what? It's easier to see the cards? Question mark. Yes, it is, obviously. Much easier to play the game if you could see the cards pot ripper styles from Ultimate Bet.
Oh, wow. We're going back to that one, are we?
Yeah, the old Ray Batar. Absolutely cheating his players on his own website a long time ago, 20 years ago. I'm never going to give that guy a shout out ever.
Ever. I think that's the last we mentioned of that.
I think it's fair to say an absolute scumbag of a human being. And I'm happy to say that on the chat because I don't think I'm going to get anybody disapprove of that comment. As we go off to the flop here, Queen 7 versus 8-6 off. Flop comes down Queen 8-9, so they both hit a piece of it. David White takes the lead with top pair as Nathaniel picks up bottom pair here.
Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Sure.
It's got a bit of everything here. I don't see... We're going to get a check. We're going to go see a turn here. Ten of hearts is a very interesting turn here.
Brings in the four-liner straight and the flush on the turn. Nathaniel, as you can see, has picked up a straight flush draw, so he's added a few more outs to his repertoire here. He's now picked up 11 outs. And it's going to go better, 500k from David White with top pair. Action back on Nathaniel. Pardon me. Pardon me there, sorry.
It just went bet fold. It was nice and easy. Didn't want to continue on with the bottom pair and gut shot straight flush draw.
Pardon me if you could hear me coughing in the background there. The chili got straight to me.
This is the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. We are down to our final four of 797. This is a $1,500 event, and we got over 1 million. 1 million in the prize pool. We are playing for 170,000 up top. There's plenty of money to go. These four are battling this out.
Just quietly, CK, you've got a shout out here from Tommy in the chat. CK is the nuts. Yeah?
Tommy has good taste. Can't blame the guy.
Tommy's got good taste, he says. So we've got Josh Abatey here in the commentary box with us with CK, the big man himself, best friends of Adam Burke. And you're listening to Monkey and Berkey from the Can't Make It Up podcast, bringing you home in this day 4 of the main event as Tim Tams, double-coated, picks up the ace-4 off. He decides to raise it to 1 million under the gun. Like I said, the blinds have gone up, 250k, 500, 500. This is hand number 53 of the main event, down to 4 players, Berkey.
Mate, we are down to 4 players, but there is plenty of action to go. None of these guys letting up. Remember, we've still got Shane Mann. He's the smallest stack, but he's still got 15 big blinds. Plenty of playability in this, we'll call it.
Talking about
Dave White has got 43.7 million, 87 big blinds. Got the field covered so far.
Have a look at this too. Dave's decided to call here with the natural, the picture 4 side, the 9. He's got the Jack 9, and Shane's going to come along here with talking about playability, Berkey. Great lead into his hand. The 7-6 of diamonds, perfectly a perfect hand to sort of have a bit of playability as the flop comes down 3-4-10. Shane does pick up that gut shot. Tam picks up second bottom pair. David White with no part of it at the moment. So Tam out in the lead, 42% equity. As you can see, Shane Mann needs to hit a 7-6 or a 5 to take this away from Tam. And David White needs to find a Jack or a 9.
Matty Marshall downstairs putting up in the chat. I didn't want any dumplings, CK. Thanks, sport. So he oh, I love the banter that goes on around these places.
I hope you guys are enjoying the banter here in the commentary box as we bring the conclusion of the Playlive Melbourne Millions final table and main event to you this afternoon. Like I said, we'll be giving away a shirt. Josh Abatey gave it the thumbs up in the commentary box that we'll be giving away a shirt to the best photo coming in.
Yep, the best IG photo. So you're going to get into IG, tag Playlive, show us the photo of where you're watching this from, and the best photo is going to get a shirt sent out to them.
Causer coming in for the chat. We'll make a comment or reply back to that Causer 13 in the YouTube chat shortly as we got to get back to the action here. So have a look at this. Tam's come out for a bet for 1.6 million. David White has decided to float with Jack 9 round to Shane Mann, who's cutting down his chips, who has picked up that gut shot can also win the hand at the moment with the 7 or 6. Obviously, the 5 gives him the stone cold nuts. The 5 of diamonds would be a huge card on the turn.
This is actually a prime candidate for a raise here for the back doors, but he is going to call, and he is going to hit a 6 here, which actually does send him ahead here. 3-handed, you're not comfortable still with second pair, but it's more comfortable than where he was sitting just a few minutes ago on the flop.
Just quietly, an absolute gin card for Shane on the turn. He picks up the 6, I should say. Pardon me, not the sex, the 6. If I was from New Zealand, it could be pronounced sex, but we're going to call it 6 for argument's sake. As Shane Mann decides to jam on the turn. I love this play from Shane. This is fantastic. Tam can't find a call, and I guarantee you David White's not calling either. As Shane Mann's going to take this away on the turn. He does have the best hand, but what a card on the turn. And Shane just going right after it here with the Unabomber look on and the Playlive red cap on. Like I said, getting a little bit of extra equity out of the get-up, the drip, I should say, that he's got on. As he just jams it straight into Tam. The bet is 4.55 million. Tam in a world of hurt. He's got second bottom pair at the moment with the ace-4. We've got over 320 viewers across all platforms, so we're kicking goals here in the commentary box. If you're liking it, please give us the thumbs up, like and subscribe to the Playlive Facebook page, I should say, and YouTube channel and on Twitch channel. Get those little alerts going so that if you want to hear more of the cheesels we come up with here in the commentary box, hopefully the Playlive guys will have us back at some point, maybe for the Grand Prix, I should say. Jesus. We were talking about I'm just tripping over words here.
We were joking about it earlier when you call it the Grand Prix.
Yeah, exactly.
He's actually called it live.
I should say the Grand Prix series here at Playlive. I apologise for my misspoken words there. It's coming up.
Monkey, I'm going to take over here for a second.
Go, please.
Just find some words, get a glass of water. We do get the fold. J-Man does take that down with the... wondering, did you hear him down there? He's gone, how did he get that bluff through?
Oh, that's so funny.
Definitely wasn't a bluff. You were definitely well ahead. Now, I'm going to go back to the chat here. BamCHZ says, who does everyone in the booth think will win the Super Bowl on Monday? I've got Seahawks winning, not just winning, but winning by plenty. You heard it here first. They're going to absolutely obliterate the New England Patriots. That is my call. And if my history on calling picks anything to go by, New England win by plenty.
Sure. Charlie Gammon here. Is he jamming to get somebody off a 10, or does he jam for value? Do you guys know what this achieves? I think he's just decided to go with a line that if he picks up a 7, 6, or 5, obviously on the turn, if he picks up the 5 and makes the nuts, he probably checks it. But if he picks up a 6 or a 7 on the turn, I think he just decided in his head he's just going to go with it.
Well, there's a few reasons for it. One, you can actually have the best hand and get called by something worse. 2, you can actually get a bad 10 off of that, which you probably won't be able to do on the river. And 3, even if you get called by a 10, you've got value for any 5, 6, or 7 to hit. So I think equity-wise, I think that's your best way to go. I actually really like the jam there. That would be my assumption on his thoughts. There you go. In the chat, merge bet to realise equity, I think. So, look, I actually really like the play, the open jam there from him. If he gets called, he's got equity. He can get better hands off with the jam. And he can also, realise his equity if he gets called. So
Bosch in the chat saying to me, give the bloke in the box 10 in the sin bin. Probably a fair shout. Went back to back, tripping over my tongue there a couple of times. I do apologise. Anyway, off to the flop we go here. It comes 3, 4, 5. Complete rainbow badoogie. Draw 2 if you're playing deuce to 7. You try and make the wheel as it comes. Sorry, as Josh is just standing in front there. Tam's got the jack 9. Nathaniel out in front at the moment with the king 10. Tam got 6 clean outs, top right-hand corner. And have a look at this, Ralph. Shout-outs to you in Finland.
We'll get to his question just after this hand. On the turn, Tam turning the 9. Nate Hutton was ahead with the king 10 high. Now way behind here on the turn.
Did go check on the flop. And Tam decides to check out of the big blind with top pair now that he hits on the turn.
Ace on the river doesn't help it. Doesn't help Nate Hutton at all, but Tam, a scare card for Tam. I don't expect much happen here. We may see Nate try bet into it to take it, or he might just check down to... either way, good option. I think he's going to go check. Tam's going to pick up this one.
As Bosch, I'm pretty sure that could be Josh Baraba there. He's just changed the name around. I know Josh quite well. Super guy, known very well across the poker industry, wherever you're watching it from Bosh or Josh, if it is you, shout outs to you in the chat.
So
He said, don't forget about the chili attack. Yeah, I did have a bit of a coughing fit just before. I smelt straight into the chili that went on the dumplings, straight down to the back of the throat. And that's all she wrote with the cough.
So El Pav in the chat has goes, can you guys talk about what strategy would be optimal for each player at this point in the tournament? Love from Frankston, Finland. We're gonna watch it all the way from Finland. Absolute shout outs to you. Ralph Nader has actually answered this for us. Shout out to you in the Finland. The way I see it is that David White should apply maximum pressure, which he should. He's got the whole table covered. To the middling stacks who really don't want to bust before Hutton's shorter stack.
And here we go, Nathaniel Hutton. So as Berkey was alluding to, with the big stack here, you want to be putting pressure on the shorter stacks here just in terms of ICM-related stuff. And obviously with 82 bigs and a pretty healthy chip lead, he can widen his range a little bit, play a few more hands and try and take down some people who are on the shorter stack like Berkey was alluding to.
But it's also the middling stacks you really need to target as
Sure.
well, because they don't want to get mixed up and be out before the shorter stack. So as much as he wants to target the shorter stack, David White should be really attacking these middling 33, 26 big blind stacks, because they're the ones that don't want to go out before the short stack.
You also have to be very careful of Nathaniel Hutton just quietly, who is an absolute crusher. As Causa says, Monkey, don't forget my question. I guarantee you we haven't forgotten your question. We'll get to that in just a second. I believe it was in the YouTube chat. We might have to get Matty Marshall to...
I think it's that one just sitting at the top.
Yeah, we can't quite see it. We might get Matty Marshall to just scroll up for us so I can get to that. I was going to attend to that, and then we got cooled by a couple of hands. Causa right there. Would you boys agree that a pro can act quickly too? Because they've seen the spot thousands of times and it just becomes automatic, just in reference to Damon Damon acting quickly. Look, I think in response to that particular question there, Causa, just after we call the action here, Burke, if you don't mind.
Hold on 2 seconds.
3-bet from Tam. We will get to that in a second, Causa. I do apologise, but we have to call the action here for everybody else watching at home. The 3-bet to 2.6 million from Tam with the King Queen obviously got Shane Mann absolutely heavily dominated with the King 9 off.
I'm just trying to hear the chat here at the table. Shane does like to get involved in having a chat when he gets raised or gets in amongst the action. So I do like to go down there when it comes to that. Now, pros can act fast, but pros, I've noticed they always do everything at the same speed, regardless of whether they're going to fold, raise, or fold, call, or raise, because they like consistency in their play. That's harder to read than I find than just open ripping or open folding or reacting quickly to your bets. Now, you'll notice Nate Hutton, whether he is going to fold, he's going to call, he's going to raise, takes the exact same amount of time, and that's for deception to everyone else.
Giving away nothing, essentially, is what you're saying there, Berkey. If you keep it nice and consistent with the time it takes you to act on your hand, you're basically giving your opponents nothing. And I sort of agree with Berkey's line there a little bit. Obviously, there's certain spots where hands just get snapped off just because of how they play pre-flop. Obviously, Ace-King in Damon's certain situation there, he thought he had the best of it, and obviously he didn't. I don't know if any other pros out there would just snap off the Ace-King as quickly as Damon did. I think they would probably go in the tank for a little bit and maybe find the call regardless, but I kind of tend to agree with Berkey's analysis there just quietly. But if you have a look at Nathaniel here, he's a perfect person to kind of idolise here on the feature table in terms of how he holds himself before committing to an action. Same timing, same everything, almost every single time. And here comes the flop. It comes Deuce, King 3, all spades. Nathaniel doesn't have any spade. Neither does Tam, who picks up second bottom pair. Nathaniel needs to find an 8 or a 9 on the turn as the option goes back onto Tam. You made that raise pre-flop. And Nathaniel decided to come along. And Nathaniel's going to fold this for sure. But again, as you can see, even though Nathaniel knows that this is a fold, he's going to take his time and then pitch it in. He didn't just like throw it straight in the bin. Didn't want to give away too much action, is he?
And Nate Hutton here, just quietly, started the day with 22 million, has taken a bit of a beating, get down to 6 million. he's found himself in some big spots where he's been on the raw end of a couple of beats. But the true professional he is, I don't see he's out of it yet. 12 big blinds.
No, nowhere near out of it.
Watch these pros navigate these short stacks. This is what they do a lot of practice and training on, is navigating short stacks in like short-handed positions. So I dare say you'll still see some good action and some good moves here with 12 big blinds from Nate Hutton.
And the number one luckiest player in Australia, no doubts about it, Vincent Wan, coming into the chat. Big man hits a couple of straight flushes of Crown for the jackpots and then goes on to win I think it was the 2020 Aussie Millions.
I'm going to say 2019?
No, 2020, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he took down the 2020. So shout outs to Vincent Wonky in the chat. MSP in there too. I know she's been in the chat all week long.
She's the MVP.
MVP. She gets
MVP
the 3 votes
yeah, she gets the
from
3
us in
votes
the commentary box. No doubts about it. MSP, we've given her the nickname. I think she's going to keep it. As she puts in the dinosaur emojis into the chat there on
Nate Hutton
Facebook
throwing
Live.
the jam in here out of the small blind, putting pressure on Shane Mann and the big. Just jams it for 6.15 million.
It's quite funny, actually, because we're talking about hands that you would jam pre-flop according to the SPR. And I quite like this jam. It's Queen 8 suited or better.
Now, Shane's got him absolutely dominated if he finds the call, but very hard when you're facing over 50% of your stack call, four-handed. Like, it is a huge pay jump. So if he finds the call, he's going to be absolutely correct. Obviously, we'll wait until the 5 cards comes out, but...
Have a look at the comment there from Shin Lee in the Twitch chat there. You heard it here first. Nate Sutton, I believe that... Nate Hutton, I should say, to go back-to-back wins in the main event and the 10K horse. You have heard it here first, according to Shin Lee 87 in the Twitch chat.
That is a huge call.
So she reckons that Nate's going to take this down.
Oh, he's thinking about calling this too.
Have a look at this Shane Mann counting down some chips here. He does have the best of it with the King 8. This would be a colossal size call here with a King 8 facing an all-in jam from Nathaniel.
Too.
And this is going to cost him half of his chips remaining, Shane, if he decides to go with this hand. King obviously very strong, four-handed poker. Got to go to the table audio here to see what Shane is thinking.
I'll wait for a better spot.
He shows the king. He'll wait for a better spot. Nathaniel gets that one through. Obviously very happy to see that Shane folded a king. He was behind.
Now we've got Dave White here with 39.85 million, twice as much as Tam. Now Tam's just grinded his way up to 20 mil. Like, he started the day short stack and waited for his positions. Then he picked up a run of hands. He won that 3-way all-in with King Jack versus Queens versus... I can't remember the third hand. But huge 3-way all-in, and then he ended up knocking Babyface out next hand after that with Kings. So, I mean, you got not only got to get lucky on these final tables, but you got to get hands to hold, and you got to get hands to start off with.
Yeah, great shout there, Berkey. As MSP says, she's getting some shirts made with the MSP acronym of her name. Good on you, Mando. I like that. This gets around to David White. Under the gun, he's got the 10-4. The police hand, 10-4. He's going to put that in the bin. Nathaniel Hutton picking up the Jack-6 of hearts. Been folded round four-handed poker, as we should say. 4 players remaining out of 797 players. Huge prize pool. Shane Mann picks up the Jack-9 of clubs here in the small blind. He's going to put a call in, and Tam in the big blind can check his option back if he wants to, or put in a raise here with the King-6 offsuit.
PKM, just in the chat, helped me out. It was King Jack versus Queens versus Nines with that 3-way all-in Tam got.
Good shout out to PK Spud.
Appreciate the help.
He might get 2 votes there.
Yeah, he's been in the chat a fair bit.
MSP obviously getting the 3 votes, but I believe that PK should be coming in at least second for the Brownlow. The Railbird Brownlow, I should say.
What a mala.
And here comes Tam with a raise to 1.7. Comes back round to Shane. He's picked up like I said, the Jack-9 of clubs. And have a look at Shane. He's going to make a play at it. He just jams it straight back in Tam's face. He doesn't believe Tam has picked up a hand here in the big blind. He's going to jam it all in, and Tam's got a decision to make here for approximately half of his chips in his stack. The raise is 9,150,000, or all in for 10,850,000 by Shane. And let's see if Tam can decode this one here as Shane Mann jams it all in there with the natural.
So that's 10, 10, 6, 10, 8, 50.
As El Pab says, hey guys, deals allowed on this final table. Great stream from Essendon, Guatemala. I know he's baiting us a little bit there. I don't think I've been to Guatemala a few times. I actually used to live in the Central America, so I'm pretty sure that there isn't any Essendons in Guatemala. But to answer your question, deals are allowed. Now, what will happen if there is a deal? We do get a little bit of information from the studio downstairs that the players have decided to talk about making a deal. We get that information and then we give it to you when we can. So what will usually happen there is the players will want to see the numbers. Usually it will be done off stream, obviously, so they can discuss it off stream. We then get given the information up here in the commentary box and then bring that to you as soon as we have it available. So yes, deal making is possible here at Playlive. They're also playing for is it a rose gold trophy?
No, it's the gold.
It's the gold, right? So the absolute pure gold trophy. That's going to be coming out a bit later on, obviously, when we get down to Heads Up Poker. It'll be placed on the table there alongside the water bottle.
And don't forget, the custom waters. You can't forget the custom water bottle.
Custom water bottle coming in clutch as well. Boys here making sure that everybody at this feature table is hydrated. They put on an unbelievably good hospitality package here. But if we're going to bring out that trophy at some stage, and if you've never seen it before, we'll do a little bit of a zoom in on that particular trophy. When it comes out, it's an absolute ripper. As Tam decides to call or limp in from the small blind, I should say. David White's going to call or just check back his option with the 9-5. The flop comes down 10-7-3. One club. No help to either player at this time. Tam out in front at the moment. That's Foddy for Tarkus just coming in on WhatsApp on my phone. We've got a lot of messages coming in. We've got 3 lots of platforms and the direct messages coming in from friends of ours as David White decides to have a stab at this with the 9-5. Tam, I don't think it can continue. He puts it straight in the bin.
Look at this. We got Sam Sewell in the chat. Unnecessarily tanking should be a criminal charge. I actually tend to agree with this. I've noticed a lot of times lately, especially when playing, getting down to the money, that there's a lot of tanking more these days and the game's not being played straight up. Now, this is a personal opinion of mine. A lot of people say, we're doing it for, our own benefit, doing it for this, for that. There's always excuses, but I just don't like the game not being played straight up. I know you have very, very similar views there, Monkey.
What were we talking about? Sorry, Berkey?
The game being played straight up and unnecessarily tanking. So we've got in the chat, unnecessary tanking should be a criminal charge.
From Sam, yeah, sure. I would tend to agree. I think there's going to be some adjustments to tournament poker in the future about introducing more shot clocks into events to avoid unnecessary tanking. But at the moment, that adjustment has not yet been made because there are people who are angle shooting the rules a little bit in terms of unnecessary tanking. And I believe that there's going to be some changes made in the near future, or at least I've been alluded to that could happen. As we get back to the action here, it's been raised to $1 million by Shane Mann under the gun with the king-queen off. David White has decided to call from the small blind with queen 10, heavily dominated, needs to find a 10. Off to the flop we go. And the flop comes 9-3-6, no help to David White. Shane Mann out in front at the moment.
Out in front, but hasn't actually hit anything.
Yeah, agreed. As David White checks his option, check from Shane, the 3 of spades turns. Still no help to David White. Shane Mann still out in front, as you can see.
In early position, he's going to take a fire at this one.
I like this play from David. He has got the chip lead. He's going to have put some pressure on Shane to make a call with king-queen. And as you can see, Shane Mann just covering his entire face. You can barely see it. The full letterbox effect here. Got the Unibomber jacket on, the red Playlive cap. And he's covering his entire face, COVID styles. As he looks down at king-queen, and he's going to figure out whether or not he wants to call and peel one more off. David White needs one of those 3 remaining 10s, as you can see up in the top right-hand corner, to take this one away from Shane if Shane decides to come along.
So we're waiting on to see what happens here. We've still got the bet here from Dave White. Shane Mann thinking here. He does have the best hand, but it's very hard to call here once you're facing a bet. Now, we've got Bosch Jabra, which I'm guessing is Josh Barbara, in the chat. The game is about maximising your winnings and minimising your losses. You have every right to call the clock if someone is tanking near the bubble, but theatrics tanking to save face can get in the bin.
You know what? Say less. That's a perfect
analogy of it.
Well, just an expert comment there from the super coach, Josh Baraba. I'm pretty sure it is you. I totally agree with that comment. Thumbs up there if you're in YouTube. That is spot on. Totally agree. Theatrically tanking to save face can get in the bin. I couldn't agree with you more, Josh, or Bosch for that matter.
The thing is, you're going to make moves and you're going to get found out sometimes. Sometimes you just accept it, you throw it in the bin, and you move on to the next hand. Yeah, saving face, that's an interesting one for me.
Great shout, Bosch, a.k.a. Josh. As we're back here, this is hand number 61. You're watching the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. Final table, $1,500 buy-in, 797 entries. Eat your heart out, poker lovers. Prize pool of over $1 million, 1,014,122. First is going to pick up 170,112, 104,000 for second. Third is going to get 64.5. Fourth is going to get 45,800 as the action gets folded around. As Yeet Machine says, I tank folded to save face once, then my cards accidentally flipped over as I folded. Awkward. Well said.
Oh, that's great. It's much easier to tank fold off stream, but when you're doing it on stream to save face when everyone's seeing what you're doing, it gets a bit, how you going, I like to call it. Dave White under the gun with King Jack off. Still going to apply maximum pressure here, I'd assume. He's got the big stack by plenty. Still got the table covered, I believe.
You're going to see some power poker being played here from David White as I get a little bit of a grin out of Berkey there, a bit of smile on his face. He knows what I'm talking about there. From David White, he's going to apply pressure non-stop, I'd imagine, with the chip lead as it goes round to Tam. Like I said, loves Baccarat, so he's just built up the four-side for those Baccarat players at home. Berkey and I have been talking about Baccarat all afternoon because we do play a lot of mixed game and we do also like the Hold'em, but we prefer sometimes squeezing up cards, and he's picked up the natural 10-9. Off to a flop we go. The flop comes 9, deuce, 7, and Tam out in the front with the lead at the moment. Flop's top pair with a 10 kicker. David White needs to play a bit of catch-up here. Goes check, check, queen on the turn. Does bring in that gut shot for David White. He's also got a king or a jack to go with that gut shot. Tam's going to check. David White, option on him. I'd imagine he's going to come out with a bet as he finds some chips in the hand and fires out. Looks like 1.8 million, which is exactly the bet. Back round to Tam, who did flop top pair on the flop. And I'd imagine Tam's going to come along here for 1.8 million, if not put in a raise.
Definitely don't see him going anywhere with this turn card.
Great shout, Berkey.
We'll get to talking about this stuff on screen here, but he does come in with the call. Well, you're going to get a 3 on the river, which is absolutely insignificant to anyone.
Tam's got to love that 3 just quietly, Berkey. Yeah, he checks it. He's going to see if he can extract some value out of David White, and David's not going to fall for the trap. He's going to check it back with the King Jack, and Tam's going to take it down with the natural on the flop, picking up top pair.
We've got in the chat asking about fixing this with shock locks. Now, shock locks were ordered for this event. Surprisingly enough, they didn't actually arrive before the series started. So we will be implementing shock locks to fix this. Look, I love the game in its purest form without shock locks, but I think with the way the poker's going and the excessive tanking that is happening now, I think they are just an inevitable part of the game. So adapting, what do you call it? Moving and adapting towards what poker's moving towards too. I think shock locks are the way forward, and we will be getting them here as of next series.
It has been universally discussed amongst all the big names in poker, not only the players but also the organisers and operations teams across the globe about tanking. As Tram's coming in clutch with a couple of Red Bulls. Thank you so much, Tram. Appreciate that. As Nathaniel Hutton picks up the ace jack here under the gun. He's got 14 bigs, 6.9 million in chips. It's going to cost him 500K to call. He might just find the jam here And that's exactly what he does here. Jams it all in for 6.9 million as Berkey decides to breathe heavily into the microphone. Shane Mann picks up the 9-3 of clubs on the button. He obviously can't call 9-3 bubbers in this particular spot here on the button. Comes round to Tam. He's picked up the Jack 7.
Sitting here all day is just wearing me out.
David White's found the Doyle Brunson. He's going to fold that.
Yeah,
Foddy just sent me a message just quickly saying no tanking allowed in the cupboard game when your lungs are on the line. If anybody knows Foddy Fatakas, shout outs to the big man himself. The cupboard game is exactly the game you would like to play straight after the main event. Once you pick up the big cheese, don't worry about asking for more chips. Just go straight to the cupboard and take a rack. And let's get the game going. Shot clocks and time banks definitely the way to go. Completely agree with you there, PK. And Ashley coming in the chat on Facebook Live saying, in terms of the chips in play and total prize pool left to play for what's the equivalent blinds in terms of a cash game. Now, near impossible to answer that because we don't obviously know the blind levels in the cash game, so pretty difficult question to answer.
Honestly, it really doesn't matter about the blind levels. It matters about the buy-in levels. Different games having different buy-in levels. But, yeah, that's quite an impossible question to answer. I apologise, Ashley.
Maybe if you can elaborate on that a little bit more, Ashley, we can give you a bit more of an answer on that as we get back to the action here. Raise to $1 million from Tam, who's picked up another natural, King 9 of clubs, round to David White, who looks like a raise is coming in from David White. He picked up the King 7 of diamonds. He's going to raise it up and make it $4 million. Tam puts the King 9 straight in the bin.
Putting the max pressure on Dave. Now, most of these hands he's been raising with pre-flop have been behind, but he's getting better hands to fold, and that is the power of the big stack. Now, he's sitting there with 84 big blinds, more than double the second place. Like, he's got the entire table covered by plenty. So, putting a masterclass on here at the moment, Mr. Dave White. No one wanting to bust, and this is what I was talking about, working on those middle stacks, not even just the bottom stack, but like when Tan raises, when Shane raises, they're the middling stacks he's putting max pressure on, and those guys don't want to go heads up with the big chip leader and be knocked out before the bottom stack.
Good call. Bam saying, when do they do a dealer change? To be honest, there's only a few of the dealers in the room that are RFID trained, hence wearing the headset and calling the action. They're calling that over to the studio so that Matty Marshall downstairs can actually import. As, hold on a second, Nathaniel has jammed this one in too in the small blind with the ace-4. Shane Mann can't find a call here with the natural 6-3 suited in club, so he's going to put that in the bin.
Thing is, I think you'd be able to find the call there, Monkey.
I would always find the call there. I love any natural. Probably not if I'm playing for 170 lacquers up top.
Look at this, 170, 104, 64-5 for third, and these guys have all locked up 45-8 at least, which is, I mean, just a good payday for anyone, even. Doesn't matter who you are. Fourth place, minimum, but we are playing for 170,000 up top. This is a huge prize pool. Over $1 million this prize pool, and this series every year. Playlive's going to be running the Melbourne Millions around this time, and I just expect this thing to get bigger and bigger each year. And this is down to four-handed. We are at the Melbourne Millions at 129 York Street. Mr. Matty Marshall is about to come in and say hi to us. He's taking a quick break. The other guys have taken over downstairs. He's just going to go. Nate Hutton. Nate Hutton has shown up on the dealer button with ace-king in the short stack.
He's on the button. He's finally found a hand, Nathaniel. He's never in danger of going deep in any poker tournament, Nathaniel. As everybody knows, he's a seasoned professional poker player. As Nathaniel decides to raise it up to $1 million. Background to Tam, who hasn't put his cards over the RFID reader for the time being, but we might be able to...
We're going to play the mystery hand, are we, again? No, it folds through it, straight to it.
Folds out of the big blind.
Nate picking up a couple of big blinds there. Still dangerous there with 19 bigs. 9.4 million. Shane Mann just got a little bit more with 9.55 million. Tam with 18 million, and Dave White out in front with 41.8. This is a huge lead now. Dave White still, as we said, putting max pressure on. And Monkey getting his Red Bull on over here.
And Coops, OP in the chat saying, go on, Nate. Get it done. Shinley makes a little bit of a comment about, have you guys ever played Stud Baccarat? It's a split pot game. We'll get to that in a second. I've never played it before, but it sounds phenomenal.
Sounds right up your alley.
Anyway, the 10-8 goes in the bin. Round to Shane Mann here. On the button, picks up the deuce 4 of hearts. He's going to throw them violently into the muck. Tam picks up the pocket 9s here in the small blind. He has 36 bigs, 18 million. It's going to cost him 250 to call. He looks like he's going to limp in here and trick this one up with the pocket 9s. David White picks up the Joe Hasham suited, the 7-3. David White looks like he's going to raise this here. Hold on a second. So here comes the raise from David White. He's pushing some players around. Tam's not going to have a bar of it this time around with pocket 9s as he faces a raise to 2 million. It's going to cost Tam 1.5 to call. As we know, Tam has got pocket 9s here and played this beautifully to this point. I'd imagine Tam's going to come in with a 3-bet. Now, what's he going to 3-bet this to? He can also flat here and just try and post-flop outplay him. But I'd imagine Tam's just going to put additional heat on him right here pre-flop with these pocket 9s. I reckon he might raise this up and make it like 6 million to go. Big support in the chat for Nathaniel. Everybody wants to see him get it done. As here we go, Tam's decided just to call. I love this from Tam. He's going to trick it up. Here comes the flop. Here comes 10-9 deuce, and Tam flops a set. David White's got nothing but backdoor straight and flush draws. Tam's got a checky set here, Berkey. And David White's most likely going to...
put the pressure on and try bet again.
I know, he checks it back. Here comes the turn down and dirty. The turn brings in the 7. So David picks up a pair on the turn. The flush does come in. Tam's not too worried about that. He does have a flush card with the 9 of spades in his hand with a set to go along with it. Is Tam going to check here? No, he doesn't. He reaches for some chips. He bets out 3 million. Or is that 3 million or 1.5 million? He bets out 1.5 million. Pardon me. Action back on David White, who does pick up a pair, who calls on the turn. David White in a world of hurt. The 4 of diamonds, no help to David White. Obviously, the check mark next to Tam's name as he's flopped a set here and turned a flush draw to go with his set. Tam miles out in the lead, check mark next to his name. David White cannot win this hand unless he tries to bluff it off. But I can't imagine Tam's going to fold a set here. So let's see what Tam decides to do. Can Tam induce a bluff here by checking and getting David White to bet into it? He's eyeing him down. Look at the side eye from Tam here. Packet of Tim Tams, double-coated Teflon. Tam Trung. He's going to come out with a bet here, sure. 2.5 million, it looks like. Action back on David White.
It's the very please call me.
It's a please call me bet.
It's a please call me bet.
Like we said, David White picks up the 7 on the turn. He could find a call here for 2.5 mil. And Tam, obviously, with a check mark next to his name, is going to pick up this pot. Regardless of what happens, unless David can find some sort of a bluff. I doubt it, however. Tam has played this hand absolutely outstanding and been rewarded with a set on the flop.
What do you say about pocket 9s?
I reckon they're the most likely pocket pair to flop a set, to be perfectly honest. I reckon they've got a little bit more EV than everything. He absolutely just throws in the 1 chip there for the call as Tam shows the pocket 9s, and that's going to get it done.
Max value there.
Have a look at that pot. 12.5 million going straight towards Tam. And David White takes a small little chip out of his... No, a little dent, I should say, out of his chip stack. 71 bigs, 35.3 million in his chip stack. And Tam up to almost 50 bigs, 24,725K. Shane Mann at 19 bigs. Nathaniel down there at about 10 or 11 bigs, I believe. Sorry, pardon me, 19 bigs. Actually, the graphic showed 11 bigs just before, but we can see on the screen here he's got 19 bigs, so 9.4 mil. Still anybody's game, Berkey.
Mate, anyone can win this from here. Nate's still got 19 big blinds now. He's a short stack. So Shane Mann, they've got almost the exact same stack. But 19 big blinds anywhere in any part of the tournament is still plenty to play with. Especially four-handed. Like, you can pick up bad beats here. Gabe ready to pull the deck straight out of the freezer, I reckon.
Yeah, great call. Causa13 in the chat there on YouTube saying other RFID tables are clearer for the players when they need to put the cards. Maybe Playlive could put clear card size boxes on their table to make sure that the players actually put them into the box. I think from the corner here, Matty Marshall, who's obviously left it to the guys downstairs to track the cards, is giving the nod of approval to that. That's something that the Playlive owners might look into. I actually agree with that. Big call there from Causa, but I actually agree with him.
I actually disagree.
Right, okay, fair enough.
I think the boxes, like they've got the red dots there. All you need to do is put the cards over the top. We've only had a couple of people that haven't actually picked up on that, and I think it actually makes the table look too busy. I like the red dots. I like the simplicity of it. I like the be able to put it in the middle. Look, once again, you've got to get people on both sides of everything, but I like the red dots. I've sat myself and played at the table. You have yourself. I mean, the red dot's pretty simple. I mean, it's not rocket surgery. So
Clutch from Berkey there, not rocket surgery. I love that. JB saying Playlive probably needs to get a new table. I highly doubt that that's going to happen. This table here is absolutely Mickey Mouse, and it is about as sturdy as any feature or final table you will find. It is one of the best feature tables I've ever seen. Shout out to the guys at Playlive putting up the big dollars to get this table in. It's an absolute rip schnorter of a table. Perfect rail height too. I know that a lot of players who have played on this feature table have given props to Playlive in terms of the rail being kind of a comfortable level. As Shane Mann decides to jam it all in here, David White's picked up the pocket sixes.
There's actually going to be an interesting one for Dave.
Can Dave find a call here? It's going to cost him $8 million, roughly. $8,050,000.
I think at best he knows he's flipping here. Now, do you want to jam?
He's going to fold.
Do you want to get the call in there knowing you're just flipping? At best, I don't know. I think it's a good fold. Trying to pick up some chips there, Shane Mann. Did pick up a couple.
JB putting in the bluff. I'm just messing with you guys. You absolutely got me cold there, JB. So hats off there. You caught me with the bait out.
Coops, my favourite commentators on the circuit. Oh, we much appreciate that, Coops.
Shout out to you, Coops. I appreciate all the comments coming in. Like we said, this is Playlive. Day 4 of the main event, final table. We are down to 4 players. We started today with 7 after an outrageous day 3 last night.
Yeah, that was wild.
In the hand-for-hand triple elimination.
Now, if you haven't seen that, jump on the YouTube channel. We came back from break at 11 players. We got to 10 pretty quick, and then we went hand for hand, and then suddenly it's like there was something in the air, and we had a triple elimination. We were going to go play down to a final table of 9, but yet suddenly we were down to a final table of 7 out of nowhere.
And they came back today at midday. It is 3:42 p.m. local time here in Melbourne as Nathaniel finds the ace-10. He's got to jam it for 19 bigs.
Shane Mann behind with the queen 4, not going to get involved in this. Now, see if Tam can pick up anything here. Tam's poking up the king 8, suited natural 8. Now,
he's got to ask for a count here. So Tam potentially looking at a call. He's talking to Shane next to him. Look at the squeeze on the cards here. Hopefully not bending them too much because these decks are worth quite a lot of money, these RFID cards. But he squeezed out the king 8. Hands across the chest here. Trying to analyse what Nathaniel could be jamming it here with and whether or not his king 8 is good enough to call. So ask for a count. Nathaniel's all in for $9,400,000. It's going to cost Tam $8,900,000 to call, approximately.
Just over a third of his stack.
Just over a third of his stack. Great shout from you, Berkey, there.
It's an interesting one. I mean,
Cooper asking for the clock to be called from the rail. Yeah, sure. Why not, Cooper? Anyway, Tam decides to put that in the bin.
I'm just going to assume that's Cooper Felton, the absolute crusher from. Where is Coops from? I see him everywhere, so I don't actually know where he's based.
Yeah,
every time I turn around, he's hitting up final tables in Sydney and Gold Coast.
Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's north of Melbourne.
Yeah.
Anyway, as Sam actually agrees with Cooper's comment there, this is unnecessary tanking, wasting our lives. To be fair, I don't think he took too long to make a decision. All jokes aside.
Could you imagine someone's put in here clocks from the rail would be amazing. Could you imagine the rail being able to call clock on these things?
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Hutton taking up another hand under the gun.
So he's gone ace-10 straight into ace-king suited. So Nathaniel picking up some cards when he much needs them. He's got 21 bigs, 11 million. He's going to raise it up, make it $1 million to go under the gun. Shane Mann's picked up the 4-3.
Absolute binning this.
2-side, no side, straight in the bin. Round to Tam in the small blind. Can he find a hand? He can't. He finds the 9-8 off.
And down to Walter White over here. Mr. Heisenberg himself. Let's see what he's got there.
With the salt and pepper in the beard, just quietly. Shout outs to any of the guys who've got some salt and pepper in the beard like yours truly right here. Ooh. David White's picked up the King Jack. All right, here we go. So we've got King Jack versus the Ace King. Nathaniel out in front, obviously, with the Ace King suited. And off to the flop we go. 74, 26 equities Jesus. As the flop comes. Ace, Ace, 7. And as you can see, Nathaniel Hutton miles out in front. David White needs to hit some running cards to make a straight.
2% equity, Dave's sitting here.
Correct.
And I'll tell you what, after you see this flop, if you're seeing this hand blind, you don't think you're at 2% equity here.
Agreed. David White's going to check. Back round to Nathaniel, who puts out a better 700k. David sniffs that one out. He doesn't even peel one off with the King Jack high. As Nathaniel takes that one down. Much needed for Nathaniel. So for all the Nathaniel lovers in the chat, he's up to 25 bigs now. And coming 13 chips, Berkey.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, like, you're still playing for 170 up top. Now, you still got to stay active in these things. Hutton was short blinds there, but he's picked up a few hands. He's made a few moves. He's picked up some big blinds, and suddenly he's gone from like 15 to 25. If you do that a few times in a row, man, you can just... Your stack can build without actually having to see flops, turns, and rivers. It's actually really good.
Sure. Comments coming in on YouTube at the moment. David White's really bleeding. I mean, he's still got 65 bigs in play here. He does have the chip lead. He has lost a few. I think he was up to 40 million earlier, but still got a bit of a commanding chip lead here on the feature and final table.
I'll tell you what, for being four-handed, we're picking up some big hands here. Shane Mann under the gun with ace-queen suited now.
I actually agree with Cooper's comment here. Where's the trap? Nathaniel obviously flopping absolutely gin with the ace-ace-7. And I probably would have checked that back myself, but Nathaniel obviously seasoned professional, as Shane Mann's going to jam this all in with the ace-queen for 10,550,000. Doesn't want to find a call. He just wants to pick up the blinds here, it looks like. And if he does find a call, most likely he's got the best hand as Tam folds the king-6. David's going to put that in the bin. Background to Nathaniel Hutton, who's picked up the pocket nines. Here we go. So we might see some Anna's call. Here we go. So it's nines versus ace-queen.
We are off to the races here. Nines versus ace-queen. Who is at risk here? Oh, it's so close.
Shane Mann is, I believe, all in at risk here. Nathaniel's just got him covered, as we alluded to just before. So it's nines versus ace-queen. Stock standard race situation. Pocket pair versus the overpair. And here comes the overcards, I should say. Here comes the flop. It comes 4, 3, 10, 2 spades. No help. The 6 of diamonds, no help either.
Ace or a queen.
Ace or a queen. And Shane's eliminated in fourth.
Wow.
As Nathaniel Hutton's pocket nines hold up. And all of a sudden, we are down to 3.
Three-handed and very average stacks here. Look at this, 46 big blinds, 47 big blinds, and 65 big blinds. This is going to be a huge top 3. Absolutely well played to Shane Mann. Congratulations to the bloke. He satellited into this.
Yeah, moneymaker styles, yeah.
Moneymaker style, satellited into it and picked up himself $45,800.
He must
from
be
a $350 satellite.
Unbelievable. GG's in the chat for Shane.
That is a great, great run from him.
Great run. He walks away with 45 lacquers, like he said, and a Playlive cap, a red cap, to go with it. Unfortunately, can't pick up the trophy this time around, but like we said, Shane was one of those guys that the Rail was rooting for. Unfortunately, he busts in fourth, but he's not going to be too disappointed with $45,000, Berkey.
Oh, not at all. Would you be?
No, definitely not from a $350 satty.
That's a pretty good return on your money.
Vincent One coming in saying, hi, can I win a jackpot for watching this? I wouldn't be surprised if you win Tats Lotto today or tomorrow or the day after.
I'll tell you what, if he actually came out and he actually won it, then still no one would be surprised. Man runs like a god, must be nice, but you know what? Well played to him. You've got to accept those when you get those runs.
No doubts. And we're down to 3. And Nathaniel Hutton, with his pocket nines, all of a sudden up to 46 bigs, 23.2. So for those people who might have written off Nathaniel Hutton a little bit earlier when he was short, don't worry about that. He's got plenty of chips now in play, and it's anyone's game at this point in time, Berkey. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. You got the Tim Tam, the Walter White, and Mr. Nate Hutton over there. This is going to be a big final 3. Chip stacks are up there. Like, smallest stack is Nate Hutton. He's got 46 bigs. It's going to be huge playability in this.
Corsa coming in saying Nathaniel to go on to win this from now. Shin, who was in the Twitch chat earlier, Shin Lee, I believe, made a comment saying that you heard it here first, that Nathaniel was going to take down the main event here and then go on to win the 10K tomorrow, the mixed game that's on with Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker himself, for the Mixed Game Academy. That is on tomorrow, and that game is definitely getting up. We know for a fact of the players that are playing it and who have already registered for it. So if you like some mixed game stuff, as we get off to the flop here just really quickly, Berkey, go ahead.
Oh, we had a raise from Dave White and a call from Tam in the big blind. Queen Jack suited versus Jack 7 off. 8-5-3, 2 diamonds, which puts David White not only out in front with the high card, but with the flush draw. I'm going to get a check. The 7 of clubs, wow, surprisingly, actually brings in Tam on the turn. Gets him 71% equity. The offsuit 7 he needed there, or the offsuit Jack, and ended up spiking it. It's going to be interesting to see here. Tam's going to lead out for 1.5 million into this $2.75 million pot. Now, I don't see David White going absolutely anywhere. He's going to peel one off. We're going to go to a river and see what we can get. It's a king of spades. So Tam actually holds after hitting the turn here. And we're going to see what he's going to lead out here. Is he going to check? It's not a great card for what your opponent could have because she's got the pre-flop aggression, which has a lot of kings in his range. So I do like the check, but I feel like we could get a check bet call here.
Just quietly, what suck out from Tam?
Yeah, wild.
On the turn, the Jack was no good. I mean, I know you alluded to finding that Jack there. The Jack was actually no good against the Queen Jack, but the 7 gets it done for Tam, just quietly.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's Queen Jack versus Jack 7. He needed a 7.
It was the offsuit 7
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
needed.
He found the 2-outer on the turn, and obviously David with a billion outs, too many out syndrome. Another one of them we've seen go down in flames, not hitting at the river with the king hitting. And Tam picking up some more chips there. So have a look at this. 52 bigs for Tam, 26 million in chips and some change. David White with 29,860 bigs. Nathaniel not too far behind with 22.9. So like we alluded to before, anyone's game as Nathaniel picks up the Queen 6 of diamonds. On the button, blinds here are 250k, 500, 500. This is hand number 74 of the feature table here at Playlive Melbourne Millions. This is the main event, day 4.
Down to our final 3. Very average stacks here. Any of these guys can win it. They've all showed that they've got a good, strong game. And I'm just waiting for Gabe, the dealer, to pull.
Have a look at David White. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off here. David White's not only has bled a few chips in the last few orbits, but now finds the ace queen of hearts in a 3-handed game. He's in the big blind, as I believe we can hear Ash Gupta in the background. That's definitely Ash Gupta. I guarantee you it is. He's going to put in a raise, and Nathaniel's going to fold. And it looks like we might be going to a short break. Yes, we are.
All right.
15-minute break, guys. So we're going to be back at approximately 10 past 4. Maybe a fraction earlier than that.
Absolutely do not go anywhere. This is going to be a wild 3-handed table. We got the Tim Tam himself, Mr. Walter White, Dave White, and Nathaniel Hutton, all going for the top prize of 170,000. Monkey, let's go have a quick break. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Like an hour and a half, and then it just like, and then I get there, I'm like, we got 1.7, that's all we got. 25, 32, yeah, and 30.
Welcome back here to the main event final table. We are down to 3 players in this $1,500 buy-in prize pool over $1 million, $1,14,122. I am in the combox. This is Josh Monk with his co-pilot of the You Can't Make It Up podcast, Adam Burke. We are going to see this one out today. We are down to 3 players. Berkey might have to duck off in the next 15, 20, maybe half an hour, depending on his schedule. And it looks like Josh Abatey might be coming in there for the Josh Squared commentary team, bringing this one home if we can't get this done with me and Berkey in the chat. Berkey, how are you?
I'm fantastic, as always, Monkey. And we're going to start the action right here. 3-handed, Tam waking up with the A7 suited. Hasn't looked at it yet, so he's just... I might actually already get to the table and see what they're talking about.
What you've got there? 26, yep. 31-1. 21-9.
They're just cutting out the stacks to make sure that the chip stacks in play are correct for the people tracking the information downstairs in the studio. That's Matty Marshall and his team down there.
And blinds are now 300, 600, 600.
Good shout, Berkey.
So the 25k chips, I believe they've erased out, and we are down left with 3 chips left. The green chips are worth 100k, the pink chips are 500k, and the white chips, who actually look pretty nice from up here, are the 1 millions.
Like you said, Tam on the button, picking up the ace-7 of diamonds. It's going to cost him 600 to call. He's almost certainly going to come in for a raise here with any ace on the button in position. Here comes the raise. It's going to make it 1.2 mil. Just going to pop it up to the structure. Round to David White. He's going to fold the 8-7 off. Round to Nathaniel Hutton in the big blind. King 3 off. A little bit of a shout out to my friend Ash Gupta, who is in the building playing the mixed game stuff for Shannon. Saw him just earlier. God, he's a funny bloke. As the flop comes down, 4-2-4. No help to Nathaniel Hutton. Still got king high at the moment. Tam's picked up ace-7, so he's out in front. It's going to go check. Turn card brings in the 10 of clubs. So still no help to Nathaniel. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat across Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. You're getting some big numbers posted, so we very much appreciate you guys sticking by us as we bring you the conclusion of the main event here at Playlive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. And Tam just bets out on the turn, and Nathaniel has to put the king 3 in the bin.
Now, I have to actually have a look down here at Shinley 87. Stud Baccarat. Now, we're talking stud game, but your 7th card that gets face down gives your 3-card Baccarat hand for half the pot. Now, I'm telling you right now, that may have to... I might deal out a few hands later when we're chilling out later, Monkey, and just to see how this plays out. But that sounds like something to be right up our alley there. Stud Baccarat.
Now, for those guys, just quietly, we did get confirmation from the RFID team downstairs, Matty Marshall and the boys down there, Guy and Seth. We've just been told that the mixed game horse championship tomorrow can work on stream. So there is a big chance that that is going to be streamed at some point. But we'll get confirmation and probably put that into the Facebook Live notifications and or make a post about that if you guys want to watch the big guns going for the $10,000 horse championship, which starts tomorrow. If you're into that, I'll be tuning in. It's most likely going to be yours truly in the box calling the action tomorrow for that. But that comes down to the owners giving me the approval or the thumbs up. Josh Abatey in the corner. He might be able to call a little bit of mixed games, Josh, or not really your forte?
Right. Looks like I might be getting a call back up again. The Burke signal's sent out again.
Anyway, as we get back to the action here, 3-handed, Nathaniel picks up king 3 again, this time suited. He's on the button. He's going to raise in position here. He's going to make a 1.2. Tam's picked up the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce in the small blind.
Now you're gonna look at these guys really opening up their range here. 3-handed, a lot of hands look a lot more appealing. Like this king 3, suited on the button, raising it up.
David White finds the two side. The back row plays the natural 8-4-4 pocket 4s. He's going to come along in the big blind. Oh, pardon me. He's going to 3-bet out of the big blind to 4.2 million. pressure applied straight back onto Nathaniel here with the King 3 of Hearts, who's most likely got to find a fold. But you never know. The guy's a genius poker player. He does find the fold.
Now, Grace in the chat asking for there's any plans for this evening stream. We are going to finish out on the main event stream tonight. That is all that is scheduled for today. And we are going to, if we can, get in the chats and on the Facebook page, let anyone know if we can actually stream. And we'll be streaming the mixed games starting tomorrow. Looking forward to it, though. How good is mixed games?
Look, it's right up my Kirstie alley. As I've said before, I love the mixed game stuff, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what schedule and games and players are going to be turning up tonight, tomorrow, and for the rest of the week here at Play Live. Obviously run by the Prince of Poker himself, Shannon Vandenberg, putting on a big show downstairs already. 3 tables out there. I just was told during the break, 2 seats guaranteed into that 10K at the moment whilst they're playing the Saturday. With a bit of change left over, I think it's 4,200 change, so you can get half your buy-in paid for in that particular satellite that started today at midday.
So we've got Nate Hutton ahead with the ace-deuce, Dave White with the 7-4. It's going to be blind versus blind. Now, you're going to get a lot of blind versus blind hands, obviously, with 3-handed. But suits covered, Hutton out ahead with the ace, but David White's going to lead this for 700,000 here. Nate absolutely going to be going nowhere. Dave White has 5 outs, as you can see in the top corner. Any 7, any 4 there. We're going to get a queen on the turn, which is going to bring in another flush draw and a straight draw possibility. Nate Hutton sitting there with top pair, no kicker. But when you're 3-handed, you're not really... you're widening your range, so any top pair here in any form is actually going to be good a lot of the time. Dave White drawing super thin here.
Needs a 7 or 4, 5 outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner. Needs the 7 or 4 of spades, the 7 of hearts, or the 7 or 4 diamonds. As Nathaniel decides to come out with another barrel on the turn. Nathaniel's going to take that one down.
So Dave White's still in the lead with 32 million, but the game is very, very close. Tam and second with 26 million, and Nathaniel Hutton with 33 bigs at 19.9. The stack's like one cooler in this deck, and we're going to have a commanding chip lead. And
just quietly, Grace Brook in the chat, I should say here, saying no stream then. I'll have to come down and give the Berserker a go. Great shout there from Grace, straight from the Woolworths earlier today with the iPad sitting in the bag.
And the Berserker is going to be crazy. It is a $400 event, and it's got a 50K guarantee on it.
That is
now,
correct.
Just before that, at 6 o'clock, we actually have a satellite for the Berserker, and it's got a 10-seat guarantee on it. 10 seats they're giving away. So they're doubling down on this big single-day event. I don't think we've got too many single-day events that have a 50K guarantee, especially for a $400 buy-in. So it's going to be a massive night tonight. Come down to 129 York Street in Play Live. In South Melbourne, should I say? Not what do they call it? South Yarra, Davide? Yep. And come play the Berserker tonight. $400 buy-in, unlimited rebuys. Blind levels go up. They start at 15 minutes, work up to 20, 24, and then 30 later on.
As MSP says in the chat, she's back now. Oh no, what happened to Shane? He busted in 4th and picked up 45,000 for his efforts from a satellite, just quietly, a $350 satellite to pick up 45 big ones.
Lost a flip, a genuine flip to Nate Hutton. Had ace queen versus 9s. Just couldn't get it done.
Nate Hutton obviously holding with those 9s there and sending Shane to the rail. Like I said, for 45,800 in 4th. We did see Shane during that break. I said it was a pleasure commentating with Berkey in the box. Your play all day yesterday and today. But we are down to 3 players playing for all the chocolates. Now, I can tell you this much for free for the people who are watching on all of the 3 platforms out there. No deals or no discussions about making a deal have been announced between the players at this point. So we're going to be playing for all the chockies.
Well, I know Tam doesn't do deals. I've heard Nate doesn't do deals. And Dave White looks like he's here to play with the chip lead. So no deal. Play on. Call another briefcase.
And that loud voice you can hear in the background there is Ash Gupta, the big man himself. 3-side, ... He's playing in the satellite downstairs. He's going to be very, very loud down the microphone. But he's absolutely hilarious of a human being. If you ever get to see him in the room, say hello to him. Shout outs to Ash Gupta, one of my closest buddies, especially in the poker industry. So if you get to see him, say hello to him as it gets folded around to Tam. Well, sorry, pardon me. It's on Tam on the button. We are three-handed. I do apologise. He's picked up the King 7 of hearts here. It's going to cost him 600k to call. He's going to put the raise into 1.2. D White's going to put that Jack 4 in the bin. Round to Nathaniel. He's got the Jack 8. He might limp in and see a flop here. Here we go. So it's Jack 8 versus King 7, Berkey. And off to the flop we go. And the flop comes 6, 10, 10 with two hearts. Tam picks up the flush draw. Nathaniel doesn't pick any part of it up here. He can go backdoors into a straight. It's going to go check, check. Tam's going to play this a bit tricky. The heart peels on the turn. Check mark next to Tam's name as he picks up the flush on the turn, Berkey.
It could actually spell bad for Nate if it goes check, check here or bet call and we get another heart on the river. But Nate Hutton, other than... What's he got? He's just drawing dead. Absolutely slim dead, isn't he? Just slim dusty. Gone.
Yep. Nathaniel's going to check out of the big blind. No hand. And essentially no draw except hearts, which Tam's obviously got covered with the King 7 hearts on the turn. Let's see what Tam decides to do. Now, just for you guys at home, maybe Berkey can tell you guys what the chip denominations are, as we have taken the 25k chips out of play, as Tam here comes in for 2.2 million.
2.2 mil.
Nathaniel's going to fold. Berkey, let the people know at home the chip denominations if you don't mind.
So we have 3 chip denominations in play at the moment. We've got the greens, which are 100,000. We've got the pinks, which are 500,000. We've got the pure white chips that are 1 million chips. So we've got plenty of chips in play. These guys are sticking around for the long haul. I can tell you that now. All these guys want a piece of the action up top. It's 170 large. So even with these 3 to go, there is some big pay jumps to go.
And just quietly here, Berkey, just to follow up on that, you are looking at 3 elite poker players battling it out for that $170,000 top prize. Like I said before, no deal has been reached or any negotiations for that matter about the deal. David White here picking up King Queen of Diamonds on the button. First to act in a 3-handed game. He's going to raise it up and make 1.2. He's just going to... And Tam's picked up Ace King of Clubs. Sure, all right. So here we go. Bit of fireworks. Second hand back from the break, or third hand back from the break, I should say. As Tam picking up the Ace King Clubs in a brilliant position against David White, the chip leader here.
Which is crazy because King Queen suited 3-handed is a monster hand. So this is cold coming in here from Tam. Now he's got to think, how does he get max value out of this? He's going to probably raise.
Yep.
Tricking it up 3-handed is not the...
Have a look at what Tam's doing here. Wow. I love this from Tam. He's just going to limp in here with the Ace King and trick it up big time. Ace King versus King Queen. Can Tam do anything here? And the flop comes out all diamonds.
God.
David White just flops the absolute flush.
Did Tam just save himself there by flatting?
And have a look at this check mark against David White's name already here. Tam cannot win this hand no matter what draws out on the turn or river. He can potentially chop it if the 7-8 of diamonds comes out and puts down the straight flush on the board. But David White comes out with a bet on the button after he raised it to 1.2 million pre. He's going to bet at 1.1 mil. Action back round on Tam. Tam might actually even fold the Ace King here. He's got no hand, essentially no draw, just the 2 overcards on this very wet board. He might just find a fold, and I think he's going to. Great fold from Tam. That's unreal.
He tried to trick it up pre-flop by flatting and then just saved so much money there. Because if he throws that 3-bet in, there's a potential for either 2 things. He gets flat called, loses the pot, or gets 4-bet and then gets it in.
Yeah, sure.
So
shout-outs to Berkey there. Great read there, Berkey.
Tricking it up actually really helped him out there.
As Causa and Sam are going at it in the chat on YouTube, if the straight flush card comes in, can he bluff at this? Never mind lol, as obviously it's gone bet fold. And Sam's come in there with the please, Causa, man. Let it go. As Nathaniel picks up the ace-jack of clubs here on the button, huge hand in a 3-handed poker game. They are playing for all the cheese, and I don't think they're ever going to make a deal, believe it or not. I think they're just going to play it out as Tam picks up ace-10. So a couple of big hands back-to-back. King Queen of Diamonds versus Ace King of Clubs, and then straight into Ace Jack of Clubs for Nathaniel, into Ace 10 for Tam. So here we go. Maybe a bit of fireworks here. I'd imagine Tam could do what he did on the last hand, just limp in here if he wanted to, make a 900k call.
The thing is, he was way ahead last flop, saved his stack, and now he's way behind. Let's see how he can navigate this one. It'll be interesting to see. He's put a lot of thought into this. No, it looks like he's got the raising chips out.
Yeah, great call from you, Berkey. Raising chips coming out. Looks like
3.3 million, I'm going to say.
Good shout, Berkey. I believe that's exactly right. 3.7, pardon me, 3.7 mil. I'm not sure if that is 3.7. It looked like 3.3, if I'm being honest. 3 whites and 3 green
look
chips.
At this.
And
David White with the ace-9 suited.
Just in the squeeze. Have a look at this. 3 of the 4 aces out. So it's ace-jack suited versus ace-10 off versus ace-9 of hearts.
Wow, he got away with that. That is... Because ace-9 suited 3-handed is still a monster hand.
Yeah, agreed. The bet is definitely 3.7 million. So action back on Nathaniel Hutton. It's going to cost him 2.5 million to call. But let's see how Nathaniel decides to play this hand here. Does he want to put in a 4-bet, which is exactly what he's going to do? He's going to 4-bet jam here with ace-jack, and all of a sudden Tam asking for a count. So Tam at risk here at the moment with his ace-10. Obviously, Nathaniel doesn't have the same amount of chips, so if Tam decides to call this off here, he would still be in the tournament. And Nathaniel making the jam here for 17.2 million in chips. Triangle goes next to his name, indicating that he is all in.
Max pressure back here on Tam, who you lost the last pot, getting massively outflopped. This is just he's been put in a blender the last couple.
Have a look at Tam though in the blender here, the NutriBullet, and I don't know what he's eyeing off David White about. I think he's just trying to study the hand. Proper decision to be made here for Tam. Obviously, a lot easier for us in the combox seeing what the hands have been dealt.
It's easy to sit up here and go, it's a straight fold, but you got to remember, any ace 3-handed is very, very strong, and all 3 of these guys picked up an ace. Somehow, Dave got away with it. The ace-9 suited.
That's true. Let's see what Tam decides to do. I've got a funny feeling Tam might be able to sniff this one out and actually fold the ace-10. I don't think he wants to give up 17 million or 65% of his chip stack, maybe a fraction more. Gambling with the ace-10, he could be behind. Obviously, there's a lot of hands that Nathaniel Hutton can jam with, which do include pairs too. So he could be flipping, or he could be heavily dominated like he is in this particular spot, Berkey.
He makes the call.
Right, okay, so
Wow.
Tam's decided to go with the ace-10 versus the ace-jack. So
And you've got to be sitting there as David White going, how did I get away with this one? Now, Hutton all in here at risk with ace-jack suited, but well ahead. Tam requiring a 10 or backdoor diamonds. Backdoor diamonds are in play as well.
Diamond will get it done. The river brings in the 9 of clubs, and Tam, his ace-10 will be put into the muck as Nathaniel Hutton jumps straight up to the chip lead again. All of a sudden, 35,600 and 59 bigs in play. David White now second, and Tam down to 17 bigs.
Took a big chunk out of his stack there. That's a big call there from Tam. But if you had a read or if you anything, sometimes you got to go with it. And I'll tell you what, a lot of the times you're going to be wrong.
And have a look at the chat going off in YouTube. Everybody rooting for Nathaniel as he absolutely spikes the jack on the turn. It did bring in the flush draw for Tam, but he didn't actually hit it. So Nathaniel's going to get the double through.
He didn't actually need the jack of diamonds to come on there.
No doubt.
He just needed to fade, but it actually brought in the diamonds, which make it super impressive.
Absolutely, Berkey.
Sorry about that, just clearing the throat.
As Stephen Michael Smith in the chat on Facebook Live saying, let's go Nathaniel Hutton. So like I said, huge support for Nathaniel Hutton in the chats. Obviously, a lot of people wanting him to take this bad boy down for 170,000. Tam picks up the queen 2 off on the button, first to act in 3-handed poker. Stefan joining into the chat saying, holy.
Wait, David White would have won. There was 2 9s on the board, wasn't there?
There was a 9 on the flop, and I believe a 9 on the river.
So if he gets out a line there, Dave, he actually just wins the tournament.
As Nathaniel picks up the ace-jack of clubs again, just quietly.
Is that the same hand? Ace-jack of clubs?
He
wasn't
did,
it?
yeah, 100%. He had the ace-jack of clubs just a hand or a hand and a half ago. It might be actually back-to-back ace-jack of clubs, if memory serves me correctly. It was back-to-back ace-jack. So here we go. He's going to raise it. Daniel White's going to put the natural 9 straight in the bin. Nathaniel can't pick up any chips with his ace-jack this time. I think he shows them too. I think he showed the ace-jack to the table, saying he had the exact same hand as he had the hand before.
So Nate back in the chip lead with 36.2 million. Dave White on his heels with 32.8. And Tam down to 17 bigs, but never count Tam out. Never count the double-coated Tim Tam out. He's a grinder. He is ready to play the long haul in this thing.
As Bam says in the chat on Twitch, he folded trip 9s. If he decided to go with the ace-9 there, it would be showers for both Tam and for Nathaniel. He would have hit the 9 at the river to make 3-of-a-kind 9s and bust both players out.
What a sick way that would have been to go.
Which would have been absolutely brutal.
Because the turn brings in the jack for him, the flush draw for him.
Yeah.
And then the complete offsuit 9 to...
Sure. Great call.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, it's been raised to 1.2 million from David White.
Great call
on the
there from
button.
Supercoach.
Nathaniel's picked up Queen Jack, and I believe he's elected to call from the small blind. Action round to Tam,
tell
who's
you
got the
what,
same hand.
What are these hands coming out three-handed?
Yeah, how's the hand distribution here? And Tam's going to jam with his ace-8. Nathaniel, I don't think, can call. David's asked for a count. As you can see, they're both holding the same hand, different suits, obviously. And Nathaniel is going to be in the squeeze here with the Queen Jack. And I'm not sure if Nathaniel is going to find a call here. It's going to cost him 8.2 million to call. He does have 35 million or 58 bigs and the chip lead at the moment. He's going to find the fold, like he should. Tam's going to pick that bad boy up. So back up to 21 bigs. Anyone's game, like I said before. First is $170,112, as I should say. Second is 104, and third is 64,500, as you can see on the payout right there on your screen. We are down to the final 3. This is Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. We are down to 3 players. This is day 4. We kicked off proceedings today at midday. Stream started at approximately 12:30. And we are down to 3 players. No deal making, no deal negotiations, I should say, have been discussed. So
this will be my last hand, unfortunately, Monkey.
Yep.
I have some work to go do. Unfortunately, I love being here in the booth with you guys, but I am going to hand it off to the seasoned professional, Josh Abadi, after this hand. We will call this last one with myself in it. It's been an absolute pleasure for everyone. We're going to see some action here in this last one, I reckon.
Yeah, raised to 1.2 million on the button from Nathaniel Hutton. David White picks up the pocket 3s in the big blind, decides to limp in and call. Here we go.
Big stack versus big stack here.
Flop comes 8-8 deuce. David White must be pretty happy with this flop here. He's obviously flopped 8s and 3s. Nathaniel Hutton's almost certainly going to continue his story and lead out, which he does. He goes for some chips now. David White's going to go absolutely nowhere here on this flop. A Spiritual Tradie podcast says, great innings, Berkey, or good innings, Berkey. It's been better than good. It's been outstanding. Raise the bat, son. Totally agree.
Appreciate it, guys.
And David White's definitely going to call here. I can't imagine him ever finding a fold.
Bit of fireworks.
And here comes the call. Off to the turn we go.
Ooh,
oh, it brings in the 3 of spades,
spikes
and
it.
David White just turns the full house, gets the check mark next to his name. Now, is Nathaniel going to go for another barrel here on the turn when the 3 of spades peels off? I mean, doesn't look like a card that should hit many of the calling ranges here, but obviously for David White, he's absolutely ginned it on the turn with the 3, picking up the full house like I've mentioned. Nathaniel, can he sniff this one out? No, he's going to find some white chips, some big chips, the $1 million chips. He's finding a bit of everything here, putting out a bit of a handful. Let's see what he's going to come and bet. He's going to bet 3,800,000, and David White absolutely spiking at gin on the turn. Wow. What a card on the turn for David White.
And he's got him betting into him.
Yeah, locks it up with Nathaniel betting straight into him.
He's got this way too locked up. I expect the call here and hoping your opponent catches up here. Now, it's easy to say when we can see the cards. He's hoping he has the 8 at this point.
Stefan saying, also, Berkey Monkey, loving your work in the booth, gents. Appreciate the comments from Stefan there. Oh, no, I believe that David's looking at making a raise here on the turn. Not sure if I like this play, but look, I mean, I'm not coming third or second or first in this event. So he puts in the raise, David, on the turn after hitting the gin card. Gets the snap fold from Nathaniel, and that is all she wrote for that particular hand, and all she wrote for my co-conspirator for the You Can't Make It Up podcast, Adam Burke, who will be leaving and hopefully coming back tomorrow for some mixed game stuff.
We'll see how we go. Been an absolute pleasure, chat. I appreciate it. I'm going to pass it off to the all favourable co-owner of, what do you call it, co-owner? Yeah, co-owner of Playlive, creator of this. And, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure, Monkey. We'll see you guys next time in the chat.
Great innings, man. Thank you.
Doesn't matter. Let's go for it. He suggests that we should do a deal. Split 3 ways equally. I suggested to him. Huh? 3 ways equally.
So as Berkey exits the commentary booth, the big man himself, one of the owners, co-founders of Playlive, Josh Abadi, is going to join me in the chat. Joshy, how are you, boss? Are you good?
I'm good. What's happening?
Nothing much as Tam picks up the ace-8. I shouldn't say nothing much. A lot of everything, to be fair. Ace-8 off for Tam. He's on the button. He's got 20 bigs, 12 million. And you've been following the action here in the commentary booth with us, Josh. So you see exactly what we're seeing for the good part of the last 2.5 hours.
Peace, boys.
See you later, Berkey. Have a good one.
Yeah, let me get fully settled here. So we're playing 3 souls, 6 souls. Okay, 47 bigs for Hutton. And so David White has like quite the chip lead.
He does, but it's anyone's game. I mean, obviously he's got 63 bigs. And let's have a look here. Nathaniel Hutton's going to jam it. All in for 25. 29-2. He's jamming it actually all in. And Tam has got a decision to make with 18 bigs to call it off with the natural ace-8. He does have the ace-3 absolutely dominated. I wouldn't be surprised if Tam finds a call here, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Tam. I think this is why I'm such a fan of these types of jams with the ace with the blocker, because you get dominating hands like this in just the worst spot ever.
Yep. Good call. He's counting down the chips here, Tam. I believe he can sniff this one out. So Tam in a very dominating position, as you can see. Ace-8 versus ace-3. Does have the ace of clubs working in his favour as well. He's thinking about hand ranges that Nathaniel could be jamming it with here from the big blind. Eyes darting around. Have a look at that. Really in the tank. Might be able to go to the table audio here and see what Tam's thinking, Joshy.
Let's hear if he thinks out loud. Can you hear him kind of mumbling to himself, going through the hand? Hard to get too much out of it, but there's clearly a lot going on in that noodle.
Stephen makes the comment, once Nathaniel quits poker, Australian live poker will be fun again. He is a crusher, Nathaniel. I understand the sentiment put in there in comments from Stephen.
I was messing with him yesterday after he won that huge 3-way all-in against Fadi and Fat Nguyen.
Yep.
And I was like, do you mind? Like, do you have to just...
Find it every time? And it looks like Tam might be finding the fold here. He's picked up the cards, which is usually what he does just before he folds. Obviously, everybody does that, but he has kind of a bit of a pose before he folds. He puts the cards back down, so back into the tank. And rightfully so, Josh.
I mean, this is just the nightmare scenario. I think hands like this, ace-8, ace-9, ace-7, are just so in the blender. Ace-10 and up, you don't love your life ace-10, ace-jack, but I do think you're just three-handed finding the call. But with these middling aces, I mean, again, this is just the power of that rejam with the ace with the rag blocker. Get these dominating hands to fold. And the irony of jamming with a hand like ace-3 is sometimes you can get called by hands that are behind king-queen suited, king-jack suited, queen-jack suited.
Sure.
And then get hands like ace-8 that are ahead to fold. So it really is just, quite a well-studied play from Nate Hutton, very unsurprisingly.
You got to remember, just before you missed the hand, maybe you didn't miss the hand before, Nathaniel Hutton did a very similar play with ace-jack, and Tam called him off with ace-10 and lost half of his chips basically in play in that particular hand, maybe a fraction more. So maybe Tam might be a bit biased in his read of that particular hand there, considering he just got one of his legs cut off no more than 2 hands earlier. Some big comments coming in on YouTube. We are live on a 20-minute delay. This is day 4 of the Playlive Melbourne Millions. What a show you've put on here, Josh. Hats off to you and the team downstairs. Absolutely outrageous, the prize pool. The total prize pool, I think at the moment, Josh, is sitting at like 4.3 million, give or take.
Yeah, it's
maybe a bit more.
It's definitely over 4 million. We haven't even added the satellites yet in our calculus, so it's going to be more than double the guarantee no matter what. So, I mean, shout-outs to everyone who came and supported it. I think for me, the big moment in it all is just the 7-figure prize pool in the main. I sent a screenshot to my parents. Felt like a big day.
No doubts. It's a huge day for Playlive as Tam looks like he's just going to call the raise from David White. So King 9 versus King 10. As you can see, Tam heavily dominated at the moment. Can he spike a 9 on the flop turn river to take this one away from David? And here we are going off to the flop. 3.3 million in the pot, as you can see, bottom right-hand corner. The flop comes down 5 deuce 4. No help to Tam, who is behind against David White's King 10. 86% favourite David is. It's going to go check on the flop. Here comes the turn down and dirty. It brings the 5 of diamonds, the prop card for Berkey. If you know Berkey well, he likes the 5s, and that's his nut prop card, the 5 of diamonds.
Never play props with Berkey.
Yep,
that's how to speed run your wallet to 0.
Great shout there from Abadi in the com box with me, Monkey, as Tam's got to make a decision to come out for a bet here. He's going to bet 1.5 million. David White, he's got to snap him off. River card brings the jack of clubs in. No help to Tam.
Very interesting snap call from David White. Has he been doing that in general, or yesterday he was kind of taking his time with decisions?
I believe that might be like the first snap I've seen from David since this stream started. Josh, I'm so used to having Berkey next to me. Since the stream actually started, I reckon that's probably like the first time he's found the snap call on the turn. Now, can Tam go for one more barrel here at the river? What do you think, buddy?
Oh, wow, he does load up. I actually like this quite a lot. Opponent's also going to have a lot of, king high hands, ace high hands that are going to be in a tough spot, and he does get it through, so well done from Tam.
Yeah, totally agree. David White finding the fold.
Is it trippy turning to your left and then saying your own name?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
it is a little bit.
Too.
I don't know if I should call you a Barty, Joshy, Josh, whatever. It's a little bit tricky for me, but we might go with surnames. What do you reckon? Or we just call each other Josh and really confuse the people at home. Yeah? Pocket pair of Joshes in the com box. Yeah?
Now, does that beat Jax? Is that the same as Jax? How does that work?
No, I think a pocket pair of Joshes definitely beats.
Surely that's just the nuts.
Jax, yeah, it has to be, surely. Cooper says, easy game in the chat. Sorry about that. We're just having a little bit of a conversation here. It looks like Tam's called out a small blind. Check from David White in the big. Tam's picked up the nut flush draw on the flop. He also has, I would say, the best hand at the moment. He doesn't. David White does pick up bottom pair. Tam's going to bet out. David White's going to fold his bottom pair. I do apologise for that short intermission in the commentary box there. Josh and I were just discussing something off stream, but he's back in the chat at the moment. Actually, as a matter of fact, you might be able to help us.
Talk to me.
Yeah, you might be able to actually help us, the guys watching the stream. Josh is saying that he's getting a little bit of feedback from his microphone or a little bit of echoing. Can you guys hear that at home? If so, let us know so we might be able to adjust it here in the commentary box. Josh?
Yeah, do I sound normal to everybody? When I'm talking, I sound to myself like I'm in another room far away. Monkey sounds good to me, and the table sounds normal as well. But for some reason, I sound echoey and weird.
You're coming through clutch on the headphones for me,
Yeah,
Josh. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, clear as day. As Dylan says, normal.
That's good.
So there you go.
with a super annoying accent.
Sam coming in clutch saying a
Sound
super annoying
American.
accent.
Hey, I don't sound American, okay? I sound like I'm from New York. It's not the same thing. Don't stereotype us all. We're not all the same, huh? I sound like I'm from the Bronx, baby.
Here we go. So it's Nintendo 64 versus the 9-4. Just blind battle here at the moment as the Nintendo 64 picks up a pair on the flop for David White. Nathaniel, 9-4 from the big blind, no raise from him. Needs to find one of those 3 9s remaining in the deck, top right-hand corner of your screen. 3 on the turn, brings in a straight flush draw for David. Also, with the best pair at the moment, pair of 6s. So I'd imagine David's probably going to come out with a bet here, and Nathaniel's going to put this straight in the bin. Spiritual Tradie Podcast saying, I've been saying you sound weird for the whole week, Josh. Obviously talking about you, Abadi, with the accent, but you are from New York, so you wouldn't expect anything less than an accent from the big man himself.
Well, this is my stream, so technically I sound normal and you all have an accent.
Well played.
Pretty sure that's how that works.
Nice answer. Well played. Josh Abadi coming in with a 3-bet, 4-bet maybe there. I like that from Abadi. Absolutely right.
That's what you get when you pay for things, you know?
That's it.
Too far from the mic? Well, it's pretty much inside my mouth.
You can't get any closer unless you want to hear his throat commentate. As we're back to the action here. Play live. Main event. Josh, you got to be happy with that prize pool. Yeah, 7 figures, like you said.
Unreal. Other than the fact that I have to do a shoey because I didn't believe hard enough in my own company, I couldn't be happier.
We're going to see if we can get that shoey on cam too, just in case.
And I wore the wrong shoes, man. Well, at this point, we'll probably do it tomorrow during the mixed games, so...
Sure, we'll see if we can get that shoey on stream for those people who are a bit morbid and like to see a little bit of a shoey being done. Anyway, David White decides to raise it up on the button. Gets the job done. 60 big blinds, yeah. 36.2 million. Nathaniel Hutton coming second at the moment in chips. 28.9. And Tam with 23 big blinds. 13.9 mil. Lachlan Crilly coming in. I reckon the top 3 are currently happy with the prize pool. I totally agree with that. Comments from the super coach, Lachlan Crilly, in the chat. I believe he's probably at the airport by now. I saw him earlier today with the bag packed, ready to go home, sweating his mate Nathaniel Hutton. So he's probably at the airport just sweating this out on the mobile phone as the action gets around to Nathaniel Hutton on the button. First to act in a 3-way poker game. He raises it up to 1.2 mil, just structure popping it. Round to Tam. He's actually picked up the ace-8 suited. Definitely a hand he can go with. Decides to just limp in here, so it's ace-8 versus 6-5. Tam playing a bit uniquely here as the flop comes down. Graphic should show in a second. It comes 9-4 deuce, 1 spade.
Do you expect to see a C-bet from Nate Hutton pretty much always on this configuration? Gutter, backdoor flush draw.
Great shout from Abadi. I'd imagine Tam's probably going to peel one off too.
Yeah, ace high on such a dry board, Badoogie board, 3-handed. Yes, I think you can all expect bigger guarantees for next year. Not something you're going to have to worry too much about.
No doubts, as Nathaniel Hutton bets 1.6 mil into Tam. Is Tam going to peel one off here? I'd imagine he probably will. I would in this spot, Josh.
Yeah,
Squeeze one out on the turn?
I think so. I mean, this is the most annoying combo of ace-8 suited because you don't have the backdoor flush draw. And with all 3 other combos, you would. But I do think just ace high is going to be ahead of such a large portion of Nate Hutton's range. The annoying thing is that he covers you and you're out of position. So
Sure.
very difficult to actually realize your equity. Makes me tempted to find some check raises.
Yep.
But I don't think this is the combo to do it with. So I don't know how combo Notorix focused Tam has been. Nate Hutton obviously a strong professional, so you do have to keep some of that stuff in mind, but they will have built a lot of history battling for the last couple of days.
And Tam's got to
does
find
find
that
the
raise.
raise.
Yeah, I love this from Tam. Putting the pressure straight back on Nathaniel, who, as you can see, has 9 clean outs, top right-hand corner at the moment. Any 3, 5, or 6 will get it done, with only the 3 of hearts burnt pre-flop. Action back on Nathaniel. He's looking at a 2.4 million chip call in position, like he said before. I quite like this play from Tam. With maximum pressure back on Nathaniel Hutton.
Reminder for everyone in the chat, we do have the last event of the series. 6 p.m. is the Satellite, 7 p.m. for the Berserker. There's a pretty big guarantee on it. Starts out really turbo and then slows down, so hope to see lots of people here tonight and be walking around trying to hang out.
Have a look at this from Nathaniel. He decides to call. Here comes the turn card down and dirty. Brings in a repeat 4. That's a great card for Tam to continue his line. I'd imagine Tam's just going to put maximum pressure on here after the 4 peels off.
Yeah.
I don't think he can slow down. Don't you think, Josh?
I think once you take this line...
You have to continue with the story, right?
Kind of do, yeah. I mean, the annoying thing is that 9X probably never folding, and now 4X is never folding, but you do still get a ton of folds from some Deuce X hands, some other small pairs, and then a lot of these, you know, no pair hands, like the one that he has.
Great shout. As Liam Juhu enters into the chat on Facebook Live asking if Anthony Russo is watching, mate, question mark. Shout outs to Liam Juhu. What a crusher, just quietly. Picked up $1 billion last year. He's going to try and pick up another $1 billion this year in 2026. But here comes Tam. He's going to continue with his story here. Love this from Tam. He's going to bet out 3.5 mil. Looks like Nathaniel's put it straight in the bin. He doesn't want to contest with a 6-5. And Tam gets it done. Well played from Tam there.
That's a very nice pot. And that brings him back into contention where he's no longer kind of the clear short stack, can do damage to both of the people that cover him. So it'll bring him a lot more breathing room. Can we get new cards? We have a massive surplus of cards, so unfortunately that won't be happening anytime soon. We did already work on some new designs, but got to use the inventory. So if you want the cards to go quick, come play a lot, and
we'll burn through them right here at Playlive.
Yeah, we go through a lot of decks, that's for sure. We like to replace the decks really, really often. We do have some of the best dealers in the world here, and they're kind of masters of their craft, and they don't like working with the decks that are a little bit
sticky,
kind of sticky. Yeah. So we basically tell them that if they think it's time to move on to the next one, that they always have the right to just do it.
So David White decides to limp in here from the small blind. Enter Nathaniel Hutton, who picks up the two-side pocket 4. So it's Queen 10 versus 4s.
Does check back. An interesting choice there with the pocket 4s. I think doesn't want to raise and get jammed on. And I don't think he wants to take the jam option himself, being so deep and the middling stack.
Mm-hmm.
So does opt just for a check back. Definitely don't mind that. Difficult to realize your equity with a hand like pocket 4s, but in position, going to be a bit easier.
David White's got to check the queen again. Enter Nathaniel Hutton.
Interesting line here.
Yeah, is he going to try and bet the ace? He hasn't repped it pre, so he's just going to check it back. Here comes the river card down and dirty. Brings in the 6 of spades. No help to Nathaniel. Checkmark goes to David White here. He's going to check it. Nathaniel's going to check it behind. David White's going to show him the goods with the queen 10. And that's all she wrote for that particular hand. As David White picks up a few more chips there.
I do think David missed out on some value by not at least putting in one bet somewhere along the way.
Now, I can't help myself here, Josh, but I have to give a huge shout out to my daughter who has just come into the chat. That's Camilla Fontana. She's in the chat right there. Tam spun it back. So shout outs to you, darling. I love you so much, and it's great to have you join us for the Playlive Melbourne Millions Day 4 main event. 3 players left. As Leah Murray's also come into the chat on Facebook Live, put a 4 on the 5th card, so he was hoping for that to come in. It hasn't.
Rooting for blood.
Shout outs to Liam Murray, just quietly, I should say. Try harder, Nathaniel, as Dylan wanted him to bluff either the turn or the river. Probably wouldn't have got through anyway. Background to David White. He's picked up the natural queen 9 offsuit. He's going to raise it up and make 1.2 million. Nathaniel folds. Tam's got the queen 4, so it's gone queen 9, queen 3, queen 4. And let's see what Tam decides to do. I'd imagine it's going to go in the bin. Don't think he can continue here to raise with the queen 4. It's just a bit too weak. The playability is a bit average post-flop. But what would I know? He's reaching for some chips. He's going to flick it in. So it's queen 4 versus queen 9. Off to a flop we go, buddy.
Let's see what happens.
Oh.
4 in the window. Oh, my God.
Talking about just flicking it in. He just flicks in 2 pair on the flop, Tam.
That ace of hearts is going to save David White from having this be an unbelievably expensive pot.
No doubts. Danger card would be a 9 or an ace. Obviously for Tam, who flops 2 pair, bottom 2 pair, queen 4. Tam's obviously going to come out with a lead. I'd imagine David White's going to come along here too. Bets 1.5.
I like the sizing.
Me too.
Going to get paid by any pair pretty much every time.
So David White looking at 6 outs, an ace or a 9 on the river. We get it done for him. The 3 brings in the 4-liner and the wheel. Let's see what Tam decides to do here with his 2 pair that he flopped. The bottom 2 pair. Small bet again or check back his equity? What do you reckon, Josh?
I do think you're going to want to bet again. Not a lot of deuce X in either player's range. Some for sure, but yeah, I do think with a hand as strong as 2 pair when you're 3-handed, I do think you're just going to want to find a second value bet. Some arguments for checking to try and induce bluffs from club hands, but given that White checked back the flop, I don't expect him to have a ton of flush draws.
Love this from Tam. He's going to continue. He's going to bet 3.5 million, it looks like. And David White's got a decision to make. He's flopped second best pair. His actual kicker plays, so it's a possibility he might just call here.
Yeah, this is a
See
tough
the bad,
spot.
yeah, and see the bad news, obviously, with Tam flopping 2 pairs, outdrawing him essentially. Queen 9 versus Queen 4. He does find the call. Tam's going to show him 2 pair and slam it down on the table too, just quietly.
I like that little gusto.
Yeah, little gusto. Well said from Barty here in the commentary box. And just quietly, I'm going to give a big shout out to Berkey, who has been in the com box with me most of the time that I've been in the box, calling the action here at Playlive. He has been the yin to my yang. I love the guy like a brother. He's off to do a couple of things this afternoon, but shout outs and show some love in the chat for Berkey, who's been with me all week. We do have Josh Abadi here, co-founder, co-owner of, or one of the owners, I should say, of Playlive Melbourne, joining me, Josh Monk, in the booth to bring this one home for you guys who are watching on all 3 platforms, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live, Joshy.
And because I know the fans want to hear it after yesterday, we are, of course, live from 129 York Street here in South Melbourne.
Fantastic. Well played.
How good is that my first running meme on stream is self-promotion? I mean,
Well-
that's Doug Polk levels of run good. You know, you can't manufacture that.
Couldn't have said it better myself as the action gets back around to the Tam here in the small blind. There was a fold on the button from Nathaniel. I believe he picked up the 8-4 off. Tam picking up the Daniel Negreanu, the 10-7. I believe that's his favourite hand. I believe 10-7 of diamonds is actually his favourite hand. So it's 10-7 versus the Motown, Jackson 5, David White.
Jackson 5. That's
There we
good.
go. And the flop
Oh.
comes ace, jack, jack. Eat your heart out, David White, who flops trips.
Tam with the snap check. David with the snap check back. So he does seem to be instituting some of these kind of snap decisions 3-handed.
Sure.
I don't know if that's strategic or if it's just he's trying to move the pace of play along since there aren't a lot of players left.
Tam's got a min bet the turn with his flush draw 7 high. David obviously going absolutely nowhere with 3 of a kind jacks. Tam needs one of the...
Thought that was a fold for a okay. He did a
Tam-
weird thing with his cards.
Sure, Tam needing one of those 8 outs you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen to take this one away from David White.
Does opt for a raise. I think that makes quite a bit of sense here, given the board construction.
Look at the raise, though. It's just such a small raise. Yeah, he's only raised it to 1.1 mil. Tam put out just the feeler 600 on the turn.
Well, less than a 3x, right?
Hmm.
Just under a 3x. So, I mean, if you're Tam here, the 7 of spades is not the sexiest spade to have. There's some scenarios where, you know, you're getting raised by a fellow bluff and you're actually behind regardless. So, if you have the 10 of spades, do you think he'd continue, especially on the paired board as well?
Great shout. Anybody down in the studio, if you can bring me a...
How good is this? My wife just gave birth. We decided to name it 129 York Street.
STP has been outstanding in the chat all week long. Anybody down the studio, Matty Marshall, if you can hear me, if there's anybody down there who's got a power bank or a charger, portable charger downstairs up here would be outstanding. I've just realized I've left the light on the back of my phone since the start of the stream. We are down to 3% battery here, so if you wouldn't mind bringing one of those bad boys up for me, I'd appreciate it.
We do also have that new machine downstairs. Have you seen the power bank rental machine?
Oh, you've got one down there?
Yeah, just by the registration booth. We got like a thing. It's got 20
Sure.
power banks in it.
Oh, hello.
You can return, and you don't even have to return them to that machine. You can return it to any of the ones they have in Melbourne. They have one at Crown. They have some in the market. I mean, it's pretty sweet.
Take it home and bring it back another day.
Yeah, I think they let you keep it up to a week.
Sure, as Nathaniel just picks up top pair, outdraws. I wouldn't say outdraws. He actually had the best hand pre-flop with the Jack 9. This is a situation if you're playing back row, you'd be very upset if you pick up Jack 8 and lose to Jack 9. But anyway, Nathaniel picking up top pair with the Jack kicker.
Do we think he's ever going to raise here or just opt for a call in position?
Nathaniel also has backdoor clubs working in his favour as well. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 7 of spades. It does bring in that gut shot for David White, who can take this one away from Nathaniel if a 10 comes in.
Yeah, he does have the spade and club in his hand, plus the gutter, so it does seem like a natural combo to keep firing.
I like this from David. He's going to continue with his story. He obviously doesn't know that Nathaniel's got him.
He looks like he's
In the
in
blender.
the Hell's Angels and he's going to kill you. And then he takes off the shades and you talk to him. He just couldn't be the sweeter person. But man, intimidating presence on the table. You got to respect it. Ooh, 5 of clubs on the river. That feels like that might be a bluffing card for David White. Wouldn't be surprised to see the 3rd barrel here. You can hear the mixed game guys having a good time in the background.
Good shout out there from Josh. Nathaniel with the check mark next to his name. Flop top pair. Does bring in the 4-liner for the straight and the flush at the river.
Does opt for a check. Nate Hutton just going to check back, claim his victory here. Look how even the stacks are. One big blind apart each. 25.6, 26.4 on 27 million. This is essentially just an even... I mean, this is a moment where I wouldn't be surprised if they start discussing business.
I wouldn't know about that.
You wouldn't know about that?
Doesn't seem like they're interested, though.
Yeah, if you've got jacks, I've got like, what, you know, a light king, alright, whatever, you know, such as life. Not just stone dead. You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
David White here on the button. First to act. Picks up there. King 9 off. He's going to elect to raise this here. He's going to make it 1.2. So just structure popping it, I should say, as it comes around to Nathaniel, who folds the 4-3. Round to Tam. Picks up the 5-4. Squeezing up the cards in the big blind. It's got 41 bigs out of nowhere, just quietly, Josh, yeah? So
Yeah,
it's
it's amazing how much each of those, like, quote-unquote small pots adds up at this point in the tournament.
no doubts about it. David White here picking up a gut shot. Tam picking up the
Open-ender.
open ender, but the 8 would be trouble for Tam if it does come in on the turn or the river, because Tam would make the rag end of the straight and David would hit that gut shot to make a bigger straight to the 10. David's going to bet 1.4 million. Tam, I think, is going to have to squeeze one off here. He's got the 8 outs. Obviously, 8 would be an absolute disaster card on the turn. Let's see what Tam decides to do. I think he has to squeeze one over or just peel the turn, which is exactly what he's looking at doing. He corks. Here comes the turn. Brings in the ace of diamonds. No help to Tam. David's still out in front at the moment with the king high. Tam's going to check it. Grounded David White.
Again, gonna be a card that he's probably interested in barreling again.
No doubt.
Should favor his range. Does opt against it.
And the river brings in the king. David White, who is already out in front, spikes a king at the river. Tam's going to check with 5 high.
I am surprised to see such a quick check from Tam here. I don't mind waving the white flag and giving up, but I do think you have to at least consider the idea of betting, right? It's your only way to win the hand.
Yeah,
you effectively have the nut low.
Have a look at that too. The check back from David after spiking the king at the river. Obviously showing Tam a ton of respect there.
And look at all these comments from the Hutton supporters. Just a hard no deal attitude, which I love, honestly. I'm very much are you more money minded or glory minded when you play tournaments?
I just like the game to be played pure, to be perfectly honest. I like to see, pardon me as the mic just slips away from me there. I like to see people just playing for all the cheese, no deals.
Yeah.
Like they do in the WSOP. I don't think there's any deal making allowed at the WSOP, and I'm one of those guys who likes to see. I'm a poker purist, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I think it's just more exciting that way. The reason we do facilitate deals here is you get the problem when you're an operator like WSOP where people just make deals anyway, and then they do it all off the felt, under the table. They end up suing each other over it, and it's like, you've heard it. I mean, you know, if you've been around poker a long time, you've been to Vegas. I think I've been 6 or 7 times. You hear all these nightmare stories. So I do think it's important as an operator to give people the option so that they can, you know, you can work it out in a controlled environment. But I'm totally with you. Like, it is my strong preference that people just battle it out and see how it goes, you know? That's, you got to crown a real champion, especially for a main event.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, when you're playing for some very big cheese like we are here, as you can see with the payouts in the bottom of the screen on that event ribbon that goes around, Tam picking up ace queen just quietly. Obviously the money for these players is very, very, very decent. So maybe it changes. I've never been in a situation where I'm playing for 170,000 up top. So maybe my opinion might change once I'm in that position. Hopefully I can get it one time in my life, but
I've been there once or twice, but
there you go.
Didn't go my way. A couple of third places to my name, unfortunately.
In terms of, just being a poker purist, yeah. And have a look at Nathaniel Hutton picking up the ace-king of clubs. Oh, this could smell danger for Tam, who's heavily dominated. Ace-king versus ace-queen, not the hands that you want to see when you've got ace-queen. The ace-king heavily dominated.
This just could go in pre.
77% equity versus the 23% equity. Tam will have to find a queen if he decides to stack off with the ace-queen here. But, geez, what a spot for Nathaniel, picking up another monster, yeah. And he has Tam covered 2 in chips, so here comes the raise from Nathaniel coming in at 5.1 million. Action's going to go back round to Tam.
I mean, cannot fault him if he 4-bet jams here. I do think in a Chippy V theory world, that would just be an extremely standard jam. Of course, 3-handed playing for 170K is going to be a bit different. Wouldn't be surprised if he calls or 4-bets. But, I mean, this just could be disaster for Tam. He's just woken up into it.
He's going to raise all in, and Nathaniel's not going to fold this hand, I can guarantee it.
Snap him off.
So it's ace-king versus ace-queen. You've got to feel a little bit for Tam, who built his stack back up. And he's just walked straight into the cooler. Ace-king versus ace-queen, 3-handed, Josh.
This is the sick thing about tournament poker. You go on that long journey.
Tam praying for a queen. Here comes the flop. It comes 5, deuce 7. No help for Tam. He needs to find one of the queens. Here comes the turn card. Brings in the 7 of diamonds.
Some chop outs now.
Just the 3. And
and it's paint, but it's not there.
and unfortunately, Tam is eliminated as Nathaniel Hutton picks up an absolute monster there. 45,100,000 in that pot. Nathaniel's going to go straight up to 83 bigs and takes a commanding chip lead. It's a 2-1 chip lead at the moment, as you can see. Nathaniel Hutton up to 50 million in chips. David White's got 29 million.
I mean, that's going to be one of the bigger pots of Nathaniel Hutton's life.
Right.
Just cooler your opponent, take a 2-1 chip lead, a massive ladder. I mean, like almost $50,000 ladder.
So GG's in the chat for Tam, who picks up 64,500 for third. For those players who like to play PLO 5 against him, he's now got a huge bankroll to be able to take on those guys down at whichever game he chooses to go and play. So the players are most likely going to go for a small break here as we're heads up as the trophy and the water bottle we brought to the table.
Do you guys want to break heads up, or you guys happy to continue?
So it looks like we're going to go for a short break here.
Do you guys?
They might be discussing a deal as well. If there is a deal made at the final table here, we will bring that information to you. So a little bit of information coming in from the studio downstairs. It looks as though there's going to be an approximately 20-minute break. I believe the players decided to go for 5 minutes and then have a look at the numbers. So we're going to be back in approximately 20 minutes from now, which is about 5:30 local time, as we are heads up for the trophy and all the cheese. Unless a deal is made, we're going to come back here at approximately 5:30 p.m. local. Josh Abadi and Josh Monk in the commentary box. We'll be back at 5:30.
Don't go anywhere. Heads up action incoming.
took 2 million from you. Can you take those, James?
Welcome back. Heads up action here in the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. Final 2 players. We have Nathaniel Hutton with the chip lead over David White, battling it out for the Golden Spade. Now, I have been told by production that they have agreed to a deal for most of the money. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Monkey, it was 146K and some change for Nathaniel, and David taking 117.7, and they're leaving 10K plus the trophy, so still going to be quite
And the water bottle.
And the water bottle. The custom drink bottle. It does say Melbourne Millions main event champion on it, so
1 of 1.
1 of 1.
There you go. Some value there. So Nathaniel and David did come to that deal, like Josh said, 146,300 for Nathaniel and 117,700 for David, leaving 10K up top. So they have made a deal, but they're going to play it out for 10K plus the water bottle and the gold. I'll tell you something, Josh. That gold main event champion Playlive Spade is just off the charts.
It looks
sexy.
so cool.
How sexy is it?
Shout outs to Winston for helping me design that one. I'm no artiste, shall we say. So we brought in some people with a bit more of a visual eye.
Have a Yvette Dawson in the chat there. I'm on holiday in South Africa and woke up super early this morning to watch the GOAT. Right, okay, sure.
Thank you. Came to see me. That's so nice.
Well played, Josh. I knew you were going to make a play on that.
It's too easy, right?
So we're going up to heads up here. For those blokes who are just, guys and girls, I should say, who are just joining in, we're heads up. Hand 100 too, just quietly. Milestone hit there. Hand 100. So it's David White versus Nathaniel. We might see if we can get the guys downstairs in the studio to put in the event ribbon at the bottom what the deal was, so we don't have to keep reiterating it, or we could actually pin it into the chat on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. But the deal has been made. Nathaniel taking 146,300, David picking up 117,700. They're going to leave 10K up top, plus the water bottle and the trophy that you can see right there on screen. David's going to fold the 4-2. Nathaniel's got the 7-6.
Now, they're pretty deep, so I do think we could be in for a bit of a battle.
Sure. The blinds did just go up there. If you just heard that, 400, 800, 800. That's 400K, 800, 800. Heads up battle, Nathaniel versus White. So it's White versus Hutton in the heads up battle. Red and blue corner. Adam Hancock in the YouTube chat saying Dave for the win. So he's obviously going for David White. Wants to see it get it done. So Nathaniel raises on the button to 2 million. Dave White picks up the natural.
Look at this comment. I can't believe I was born in the right time in history to watch Nathaniel play poker. Life is good.
Comes the flop. The flop comes Queen, Queen 6. 2 clubs. No help to David White, nor that of Nathaniel. But Nathaniel out with the lead at the moment. 72% equity. It's going to go check, check. Here comes the turn. Turn brings in the 8. Does bring in a gut shot straight draw for David, who can hit that with a 7 at the river. But Nathaniel still out in front. David's going to see if he can buy this one away from Nathaniel Hutton. But I can't imagine Nathaniel going anywhere here with King High.
Yeah, King High. Oh, does opt for a fold, so I do like this lead from David White. Taking the initiative pretty much the only way you're ever going to win with a hand like 5-4 in that spot.
Correct. Mr. Johnson _1 says, I'm back, baby. What happened to Matt, a.k.a. Damon Damon?
What a name.
Yeah.
I remember when I first asked him, I'm like, oh, you asked for that for the stream? And he looked at me confused. I was like, wait, is that actually your name? He was like, yeah, that's actually my name.
I can tell you what happened, Mr. Johnson, if you missed the action. He busted out, I believe, in 6th for some decent money.
Oh, had it up there for a second. We can maybe get
that back. But basically, David White picked up aces, and he picked up ace-king. He made the 3-bet with the ace-king, and then obviously the 4-bet jam comes in from the aces. He snapped it off with ace king. Found a king on the flop. Could not find any more kings, and that was GG's for Damon Damon.
We've seen both sides of the ace king cooler, right? We had the ace king versus aces, and on the other opposite end, we had the ace king versus ace queen.
Good shout, Josh.
And that's just, that's the brutal reality of tournament poker. You grind for 4 days and make all your best moves, chip up, and then sometimes you run into it on the final table, and that's the end of your journey. I mean, look at that. 26K for 7th, 31-8, 38-2, 45-8, 64-5 for Tam in 3rd place. I mean,
Yeah, it was pretty brutal, Mr. Johnson _1. Ouch, I don't like them apples. I totally agree. It's pretty brutal. He obviously snapped it off with ace king. Walked straight into the aces. And that was all she wrote. And he picked up about 31,000, I believe, for 6th place finish. Isaac in the chat saying, are you kidding me? They made a deal. They did make a deal. Like we alluded to earlier. 146,300 for Nathaniel. Who did have a 2-1 chip lead. And David for 117,700 there. Left 10K up top. Plus the water bottle and the trophy, Josh.
it's still a huge heads-up battle, right?
Sure.
It's one of those things where you can get a little bit lost in the sauce because you're looking at these huge numbers from the giant prize
Yeah,
pool.
great
But if
shout.
someone challenged you to a $10,000 heads-up match, winner take all, right now, it'd be the biggest heads-up match. I mean, you would think they're crazy.
That's a really good shout by you, Josh. I have to admit, 100% correct. They're playing heads up essentially for 10,000 now that they've locked up the money.
A one-of-one drink bottle, and of course, the inaugural golden spade. Be the only person in the world to own one. And given the size of the series, and
Nathaniel just picks up queens here, sure.
hello.
So David White's going to come in for a race for 1.6 million. The blinds are up 400, 800, 800. This is hand 105, 105. Nathaniel picking up queens, heads up, sure. Here comes the re-raise from Mr. Hutton himself. He's the cool cucumber there with the Duke Nukem sunglasses on. Don't worry about those payouts. Like we said before, a deal has been made. 146,300 for Nathaniel, 117,700 for David, leaving 10K up top, plus the water bottle and trophy.
I think there is still a ton of bragging rights on the line in addition to the 10K.
Of course, man. You want to win the inaugural. You have to.
Picture on the wall,
That's it.
spade in the house,
Beautiful.
drink bottle to stay hydrated. If you're at home, don't forget, check that posture, check your hydration levels, very important. And yeah, I mean, just, to be able to say that you closed out the tournament and, I mean, almost 800 runners in a main event, 7-figure prize pool.
Absolutely outrageous as Nathaniel raises with the 10-3. David White folding the queen 4 off. Action might be a little bit slow unless we find a cooler. I'd imagine. A little bit of table talk coming through on the microphones. You've got Josh Abatey and Josh Monk in the commentary booth, sending this one out to the winner. Down to heads up poker. Like he said, 797 runners. Huge prize pool. Just over $1 million, 1,014,122. A deal has been made.
One thing I like is you can tell they're both still sweating at the maximum amount. Like,
Of course they are.
the tension is still there in the air, right? Ooh, what is the best opening in chess? In the immortal words of my old coach, if there was a best opening, everyone would play it.
This goes check on the flop. David White picks up the check mark on the turn. Nathaniel can't win this hand. Although that doesn't seem right to me. You could hit a 10 or a 3. Maybe it was showing up after the river card had come down. David White now picks up the check mark. Oh, pardon me. He picked up aces and queens on the flop. I do apologise. Sorry for that. Late read from me. So obviously Nathaniel was drawing dead on the turn. David White's going to bet it. Nathaniel's only got 10 high. He's going to put that in the bin.
Can't answer that one question. Do you have a favorite game? I guess one of the Fisher Spassky World Championship games. Are you a chess enjoyer at all, Joshy?
Look, I'll be honest. I have dabbled a little bit in chess, and I do like watching Magnus Carlsen rip to parts his opponents online. I do watch that, the GOAT, and I also see a bit of the chess tournaments on. It's probably on ESPN 10 or 11 or 12. Sometimes you watch it; it's absolutely mind blowing how good some of those players are. I sit there trying to figure out their strategy, and then realize it's a fold and turn something else on.
Shout outs to ESPN for leaning into ESPN 8, the Ocho.
Nathaniel Hutton picking up 8-7. Well played, Abadi. I like that. He raises it to 2 million. David's going to come along here with 6-3 of clubs. So off to the flop we go. Flop comes down 10-6-9. All of a sudden, Nathaniel flopping the joint. And David White has picked up bottom pair with backdoor flush outs.
This is just a classic must be nice scenario.
Sure.
Yeah, they did leave some to play for. 10K plus the trophy and the drink bottle. And, of course, a giant picture of your face framed, hanging up in the venue all year.
Have a look at this card on the turn, just quietly. So David White now picks up the club outs. And Nathaniel, we flopped the joint. So we might see some action here. It's gone check from David White. Like I said, picking up the flush outs with the 5 of clubs on the turn. He does have bottom pair. But Nathaniel absolutely ginning the flop with a nut straight. And here we go. Nathaniel must be licking his chops here on this particular board as he bets out the nuts. David White, I'd imagine now picking out more outs on the turn, is going to call. Here we go.
I mean, surely he's never folding here.
I can't imagine so. Not after he picks up more outs and he's got bottom pair. Hold on a second. David's gone for a re-raise here. So this could be it if Nathaniel jams it back in his face with the nuts. Unless David... And there's the jam by Nathaniel. David's going to call. Here we go. So David needs a club and a club only as Nathaniel flops the nut straight. So he needs a club or club only. Well, that should be game, set, match, and Nathaniel will take this one down. Off to the river we go. Joshy, call the action, please, and thank you.
He's going to need a club. And it's the 3-2 pair. So even if it had gone check call on the turn, that was going to be the end of the match. Nathaniel Hutton is going to be your first ever Playlive Melbourne Millions main event champion. He's going to take over 150K, I believe 156.3, the drink bottle, the spade, the glory, and a big old picture of that smiling face hanging up in the venue for at least a year, if not forever. So congratulations to him. I mean, just an unbelievable performance. Won a massive 3-way all-in going into day 4. And then just, you know, chipped up, chipped down, was down all the way to 6 million at one point, stayed resilient, battled back, showed why he's a professional, right? Why a lot of people had him pegged as the favorite, and just gets it done. So congrats to Nathaniel Hutton. What a performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And just for everybody in the chat who said Nathaniel's going to take this bad boy out, I think the first leg of a multi's come in for one of the people in the Twitch chat. I think it was... Shin or something like that in the Twitch chat saying he's going to take down the main. Shin Lee, yeah, there you go. Got the first leg in. He or she said that he would win the main and then go on to win the 10K mixed game tomorrow. And have a look at that. There's the payouts. They are incorrect on the screen. The payouts are 146, are actually now 156.3 to 117,700 for second. Nathaniel's going to take out the inaugural main event here. That was the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event, Joshy.
I'm kind of in disbelief that it's over. I just want to take a second, have a little bit of a candid moment, and just say thank you guys so much. It's been amazing. The stream's been amazing. We made YouTube partner and Twitch affiliate in like 3 or 4 days each. So much. So the growth was so fast that it crashed my notifications, and I had to reach out to Twitch to get our channel fixed. So if you haven't already, give us a follow everywhere: YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, X, whatever you prefer. I appreciate you guys all so much for being here. It was an absolutely insane main event, headlined by an insane player taking it down. You know, if you can get us to 1,000 subs on YouTube, costs you nothing, and Berkey will join me in doing a shoey. But you will see a clip of me doing a shoey at some point today or tomorrow, and we are working on getting the mixed games streamed. The 10K horse, going to be one of the first 10K streamed events in Melbourne at all in years, right?
I think that is correct, Josh.
It may have been several decades.
Yeah, sure. Great shout from Josh there. But most importantly, we thank all of you for joining us across 3 different platforms. That is all she wrote here at the main event. Playlive Melbourne Millions main event final table has concluded. Nathaniel Hutton taking the bad boy out for 156,300, and David White coming in with 117,300. That's all she wrote, Joshy. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. We'll be back most likely tomorrow with some mixed game stuff.
Appreciate you guys so much.
You are.
And don't forget, Grand Prix Series coming up March 5th.
Sure.
Hope to see you all here. It's going to be massive. Everything we're doing this year is going to be massive. You won't regret it. Come enjoy yourself. See you soon. Much love.
Yeah, just start filming because that we did a video.